In that grand sunlit hall, his voice booms from the top of the staircase. Then he shoots his hand out toward the young woman below and, right in front of everyone, declares Anastasia, "From this moment on, my engagement with you is null." She snaps her gaze upward, eyes sharpening the moment those words hit annulled. "Your Highness," she fires back, voice rock steady. "I don't get what you're saying." Then the prince above sneers, shooting back with a smug retort. "She's just another woman who never understands a thing." He gestures at the demure young woman beside him. "Amy, kind and gentle, is far more deserving of my fiancé than you ever will be." Anastasia pushes back, daring him to explain how anyone could trust a girl who knows nothing of etiquette or nobility to wear the crown. The prince fires back on the spot, insisting Amy isn't rotten like her. He says the country doesn't need cruelty, it needs kindness. Her companions surge in and point the blame straight at her. "We know," they snap, calling out every time she's harassed Amy, and they don't hold back, saying a girl like her has no business wearing the crown. Right there in the crowd, the onlookers start whispering, murmurs spreading about poor Amy. Silence settles, and the realization hits like a cold wave. "I see," she murmurs, voice soft as doom. "So that's how it is." Then she snaps a gauntlet free from her uniform and flings it straight at the group, a brutal challenge that makes the entire crowd go quiet and gasp. The white gauntlet rockets through the air, an official challenge that sparks a dual tumbling toward the prince and his whole entourage. Then it hits fully, all at once. In a bare wooden room, a young boy snaps awake in bed, eyes bulging with pure shock, and suddenly he remembers it was exactly then that everything came flooding back. Dread hits Alan like a truck. He's an 8-year-old, sure, but then the past snaps back into place. He's been reincarnated into the exact dating sim world he used to play, and the gut punch is real. He isn't the main character. He's just some nameless extra, fading in the crowd. Alan leaned on his window and stared at the city below, and the moment he did, everything he'd just seen snapped into place. With the game's plot, Anastasia had already tossed the glove, kickstarting a duel where the prince would fight as her stand-in against the champion Amy picked. And then the awful truth hit him like a punch in the game's story. This is the trigger, and every single person in the city is about to die. He replayed the game's dark future in his mind after Anastasia got crushed and no one dared challenge the prince. She was left to fight alone, then lost, shattered and shamed, only to flee to a monastery until bandits smashed her carriage, hired in secret by the prince himself. And that one betrayal kicked the kingdom's politics off a cliff, igniting a brutal civil war. He knew the plot was rotten and he could feel it only getting worse. That war left pure ruin in its wake after the kingdom tore itself apart. Its battered troops got smashed in seconds by a neighboring empire that struck right when it mattered most, and the royal capital was burned to the ground. That brutal injustice lit a fire of rage inside him, his little fist clutched tight as he just wanted to shout at the main characters, begging them to stop dragging ordinary people into their personal drama. His scream didn't stay in his head. It blasted through his room. A woman's voice called his name, and his bedroom door creaked open to reveal his mother, asking what was wrong. Alan shot up, realizing it was all a vivid nightmare. He told her it was nothing. Then she smiled and said breakfast was ready and that he should get dressed. As she walked out, his face turned stone hard with grim resolve. He swallowed the fear, made a silent vow, and swore he'd protect his mother. He paused mid-dressing and stared at his new reality. This wasn't just about saving his mother anymore. He wanted to rescue everyone in town. But even with memories from a past life, he was still just a kid trapped in a feudal world, where you couldn't simply bolt, vanish, and start over. So he clenched his resolve right there. They weren't abandoning this place. Now, fully clothed, he stood like a wall, eyes blazing with purpose, swearing to smash Anastasia's condemnation and crush the civil war that followed, because he refused to let this cruel fate win. At the breakfast table, his mom spotted a stray grain of rice on his cheek and told him to wipe it off. And while he ate, his mind raced through the schedule because the engagement of 8-year-old Prince Karl Heinz to 8-year-old Anastasia had just hit the public. And that sealed it. He'd only got 8 years until the condemnation day. He got why people would side-eye him. Why would some nobody jump into an Ottomy game's main storyline? The truth hit him from his past life. His older sister once shoved him to finish the game and track down every special illustration. But now, strolling through the loud, bustling streets, he understood it was bigger than that. His reasons had two roots, that old promise and his fresh vow to save his mother. Then right on cue, a carriage rolled by, and the whole town's chatter snapped into whispers the prince's fiancée was coming through. A carriage thundered by, and for one breath, through the rattling window, he snatched a glimpse of young Anastasia. He stood there, frozen in place, as Princess Anastasia climbed into her horse-drawn carriage, chin lifted, posture perfect, staring off into some faraway world. With a sudden jolt, the carriage lurched forward, its heavy wheels shrieking and clattering over the stone as it tore itself away from the crowd. As it swept past, his burning eyes locked onto hers for a split second, just long enough to harden his resolve into steel. He would save her, and then save everyone. He remembered the promise he'd carved into his heart back in his past life. This wasn't just about surviving. He'd already decided he'd save Anastasia and everyone else. He even recalled her older self, the one the game tried to label as a villain. But in his eyes, she'd always been a decent person. Her words slammed back into his mind how she demanded proper manners, scolded nobles and commoners alike about their duties, and reminded everyone they were paid by people's taxes, yet others still painted her as stuck up. And he realized the game's script had warped the real her. He stared into a dark future where Anastasia was sealed away, then shocked everyone by coming back as the final boss. And if he did nothing, that ugly prophecy would slam into reality before his panic could finish. A bright voice cut through the dark and called his name, belonging to a young woman with dark skin and white hair. She bumped into him, breathless, and apologized for not watching where she was going. He snapped back with his own apology just as fast. Monica smiled and said he was a hard-working son, out here helping with the groceries, while Alan noticed her smile didn't match how much shopping she was carrying herself. She burst out laughing, saying the guild's young crowd eats non-stop and turns feral once the booze runs dry. Then she walked off and told him with a grin not to grow up like them, and to watch where he was going. As she drifted away, it hit him like a truck. Monaco worked at the Adventurers Guild Tavern, and he'd totally blanked on it. He shouted her name, spun back to his mother, and asked her to give him a moment. He pushed into the Adventurer's Guild, and every rough-looking face at that table snapped toward him. One bald, muscle-heavy brute leaned in and barked at the kid, demanding to know what in the world he was doing there. This was Frauen's first step. Inside the loud, bustling Adventurers Guild, a bald man with a sharp goatee bends over the counter and studies the little boy in front of him, grilling him for answers and demanding to know what on earth a kid like him is doing here. From a few steps away, the boy's mother murmurs, Alan, and you can see every worry carved into her face. The man's skeptical stare cracks just a little as he leans in, and he questions the boy like, what's really going on? He doesn't shrink back. He roars out his decision, telling everyone his plan, and then he blurts, please let me clean the mud out of the ditch, leaving his mother stunned as her hand clamps on his shoulder and throws the Gilman completely off guard. That shocked silence cracks, and the gilded man erupts into a hearty laugh. Oh, I get it. He throws a booming nod at the kid's earnestness. All right, do it. Then he whips around to Alan's mother, orders a colleague to hand over the registration papers, and tells her to fill them out. She starts scribbling with shaky nerves. Then a guild member flags Alan over, urging him to come sit at the table. He raises a tiny metal card, orders a drop of blood onto it, and the instant the word blood hits, alarm jolts through Alan and his mother at the same time. Seeing how shaken they were, he rushed in and reassured the mom, it's just a tiny prick on the finger, and the needles are sterilized. His steady, gentle calm melted her worries, and she finally saw he was the kind of man who cares. Then he whirls to Alan and demands he stay brave for a moment, right on cue. A tiny needle taps Alan's fingertip, and the boy snaps into a sharp, sudden wince. Alan presses his finger to the card, and whoosh, it flares with a flash of magic. Runes crawling across the surface. The registration clicks into place. The bald man slips the now activated card into the boy's hands and tells him, you're all set, then warns, don't lose it. Alan takes the card, staring at the proof that his status has just changed. She gets hit with a jolt of excitement, the moment that kicks off the first step toward his goal. Monica ruffles his hair, cheering him for joining the guild and firing off a good luck. His mother just watches, smiling softly, and Monica says how proud and happy she must feel to have him as her son. His mother echoes that same warning, urging him to slow down, so he turns and walks off from the guild. And something clicks in him, his resolve hardens. He locks in 2 goals first, figure out if this world is really a game, and second, stack up a fortune. Because if he nails both, he'll be able to smash what's coming and save his mother and the whole town. He goes over every step of his massive plan, because if he wants to save his mother, his town, and crush the villain's condemnation scheme, he has to topple it at the source. He'll duel the crown prince, and to even get close to that chance, he has to get into the Royal Academy in 7 years, meaning he'll need a mountain of cash to make it happen. His mind slams into his harsh new reality he's broke. Determination flares in his eyes as he lunges back to work, shoveling grime off a flooded stone floor like his life depends on it. Alan's grind finally catches the eye of a guild supervisor, who calls him in and offers him a job right there. For tomorrow cleaning the underground sewer, the man lets him know it reeks like hell, but the pay is double. Alan snaps it up on the spot, practically bursting with excitement, because deep down he's got a very specific reason for craving that filthy, normally off-limits place. He drops into the pitch-black, stone-lined tunnels with a lantern in hand, and the memory hits him. This game says a secret scroll is waiting right here in the sewers, 8 years from now. He keeps snapping the game's story into place. Amy and the others were supposed to slip past the Imperial guards through this sewer, then reach a forgotten room at the end where a scroll waited. Now it hits him. This is his shot to see if this world really runs on the game's rules. He drapes a cloth over his face, winces hard because, yeah, maybe it's a game. But that brutal stench is absolutely brutally real. His search finally drags him to a certain spot on the wall. One brick stands out with a deep dent. He presses it. The mechanism suddenly roars to life, and a section of the wall slides away to unveil a hidden passage. He strides through the archway, lantern blazing overhead, and can't help but wonder what this place was made for. Then his gaze sweeps the tiny room, hunting for that scroll. Inside, he spots an ornate shield bolted to the wall. Right beneath it sits a scroll on its stand. His hand shoots out, then halts midair when a sharp flicker of doubt cuts across his face, wondering if this is a trap waiting to spring. He lunges for the scroll, but it stays just out of reach, and frustration burns through him. Because even though he swore there were no traps, the way it's positioned screams, this isn't meant for a kid. With one last push, his fingers clamped down and tugged it open just enough for a single word to snap into view: concealment. His face snaps into a huge triumphant grin, just like the moment he's been waiting for. The moment his fingertips brush the fully unrolled parchment, it flares with blinding light, and then, with a flash, the whole scroll vanishes for good. The light dies out, and he just freezes, staring at his empty hands. Then it clicks. The skill was never meant for him. He nods, sure of it now. Amy must have snagged the concealment skill for herself. He proves it by yanking out his own guild card, tapping twice, then swiping left. Bam! A hologram snaps to life with his status, and under skills, concealment is right there in black and white. The shock hits hard. This world actually runs on the same game rules he remembers. And this new power is exactly what he needs for his next move. Right as his thoughts start spinning, a masked guildmate face hidden behind a cloth mask calls out his name. Alan shoots back, all smiles, that he got a ton of work done instantly, but the masked man is stuck in his own head, replaying the game's ruined scenario. He shakes himself awake with quiet determination and vows he'll never let that future happen. Later, they crawl out of the sewers and shove a filthy Alan into a bath right now, because they don't want him poking his mother's temper when he gets home. With laughing insults in the air, one guild member dares him to a race to the bathing tent. And the loser has to fetch the water. Alan groans like the idea just drained all the fun right out of him. She reaches the bathing area, then slams to a stop. Frozen in shock, Monica's already there, scrubbing herself in a giant wooden tub, and the sight turns him speechless and red-hot with embarrassment as the other men stare. Right when he's about to react, Monica snatches him and starts scrubbing his back, telling him his mom was sick of him coming home reeking of the ditch and that the guild's the one responsible for taking care of him. Then she hushes the boy's sputtering protests, assuring him he doesn't have to strip because her clothes will get soaked either way. His guildmate erupted with pure satisfaction, insisting he finally looked the way he was born to look, while her loud cheers rang out as she proudly showed off her handiwork, scrubbing him spotless until everyone could see. The brutal scrubbing wiped him out completely, and he crumpled on the floor, spent. The other guild members just stared. One pointed at how glossy he looked, and another wisely told him to get dressed already. That night, back in the calm of his home, Alan stood in his room, staring at the concealment skill he'd just mastered, wondering if it had kicked in the moment his mom's voice rang out that she was back and dinner was served. She slipped into the room, huffing with a little annoyance the moment she saw the lamp still burning, then grumbled that he better not leave it on when he wasn't here, totally oblivious to him standing right there. He picked that exact moment to step out and reveal himself, and she jolted in surprise. Then she demanded when he'd gotten there, and with a sly smile he told her he'd been there the whole time, proving his experiment worked. After that, he pressed the coins he'd earned that day into her hands and told her to take it easy. While they ate, his mother kept nudging him to stop stressing about money and focus on school, so he nodded back. telling her that the local elementary school ran free lessons 3 times a week. He thought it over, but his head was already sprinting somewhere else. Sure, reading and geography mattered for the high school entrance exam. Yet they weren't calling his name right now, since he'd already secured concealment. The next move he had to master was appraisal. He finally got it. Appraisal was the lever that could flip his fate. But this time, the scroll wasn't hiding in some easy sewer. It was locked away in a guarded nightmare, crawling with monstrous creatures. And he knew grabbing it would cost him everything. With his plan finally set in motion, he pushed into the wild just outside town, and the very first thing he ran into was a horned rabbit. Then he exhaled, relieved it wasn't a real threat. So he pressed himself into the shadows, slipped right past it, and kept hunting for the ruins. Soon, he realized the wilds didn't care what the map said. Surviving them was a whole different beast. Headed back toward town, he slipped past 2 guards with a clean burst of concealment magic, but the wind didn't fix the knot in his chest. This was his second day hunting with nothing to show, and as night crept closer, doubt started to bite. Would he ever find the ruin he'd been chasing so desperately? He kept hunting for days straight, then on the 3rd day, he caught a brutal brawl between wild creatures. And by the 4th, he was freezing and worn out, curled up in the woods like a shadow. When he finally stumbled back home, his mother clocked the exhaustion right away and asked if he was okay. He waved her off, insisting he was totally fine. On the 5th day, his sheer stubborn drive finally paid off. He stumbled onto a battered stone staircase, and it led straight into the ruin he'd been hunting. He finally exhaled, and only then did he realize that wave of relief had been pounding his chest the whole time, because all that hard work had truly paid off at last. But he snapped out of that sweet sense of victory. This wasn't a moment for celebration. He had to hunt down the appraisal scroll right now. Right when he surged toward the top, weird sniffing noises crashed into his ears. Then he peeked over the last step and his heart just dropped. At the entrance, a whole patrol of goblins stood on guard, and he yanked back in pure shock. This wasn't supposed to have enemies like them here, and panic slammed into him as he tried to figure out what he could possibly do. Right then, Alan stumbles into the ancient ruins and bam! The truth hits hard goblins everywhere, way more than he ever expected. A hulking, axe-swinging brute stands in front, while the smaller ones crowd both sides. Alan tightens his grip on his staff, and that cold dread sinks in. This isn't some game anymore, it's something far more dangerous. He slinks behind a crumbling wall, heart pounding and thoughts sprinting, because the only thing keeping him alive is his concealment skill, yet he knows it won't hold forever. And every second he doubts his plan, even as the terror that his power will fade locks him in place. His mind snaps right back to the prize, the appraisal scroll stashed somewhere inside these ruins, and he knows the stakes are brutal if the goblins keep multiplying. Or if anyone gets hurt, the authorities will slam together a subjugation team. And then retrieving that scroll becomes impossible. So yeah, things are bad. A wave of panic crashes over him, and he jerks in a deep breath to tame the thunder in his chest, because he can't wrap his head around how everything spiraled so badly, so far off from what he thought would happen. It steals his resolve in one brutal blow, crushing any thought of retreat or starting over, because this is it. The only shot he gets, if he doesn't grab the scroll right now, the chance dies for good. Alan clamps his staff in a tight fist, springs back to his feet, and decides to bet everything on the crushing cheat skills pulled from the autumn games. Then, fueled by fresh confidence, he strides right past the goblins who don't even notice him and heads straight for the entrance to the underground layers of the ruins. He strides into a dark, stone-lined corridor, and instead of torchlight, a ghostly glow spills from moss, carpeting the ceiling and walls so bright it almost blinds him. Reaching out, he brushes the cool stone wall and stares at the glowing luminescence. What a lifesaver, he thinks, because torches won't work in a place like this. He pushes deeper into the cramped corridor, and his footsteps echo off the walls like a countdown, because now his only prayer is that the goblins stop right here. At last, he bursts into a tiny room, the exact spot where the appraisal scroll is supposed to be. But the place isn't empty at all. Barrels, crates, and racks of weapons fill the space like someone stalked a war. He just freezes, stunned, thoughts spinning, because this doesn't feel like a game anymore. It feels like a trap. He's wheezing, sweat drenching his face as the scene finally clicks in his head. This is it. The goblin's stash, packed with treasure that wasn't even in the game he used to know. Then a hulking goblin lumbers into view, and its shadow crashes over him. The creature slides in close and sniffs the air around him, and he throws a hand over his mouth. clamps down on his breath because his mind is sprinting, trying to figure out why everything has gone wildly off script. A foul, putrid breath hits him full in the face, and he recoils hard in pure disgust. Even after that close call, the goblin can't seem to nail Alan's location. So it snaps its head away and mutters at its buddies while Alan stays totally frozen in the shadows, perfectly hidden. Once the creatures finally move on, he drops to a long, shaky exhale, trembling with relief that he actually made it through that terrifying run-in. He starts to obsess over what's behind all these changes, wondering if snagging that concealment scroll is what's thrown the events and even the ruins off the game's script. No matter why, one good thing won't budge this scroll is still here. He slams the tip of his staff into the dirt floor and hits something solid. He digs up his prize, an unrolled scroll tucked in tight, and remembers the ruins map that said it was buried here, in the perfect hiding spot that kept it safe from the goblins. Then he flashes a confident wink and looks back at the oblivious little monsters. Mission done, he bursts out of the wreckage and charges across the open land. And there, just ahead, tower the town's towering walls, calling him home. And when he finally catches his breath, relief hits hard because he actually made it out alive. He slips into a hidden spot, finally staring down his hard-earned reward, because he can't risk anyone stumbling onto it. And then, before seconds pass, he gears up to grab the appraisal skill right away. He nails the scroll and a notification blazes on screen. Boom, he just acquired a new skill. Appraisal, then his status instantly updates. He's secretly celebrating too, getting that appraisal was a make-or-break move in his plan. Then 2 weeks slide by, and one morning, as he strolls through town, he clocks a bunch of guys huddled together, buzzing with excited talk, and he can't help wondering what just sparked the whole commotion. He strides up to a bald man with a goatee, parked behind a desk as he scribbles away, then stops because he just spotted Alan. The boy asks, "What's going on?" And the man snaps his gaze up, ready for answers. A man points out that they've found a goblin nest hiding in the ruins of an ancient labyrinth to the northeast. And then he lays it out. A strike team is being formed right now because if they don't cut them down, the goblins will breed, and the damage will explode. He just knows snatching that scroll was the right move, because it had to be hidden from the goblins and the future strike team, buried in plain sight. And then the thought hits him, maybe it was left right there for Amy to stumble onto. He asks if this new development means they're finally out of the game's known scenario. Then the man pauses, thinks hard, and says that if those goblins had been sitting on treasure, it would have paid off for them. Before cutting it off and telling Alan it's way too early to stress about any of this. Alan leans in and asks if the man's jumping into the fight. And with a calm little grin, he says, "No, I'm staying back," then drops the truth he's a retired adventurer. He blurts out his shock, saying the guy still looks rock solid. So the retired adventurer snaps his pen to a stop and asks Alan if he hasn't shown him the real reason he quit yet. With a huge dramatic flourish, the man yanks up his trouser leg and reveals a complex mechanical prosthetic Alan Steyer, staring wide-eyed and completely unable to speak. The retired adventurer leans in and tells you exactly how it went down on a job. He got clipped by an orc's arrow that sank into his knee, poisoned at the tip, and that nasty strike is why his life turned out this way. He locked eyes in pure awe at the intricate prosthetic leg, and the retired adventurer admitted the truth. Sure, the leather and steel build was magically perfect for everyday life, but now sparring with the younger guild members was a whole different nightmare. When the man looked at Alan, his tough face finally softened, and he promised to teach him how to at least hold a sword someday then. The moment Alan could wield one, he accepted the offer with real gratitude. Later, the adventurers huddled around a map, plotting a hunt in a forest near those ruins, while Alan cleaned a ditch and couldn't stop thinking about that retired adventurer's rock-solid trustworthiness. Then, with his appraisal skill finally in hand, his sights snapped straight to his next target, alchemy. Back home, he shot up to get ready for the day. His mom clocked it, leaned in, and asked if he was heading out. He nodded, telling her he'd be gone for a while, but he'd be back before nightfall. She teased him about whether he was going on a date, but his mind was already locked on one thing. The alchemy scroll's price tag, 15 million cents, an amount so huge it swallowed his pitiful 5,000 savings whole. He pushed through the crush of the city's market, mind racing over the brutal financial wall in front of him, and he decided to ignore the weird fact that the scroll could even be sold because right now, all that mattered was how to pull in a fortune that size. His footsteps carried him straight into a district packed with traveling merchants and their bright stalls, and that's when it hit him. This was the perfect moment to unleash the appraisal skill he'd learned in the ruins. He locked his eyes on that piece of jewelry and hit the skill boom. The info slammed into his mind. It was a rare earring of strength that gave the wearer a small power boost. And it could fetch a jaw-dropping 300,000 cents. Stunned by the price, he marched up to the merchant and demanded to know about the earring, only for the old man to nod and say there was just one, then kindly ask if he was buying it as a gift for. He said it was just curiosity, and the merchant told him it had been left behind by a merchant's wife as collateral for a loan. So Alan smirked at the idea, then thought, who in the world would be happy with just one earring? With a determined grin, Alan declared he'd take it. He flashed his guild card to the merchant, and the guy instantly took it. Then a prompt slammed into Alan's vision, spelling out a 2,500 payment and demanding his okay to move forward. He spun back to the merchant, grinning like he'd already decided, clocking that boy's stubborn drive, while the stall owner just leaned in and wished him good luck. That deal hit like lightning. He snagged an earring. An adventurer once sold for 15,000 cents for just 2,000, banking a sweet profit of 148,000 cents. And while bargains like that usually spark brutal bidding wars, this time fate smiled and it was his. With this fresh capital in hand, his confidence exploded. He vowed to stick to the method until he hauled together the 15 million cents he needed, even if it meant spending days cleaning ditches. Right after that, he found himself at another shop, and he set the precious earring down on a wooden table beside that tough-looking glove. A bald, powerfully built man across from him stared down the items and demanded to know where Alan snagged that earring and gloves, then asked to inspect them himself. Alan admitted he'd picked them up at a stall for 3,000 and was thinking of selling, but only after hearing what the man thought. The big guy weighed it all, mumbling about the stall as he decided. He snatched up the tiny piece of jewelry, and his face changed the second he studied it, because this wasn't something he could handle alone. He grabbed Alan and told him to wait, saying he'd fetch a guild expert. And he couldn't ignore it. Even the old man had already clocked it. An elderly man with swept-back hair strode in, lifted a jeweler's loupe to his eye, and zeroed in like a hawk. Then he confirmed every detail, the earring of strength and the fireproof gloves. The expert threw a clear stamp of authenticity on them, no doubts at all, and then the guild leader snapped his attention back to Alan, dead serious, admitting he understood the kid's dream to sell, but warning that a public auction would lure in dangerous scum, so he offered a safer deal. Let the guild buy them out for a fair price. Alan snapped into agreement right away. Then the guild leader leaned in with a sharp warning. Don't let this luck blind you, because greed always ends in disaster. The expert nodded, stepped forward to take care of the deal, and Alan quickly promised he'd understand and keep his head. As the deal was getting sealed, he burst in again. Locking eyes with the man, he had one last request. He strode up and thrust a wooden sword into the bald adventurer's hands, and the moment he looked back, that questioning stare hit like a spark. The adventurer nodded and stepped in. Training started right away, and the master's booming voice cracked across the yard, tearing into Alan's every move, barking orders to stop slouching, grip the sword right, and swing wider with raw force drenched in sweat and shaking in his boots. Alan could only obey. He paused the training and laid it out plain. Having a powerful weapon means nothing if you don't know how to use it. Real strength is in wielding it, not being controlled by it. And that hit Alan hard, because he realized he could still get crushed if he relied on skill alone without the right training. As soon as the lecture ended, the adventurer barked for him to sprint 100 laps around the training room to forge a stronger core. So even though Alan was supposed to be on break, he had no choice but to obey. He kept grinding through relentless training, pounding the dummy again and again, when Monica showed up to watch right beside the adventurer. His instructor screamed that at this pace, he'd never stand a chance of protecting anyone, and he demanded pure guts, while Monica jumped in with loud encouragement. Then the order hit 100 swings. After that brutal grind, he crumpled onto the cobblestones, wiped out to the bone, and the adventurer sighed, saying this was the end of today. Because with him this week, he can't even take down horn rabbits tomorrow. They pick back up. Lying there, one thought scorched through him. He couldn't protect what mattered. Not like this. If he didn't smash this weakness, he'd fail to save both his mother and the villain. So his face went hard with iron resolve. This fresh, crushing determination drove him forward day after day. He trained until his swings thundered with more power, and his stance finally hardened beneath that adventurer's unshakable, watchful gaze. His grind didn't stop at sword practice. He tackled every brutal job he could find. from scrubbing waterways to hauling through miserable work, pouring his heart into it and squeezing out every last cent he could. 3 years flew by, and now Alan was 11, lean as a blade and tough from nonstop work. When his mom called him for breakfast, he answered without hesitation, eyes locked on one mission: protect what mattered most. Then he checked his status and froze. His savings had ballooned past 15 million cents. As Alan gets ready to head out, his mom calls after him, asking if he's really going out. Then he nods and tells her he's headed to the market. Surprise flares across her face. Pride hits right behind it. And she tells him he better be home before dark, because tomorrow matters. Alan hears her loud and clear, smiles and slips out with a quick goodbye. He strides through the city streets, replaying 2 brutal years of training, school, and nonstop competition, every grind paying off at last. Because he's finally crushed his goal and socked away 15 million cents in his guild account. With his savings locked in tight, he darts off the main streets and slips into a dangerous slice of the royal capital, straight for a shady store tucked away in the basement of a building at the end of a back alley. Alan Power walks up the stairs, slipping past a brutish-looking guy who snarls that the area is terrifying, and Alan keeps his chin tucked and his focus locked, trying to stay invisible and dodge every last bit of trouble. At last, he barrels up to a brutal stone door stamped Rub Rub, the rule store, and instantly locks in on what they'll demand: our concealment, our disarmament, the whole entry ritual. Just as his hand reaches for the demonic knocker, the door spits out a furious voice calling out, "Who's there?" In the entryway, a glowing screen flashes the day's password, and Alan's appraisal skill locks onto a cryptic message about a rabbit in the eastern forest. So he blurts the words out like a countdown, and a sharp click screams that the lock is finally disengaged. The inner door swings open, and a shop packed with arcane oddities hits him full in the face, candles flickering, shadows crawling. Behind the counter, a shopkeeper wrapped in a deep hood flashes a grin that feels all wrong, and as their voice echoes through the candlelight, they ask, "So what are you hunting for?" The shopkeeper clocks Alan's pick. The scroll of alchemy then beams and praises him for his killer taste, before slamming the price on the table, 14 million. Alan freezes for a beat, weighing that cost in silence. Then he clears his throat and asks, "One moment, please, could you slow down just a little?" Shopkeepers lean in with long, pale fingers and razor-sharp nails, resting them right beside the scroll. "Yeah, this is the one they say." And those unsettling hands somehow make the prize feel even more dangerous. Alan's face tightens as he clocks at goblin magic stones thrown in as a bonus. "Just a little fine, here you go," from the shopkeeper. Then he shuts everything out, locks in his focus, and fires up his appraisal skill to pin down the scroll's worth. His skill exposes the truth: this mystical item is just a plain old scroll, stamped for alchemy, but it only works for memos and calligraphy, and it's barely worth a measly 1,000 cents. Seeing the deception finally crack open, he snaps his head up, voice razor sharp, accusing. He presses the shopkeeper for answers on the spot, demanding to know if they're mocking him and whether they've got the real item or not. That hooded grin stretched wider in the shadows, and I stared at him with fresh respect. He clocked every detail and nailed his test by presenting a completely different scroll. He slams the skill again on a fresh item, and this time the appraisal flashes the truth: an authentic alchemy scroll. A legendary class item that teaches alchemy skills then vanishes like it was never there. And the price, a jaw-dropping 13 million cents. Yep, this is the real deal. Once the item checks out, he makes the call. He asks the shopkeeper if he can use his guild card to pay, daring them to confirm it's really happening. The hooded figure lets out a low chuckle and nods, sealing the deal exactly his way. The conversation ends with Alan whipping around to go, a grimace set deep in his face. No way is he coming back if he can help it. The shopkeeper stays smug and still grinning, thanking him like it's a win, then urges him to return. He finally stumbles home way later than usual, calls out that he's back, then slams right into his mother's stern voice. She's been waiting, grilling him on why he's so late. All those years of brutal hard work were supposed to land him this one big purchase, but he knows the cheat-level power of his alchemy skill is still a long, long way out. She plants her hands on her hips, and her anger slips into pure exasperation. Then she snaps that tomorrow is a big deal and tells him to hit the bed early. Exhausted, he nods in defeat and meekly agrees. Silence clung to his room. He slumped into his chair with a book open in front of him, heart thumping over the day his mother warned him about his middle school graduation exam. In this world, kids start elementary at 12 and jump into middle school at 15. But thanks to memories from his past life, he tore through the grades and hit the exam at just 11 years old. He stomps into the Royal City school grounds, and yeah, elementary and middle school are free, but tons of kids skip middle school anyway, treating it like nothing more than a pointless warm-up for high school. Inside, his teacher lays out the whole curriculum classics: tough arithmetic, royal names and crests, local goods, international politics, and proper etiquette, everything you need to reach for politics one day. Then she looks straight at Alan, confirms he's 11, and announces it's time for his graduation exam. Alan nods and agrees without a fight. She tells him good luck and says graduating at his age in the capital is basically unheard of, and Alan swallows a sting of guilt because he knows the test is just elementary-level stuff from his old life. Then the teacher steps up, declares the exam will run for 3 hours, flips the hourglass, and the countdown to chaos officially starts. His written answers scream deep, real knowledge. He nailed the Crown Prince's full name as Karl-Heinz Bartels Senvelen, and even listed the 3 great duke houses, House of Innenberg, House of Ramslet, and House of Schleierstein. While he works, he realizes the test is mostly memorizing facts because, besides the Crown Prince, he can barely picture the other nobles' faces. He flies through the math, no sweat. But geography is the one section that trips him up for real, especially when he has to figure out which territories pump out the most wheat and iron. Still, it's a problem he's seen before. After finishing the exam, he shoots his hand up and yells to the teacher. He calmly declares, "I'm done," and the second it hits the air, his teacher just freezes stunned, eyes snapping to the hourglass like it's mocking her, even though it still shows a ton of time left. She clocks the time and says, just a little over an hour has gone by, so he nods, declares he's finished, and rushes to submit his test, because he has zero patience to sit through the full 3 hours. She keeps blustering, telling him to redo his answers right now. Terrified he'll regret rushing on such a huge exam, Alan just shrugs it off and says it's probably fine. She sighs, takes his paper, and that's it. His exam is officially over, with the results promised for a week later. Then he starts thanking her, piece by piece. 1 week later, Alan bursts back in, and the second he steps into the room, his teacher goes pale with shock and blurts that he passed. But it's not just a pass. She gasps that he nailed a perfect score in every single subject. She can barely believe it, calling it an unheard-of miracle, way bigger than just skipping a grade. While she's still stunned, Alan stays cool and calmly tells her to breathe and settle down. His flustered teacher, rattled by the shocking results, blurts out an apology for her outburst, then steadies herself, double-checks his score, and tells him he's got a flawless recommendation for high school admission. He admits he truly earned it, then gladly accepts her offer without hesitation. Then she drops the catch: no matter the recommendation, he can't step into high school until he turns 15, 4 long years from now. He doesn't flinch, just nods like he knew all along, ready to wait. The teacher accepts it and promises to send in the recommendation. Right before he heads out, he demands to know if she can reach his mom through the Adventurers Guild. Since she's always off working, away from home while the teacher just stares after him, stunned by the messy contradiction of a skipping system that can't break its own age limit, and realizing that huge leap was never meant to be this big. She steps up and gives him a proper congratulations for graduating. Then they clasp hands while the other students erupt in applause. For his big win, he thanks her too. But in private, he admits the real secret, his insane memory, and the unfair perks of being reincarnated helped him pull it off. And just like that, once his middle school days were officially over, he tore back home. When he shows up, his jaw drops. His mom has laid out a huge feast like it's a holiday, and there on the table sits plain white bread. She rushes to apologize, saying money's tight, and that's all she could scrape together. He soaks up her worry with a warm smile, tells her smile is what matters most, and thanks her like the world. She hands him a gift, and when he rips it open, he stares at a dismantling knife, exactly what he's been craving his whole life, and he can't help but blurt it out. Then his mother tells him it's her way of celebrating both his graduation and the moment he's stepping into adulthood. He grips the knife tight, feeling every ripple of the money stress it must have cost his mother, and he understands it for what it is: a love-soaked gift, a debt of the heart he'll never be able to fully repay. The weight of her sacrifice hits him like a punch, and tears spill from his eyes, so his mother, stunned by his reaction, steps in and comforts him softly, telling him she knows he'll be flying solo more often now, and all she wants is for him to stay happy and not burn himself out. He tilts his gaze to his mother, swears he'll guard the knife with his life, and calls it his treasure. Then she nods, her hand still resting softly on his head as she accepts his promise. He grabs his mom's hands and tells her, "It's okay." Then he lays out his plan to save every coin, so he can go to high school on his own, only for her to choke back an apology, crushed by the fact she can't afford to help him. Sheep reaches up and gently pats his head, soothing his nerves, and with a calm smile, Alan vows he'll succeed and protect her no matter what. With grit set in his chest, he steels himself for what's next, pulling himself together and charging straight into the future. For years on end, starting the moment he turned 12, Alan was handed a break from the age rules to take the high school entrance exam, and he landed as an F-rank adventurer instead, vowing to claw his way out of a cruel fate in the only 3 years he has left until a familiar voice suddenly screamed his name. He whirls around and spots Monica, and she blurts that he's moving like lightning inside the guild hall. Then she can't believe he's an F-rank adventurer now. The rest of the crew cheers him on, but Alan cuts in with a laugh, telling them to quit acting like he's some kid, especially since they're still short on ditch cleaners. While the others are busy joking around, Rudolph, the senior guild member, steps in and tells the 12-year-old, "You're good, but you've got a lot more to unlock. Now lock in and stay focused." He keeps praising him, jaw on the floor at how Alan pulls off that skill even without a swordsman's or warrior's divine protection, basically a God-blessed system that can level up your proficiency or hand you special powers. Rudolph lays it out. Amy's got healing divine protection for recovery magic, while the Crown Prince holds 2 fire, and the hero protection Rudolph also has the swordsman protection himself. So he drags Alan into practice. Alan grits his teeth and admits the brutal truth. Like most commoners, he's got none of that, and he'll have to fight through that handicap before high school. Alan strides up to Rudolph and asks what he has to do to reach E rank, and Rudolph shoots the question down as way too early, then smirks and tells him the truth. 4 years of ditch cleaning earned Alan the points he needs, so all he's got to do now is finish one single F-rank task to get promoted. Alan practically bounced with excitement and asked what the job was. Rudolph said it's either gathering herbs or hunting horn rabbits, and then shrugged that both options don't look too hard at all. Rudolph snapped a warning into his ear. "Stay sharp, you've never left town, and horned rabbits bite harder than you'd expect." But Alan didn't flinch. He nodded it off and declared he'd start his job tomorrow. 2 days later, a tiny sack of herbs and a handful of magic stones sat on the wooden table right there, like undeniable proof the job was done. He hauled the herbs and the magic stones from the horned rabbits up to the guild, and the supervisor checked them, nodded, and confirmed the job was done. Then the men around the table, Rudolph included, lit him up with congratulations. This win wasn't luck, he remembered from his past life game knowledge, where those herbs were hidden in the ruins where goblins used to roam. And since the guild already cleared the place, it was totally safe then. When it came to the horn rabbits, he switched tactics and triggered his concealment skill. With that power still burning in his hands, he slid right up to his target, only to find the horned rabbit calmly munching away in the grass, totally oblivious to him looming nearby. He stared at the creature, and hesitation flickered across his face, because sure, it looked harmless, but he knew these things were treated as vermin for tearing up the fields, so with a quiet, guilty apology, he got ready to strike. With his mission done and his proof submitted, Rudolph slapped the final stamp on the paperwork, declaring him an E-rank adventurer, and Alan lit up with a big, happy confirmation. That night, under one lone lantern, he started tearing apart the horned rabbit's knife in hand, the one his mother gave him, and it worked perfectly. While she slept peacefully right beside him, he whispered a silent thank you in the dark. His new rank blew the doors wide open. Now he could zip between cities freely and take on those huge, long expeditions that always demanded transportation, all while realizing just how real that divine protection was, the kind so many ordinary commoners never got. From his game memories, he knew one hard truth. Only one path let a villager snag divine protection. His stats even showed he's just 12, but the spots meant for protection and skills. Those answers are still a complete mystery. He remembered the exact trick from his past life to earn divine protection. You had to get the Book of the Wind God hidden in the deadly treacherous valley of the Flying Dragon, a place so dangerous it took a full week just to reach it by carriage from the capital. That divine protection wasn't just a fancy title, it only made wind thread magic stronger, exactly like its name promised. And he never forgot how critical it was. Whether you had it could make or break your performance on the high school practical exams. With the goal locked in his mind, Alan clutched his knife and his face turned into pure resolve an ordinary villager stepping into a brand new novice adventure. Right as the moment for his real journey finally kicked off, a hulking white wyvern towers over Karl Heinz and Amy, its eyes blazing with rage as it unleashes a savage curse, screaming that they killed its husband. Amy panics and begs it to listen, insisting her actions weren't senseless. There was a reason, but Karl Heinz snaps back that no amount of pleading will change a thing. Beast lunges. Karl Heinz yells for Amy to back off, then she shoots a quick apology and thrusts her hand out. A magical sigil ignites in front of her as she hurls up a blasting barrier. That blinding spell light finally dies down, and there on a shattered stone floor lies the wyvern's severed head. Dead still, Karl Heinz stands amid the rubble, eyes locked on her, and demands to know did she really bring it down. Suddenly, the headless creature jerks up and rakes his chest with its claws, driving him back as Amy screams that she just couldn't talk him out of it. He yanks her into a fierce embrace and tells the sobbing Amy it had to happen no other way. Then the truth lands hard. They already crushed the Wyvern Lord, seized the Book of the Wind God, and Karl and Amy's bond has gone even deeper, so close it's fated partners kind of destiny. Elsewhere, Alan watches everything crash into place, his face etched with pure, bone-deep exhaustion. Clattering along in a horse-drawn cart, he pauses and stares at the mess like it's straight out of a classic magical fantasy game school vibes, romance included. But then the Wyvern Lord's side slams into his head. This wasn't a quest at all. It was a home invasion, a robbery where Truder slaughtered his family and hauled off everything he owned. And the worst part, he realizes he's not the only one who felt that sick emptiness in Amy's tears after she killed the mother and child. The ride hits its final stop. Alan jumps off the cart, flings coins to the driver, and gives him a nod of thanks. With the main story finally cleared, Alan announces he's heading straight for the Valley of the Flying Dragon to grab the Book of the Wind God, just like Emily. The driver instantly warns him the road ahead is deadly, don't be reckless. He stares at the distant mountains. Already locked in, he's made all his preparations in Friesen, the nearest village to the Valley of the Flying Dragons, and he knows full well it'll take an entire day of grueling mountain trekking to reach his destination. Cloaked tight and hood pulled low, he kicks off his journey ready to use his concealment skill to slip through the mountains, even though part of him's dying to peek at those ferocious demons everyone swears are lurking there. Still, he's determined to steer clear of any pointless fights. He panted hard, and that mountain path kept kicking his legs out from under him worse than he ever expected. Then a sudden shadow crashed over him, and he snapped his head up in panic as a winged beast swooped low, making him instantly regret every lazy moment of prep. The creature rocketed past and hooked up with a whole sky full of its kind. Then he sprinted to the cliff's edge, stared down in stunned awe at that jaw-dropping, death-dealing sight, the valley where the flying dragons ruled. These beasts were Wyvern's dragon cousins, but even though they tore through the sky like nightmares, they weren't true dragons. No fire-breathing, no earth-shaking roar, just raw force with a missing legend upgrade. Seeing that staring down the deadly beast wouldn't keep him alive, he knew he had to set up camp before sunset. He swept the area with quick eyes and locked onto a perfect spot. He dropped into a crouch, thrust his hand forward, and unleashed a specific skill alchemy surge through the ground, reshaping the earth and lifting it into solid geometric blocks. He kept shaping the land, drilling the basics of the ability into his head as he went, because alchemy wasn't just for forging weapons, armor, or potions with magic stones. It could do so much more. So he carefully carved air holes and built a chimney into his improvised shelter. Like every detail mattered. He knew that once he mastered this craft, it wouldn't just be flashy, it could build colossal forts or forge deadly magical gear, even something that could temporarily cripple the darkness-corrupted final boss Anastasia. Once the job was done, he sprawled beside a crackling fire inside a cramped semi-basement shelter, and this basic campsite wasn't cheap. It cost him 14 million cents and 3 relentless years to earn. Feeling totally safe in his own creation, he shut his eyes to rest, hands still locked on the hilt of his knife, murmuring a soft, satisfied word. Outside, beneath a sky packed with stars, wisps of smoke curled from the chimney on his earthen fort, and the night had finally swallowed the Valley of the Flying Dragon. He seals the last part of his shelter with a single, confident gesture, and the whole structure locks in solid behind him. Now that he's done, he turns his focus to the next mission. He's going straight to the Temple of the Wind. He pushes through the valley, and old memories hit hard back in his past life. Wyverns would hunt anyone who dared to get close, but now he slips into concealment and strides with real confidence. Then he spots the base of a long stone staircase to the temple, and he stops dead, eyes flying wide as surprise slams into him. His surprise is dead on because a massive black wyvern lord, the patriarch of a family of 3, is sprawled asleep in the temple's main chamber. And with the Book of the Wind god sitting right there, he's ready to move until a voice cuts straight through the air. "Hey there, human." A radiant, impossibly muscular figure with hair that cascades like a waterfall materializes out of thin air right in front of Alan, and he can't move at all. Not even a muscle. The strange beauty smiles down at him like she owns the moment, then calmly tells him he needs a favor. He tells Alan to calm down, swears he's not here to kill him, and says that hiding won't save him because it's already useless. Then the being drops the bomb that it knows Alan came for the Book of the Wind God, warning that running now means walking away empty-handed. Alan's stunned that his moves got fully read. So he just listens as the entity apologizes for the messy intro and finally reveals who it is. He's the god of the wind. The wind whips at him, and when the revelation hits, Alan can barely even think. The god just tells him their first move is simple: wake the sleeping wyvern. Alan opens his mouth to protest, but the god of the wind swings a massive fist and smashes it down with earth-shaking force. The hit launches the massive wyvern lord skyward, and just like that, the god snatches the dazed creature by the tail, flips it upside down, and holds it there while he tells Alan to wait, because the wyvern's waking up slowly, and the pain in its eyes is already growing. He keeps swinging the creature around, shaking it like, "Wake up now, introduce yourself." Alan can only gawk, his brain screaming, "What in the world is going on?" Right on cue, the dazed creature finally sits up, looking completely rattled. Then it blurts out its name like it can't hold it in. Jerome, the Wyvern Lord. With the moment set, the god of the wind points straight at Alan and orders Jerome to shake his hand, then nudges the nervous Wyvern Lord. Demanding he stop hiding, Alan stays cool and formally introduces himself. He stared in pure disbelief as the god of the wind winked like he knew a secret, then tossed out a wild request. Alan had to help the timid Wyvern Lord Jerome find a wife. So why was he so confused? He demanded to know why God would even get mixed up in something like this. Then the god of the wind grinned and told him the truth. Jerome had fallen head over heels for his dream girl, Melissa, a lizard who had the same traits as Skydrag. Then he threw down an offer: if Alan could help turn their love story into reality, the wind god's divine protection would be his. But Alan looked absolutely drained by the whole thing. A grim truth hit like a brick: this god had the wind god's book. So Alan had no choice but to obey, and when the deity read his mind, it snapped back, "Stop." Then the wind god praised his abilities, and Alan's exhaustion crashed down. Because he realized he knew absolutely nothing about lizard romance. He threw in the towel and focused on the Wyvern Lord. Then he shot the real question. "So what's Melissa like?" And Jerome, all flustered, stammered out a shaky yes as the god of the wind leaned back, already promising he'd be watching with interest. Right on cue, a graceful, light-scaled lizard beast comes into view. There she is, Alan locks in the truth, and Jerome gives a bashful nod. His gaze latched onto the ribbon on her tail, and one brutal memory snapped into place back in the game. Melissa was the final boss in the hunt for the exact book the god was holding right now. So he finally realized without his help, the god would have ditched Jerome's cause for good. While the Wyvern Lord peeked out from under his cloak, he blurted that Melissa was the most beautiful in the valley and showered praise on her adorable ribbon. Then Alan remembered a totally different game future, where Jerome, at his peak joy, had swept the area and built a family with Melissa. Trying to piece together a plan, Alan grilled her about her hobbies and interests. Then, when Jerome stumbled, Alan shoved harder. "Have you ever talked to her?" The Wyvern Lord's deadly silence answered loud and clear, "No." Alan didn't sugarcoat a single detail. "So you're a stranger and a stalker." Jerome flinched at those brutal words. And with a heavy sigh, Alan laid down the very first rule: start with simple greetings, then slowly turn strangers into friends. The Wyvern Lord barely dared to nod, timidly agreeing. Sticking to Alan's plan, Jerome tries to approach Melissa, then his nerve completely snaps. He just folds in on himself and blurts out nonsense while she stares back with a freezing, unimpressed look. Jerome's fumbling keeps going while Alan from afar blurts out coaching, "Tell her how nice her ribbon is." But Jerome's stammer only makes Melissa snap, and she storms in demanding, "Who are you and what do you want?" When she glares at the Wyvern Lord like he's trash, Alan realizes the plan has totally fallen apart. He snaps into a new plan: if Jerome can't speak, he'll start with a gift. Then a flustered wyvern blurts out a scrap of meat, and Alan's hope crashes as he yells for the god of the wind. The god shows up at once, swears he already knows where Melissa is, and offers to lead them there. The deity drifts ahead, his head floating right beside Alan, and it makes Alan's skin crawl. The god shoots him a reassurance. Jerome's a crack shot, he'll catch up in no time. Just then, Jerome bursts in, wheezing from the chase. Clamped in his jaws is a massive, freshly slaughtered, worm-like monster, and it's the gift he planned to hand to Melissa. Melissa offers her plan, though it doesn't land at all. The second she spots the bloody creature, she erupts into a terrified scream. Alan clocks it immediately. This stun is dead in the water too, and now they have to switch to an appearance girls will actually find appealing. Jerome sprawled on the ground, crushed and dejected, and the god of the wind leaned in, demanding Alan come up with a fresh strategy. So Alan shot back that, for humans, looking sharp mattered more than chasing trends. A suit and necktie screams social trust, even if he flat out admits he's clueless about wyvern customs. Locked on that plan, Alan decides he'll make a necktie while the god of the wind and Jerome stare at him, totally baffled, and he starts sketching a tangled circle in the dirt with a stick. Then he drops to one knee and screams the invocation, alchemist mode. He pours his energy into the goblin's magic stone, pinning every detail inside the magic circle, and the thing detonates in a blinding flash that shocks Jerome to the bone. The light dies down, and there it is, the finished white necktie, sparkling as it snapped around Jerome's neck, and that wyvern just stares in pure awe. The god of the wind leans in like, not bad at all, but Alan collapses forward, wiped out, muttering that proper alchemy is brutally tiring. She fights back as the god of the winds clamps down on the titans, and the deity coolly orders them to show Melissa something fast. Then everything detonates at once on the ground, right in the middle of other wyverns. Melissa screams, pure terror ripping from her throat. Jerome panics and shouts her name, but all she can do is stammer out a shaky thank you for his gift, eyes bulging with fear. As chaos erupts, the god of the wind bursts into the sky, Alan clinging to his shoulder, then nods and swears he'll guide them. While the boy yells at Jerome to hurry, high above, the wyvern lord tears through the clouds, screaming Melissa's name. But Alan can't stand it. This panicked monster can't even figure out where to look on the ground. Down below, Melissa stays rooted in terror, tears flooding her eyes as her words trip over themselves. High above a jagged canyon, Alan is swept through the air by the god of the wind, and when he looks down, he goes wild, pointing and yelling that the god is right there on the ground while Jerome looms over a fallen Melissa, surrounded by hostile migrants. Staring at Wyvern's watch in stunned disbelief, one of them blurts out a furious question. What in the world is Jerome doing? Jerome doesn't even bother answering. He just swings his massive arm and smashes one of his own to the ground with a brutal crash. It stands over the terrified Melissa, roaring at the others to back off while the other wyvern snarls, muscles tensing, ready to strike. Claws and teeth swarm down on him in a wild blur, and as agony rips through his body, Jerome shouts for Melissa to run, ignoring his own pain. She keeps fighting them off with a brutal roar, screaming at them not to touch her. Then, right when they hesitate, Melissa rockets into the air and bolts for freedom. The assault never lets up. Jerome's screams tear through the chaos as the attackers crush him under their weight. Up above, Melissa freezes in horror and begs them to stop. From his lookout, the god of the wind smirks, sizing up what I'm doing, and Alan's suddenly in full panic. Yelling that the wyverns are swooping toward them, Jerome tilts his head up, eyes tired and worn down. He just puffed up his cheeks, blew out a thunderous blast of wind, and the whole swarm of wyverns scattered like smoke. Alan stared in awe, saying it was pure god-level skill. Then he swung toward Jerome and made it clear. Plain and simple, those were his friends. The god booms that he's come to save them and claims he's wiped out everyone then, just like that. His power sputters, he crumples, and Alan drops with him. As Alan hits the air, shock slams him. The god is completely out of power. Plummeting out of the sky, he hits fast. Jerome throws himself underneath to save him, but Alan crashes down hard onto the wyvern's back, and both of them scream as pain ripples through their bodies from the brutal impact. He got pinned to the ground, counting down the days to the fall, while Melissa straddled him and blurted apology after apology for weighing him down then. When he finally started to process it all, she yanked his hand, cheeks blazing, and thanked him for saving her. She leaned in, planted a quick kiss on his cheek, and told him he was cool. Then Jerome just froze, mouth shut, completely stunned. Alan watched from a distance and figured he'd nailed the god's request to bring them together, even if he barely lifted a finger himself. As Alan pondered that, the god of the wind's voice thundered from above and promised that, just like he said, he'd finally lay his divine protection over the boy. God told him to lower his head closer, and as the deity's hand brushed Alan's hair, the blessing clicked into place. Alan's mind raced with questions about what this protection even meant. But God just grinned and promised he already knew exactly what to do for Jerome and Melissa. Then he spun toward the two wyverns and promised them a blessing once they were married. The word hit Jerome like lightning. Shock snapped his face as he spat out a bright, "I'm off," and scrambled to get along. The wind god dissolved into a spinning swirl of air. Alone at last, Alan stared at that weird god, and his mind snapped into motion. Wait, that Book of the Wind on the altar was meant for Amy first. By grabbing the blessing himself right now, he'd twisted the future, locking her out of that divine protection in 4 years. Then the real dread hit him. How badly would this wreck the story he thought he already knew? Just as his thoughts were grinding to a halt, Jerome stormed up and started thanking him like crazy for the help. Yet Alan immediately waved it off, insisting he hadn't done much at all and that the real credit belonged to Jerome for the hard work. The wyvern wouldn't let it go. He insisted he genuinely needed to thank him, and Alan, flustered to the core, scrambled to tell him it was totally okay. Confirmed the boy was Alan then, like that wasn't wild enough. He made a weird thanks request. Alan had to stay away from a certain place for the next 4 summers, or a break-in could hit them. Melissa jumped in too, returned her own gratitude, and even praised the cloth ornament Alan had gifted Jerry. Then she swore, if Alan ever really needed them, they'd show up one time, no excuses. No matter what, Alan nodded and agreed to their terms. With the deal sealed, Alan pushed a flustered Jerome to make things click with Melissa, then waved them off, sending a final goodbye before stepping away. Melissa thanked him again, calling him strong, then spun back to an absolutely mortified Jerome and snapped, "Pull yourself together, our love nest is waiting." Red-faced and overwhelmed, the two wyverns launched into the air, yelling their goodbyes as they streaked off into the sky. He stood there by himself, staring at how the wild twists of fate shoved him into helping wyverns instead of people, and then, smile on his face, he waved off his brand-new companions and left. With the divine protection finally in hand, he sank into the chair at the desk and stared, locked in on his next move, because before he could head back to Rurden, he had one last mission waiting for him in Friesen Village. With one mission burning in his eyes, find a way to travel at high speed, he clenched his resolve and decided to build a glider. In this world, your journey wasn't measured in days. It was chained to a horse's speed. A normal carriage could barely squeeze out around 10 kilometers a day, and even the quickest horse-drawn rides topped out at only a few hundred kilometers. But his dreams didn't stop there. He chased something way bigger, a way to blast through the sky at hundreds of kilometers per hour. Back at his desk, he sharpened the idea like a weapon. He was going to build a motor glider powered by wind magic. Even if wind magic wasn't in the plan for the expedition, things had shifted, and now he could slam the brakes off this project and speed it up. With the plan locked in, he snapped back to one vital memory from his past life. He'd been an aeronautical engineer, and he even remembered flying a plane he built with his friends for a tournament. The whole thing crystal clear, like Lake Biwa water hitting his tongue. The very next day, he's hauling a wheelbarrow across an open field, huffing and wheezing like the effort is ripping through his lungs. He snatched a prime spot and swore it was the perfect runway. Then he cranked mana in his hands, made it roar into the wind, and ordered it to carve down his enemy with a scream of wind cutter. He hurled a razor-thin blade of air that sliced clean through the tall grass. Embarrassment surged through him when he blurted out the spell, but the chant came out of nowhere, straight from instinct, thanks to his brand-new wind magic skill. Then it hit him. The wind god's divine protection was really the wild variability of the spell. And as if that wasn't enough, learning it kicked his magic power up from rank F all the way to D. He tests his brand new powers. Grinning as wind magic lets him both mow the grass for his project and soar on his glider. Then he tosses a slightly sarcastic thanks to that self-satisfied, creepy wind god before unleashing a brutal wind cutter spell. With the field cleared, he surveys his handiwork and proudly calls the runway done. Then he snaps his focus to getting the glider ready for its training flight, remembering how he used alchemy to forge both the glider and the runway. Setting the blueprints down inside a magic circle, he forges the last parts, feeding off the bones, skins, and magical stones from the wyverns Jerome just wiped out now that his powers surged. The smelting needs way less material, and with a sharp raise of his hand, he orders the stuff to smelt. His hard work pays off right here. A sleek, fully built glider sits on the grassy runway, and he just stares at it like he can't believe what he made, proud as hell that it's a total success. He stands by the craft, checks the runways ready, and the weather's perfect, and then says it's time to fire up a few test runs. He drops into the cockpit and locks in the perfect seatbelt position, grinning as his attention snaps to the controls, then to ignite the engine. He has to pour his magic into the right handle, and that magic will fire up the Wyvern's magic stone. While he keeps running his pre-flight checks, he spots that the left handle controls both the elevator and the rudder, and the auxiliary wings swing exactly with the rudder's motion, so everything runs smooth with no problems at all. The test kicks off, he locks in, pulling his mana tight and molding it into wind. The glider jerks forward, and he cranks the power up inch by inch, trying to stay steady as it violently shakes. Panic flickers in his head, should he bail out, but he swats the doubt aside and steels himself. All of them are locked in. He surges forward without hesitation. The glider rockets down the runway, screaming toward V1, the do-or-die speed, to lift off. Then, with one last explosive yank, he pulls back and the craft finally claws its way off the ground. Alan is up, he takes to the skies. Gliding high over rolling hills and scattered fields, Alan's craft slices through the sky like it owns the air, and inside the cockpit, his face lights up with pure joy, fist clenched. Triumph blazing because it worked, his creation really took off. Banks the craft, stares down at the world spread beneath him, locks onto his destination, and then follows the road straight toward the city of Rudin. The glider skims over shattered buildings and tangled trees like a ghost, a silent shadow slipping across the whole world. A sharp flicker of guilt stings him for that one chore he left hanging, but the rush of wind tearing past him instantly wipes it out, like nothing else matters. And when he thinks about it, he realizes he hasn't flown like this since his life as a university student. The feeling is unreal. Meanwhile, down on the ground, Princess Anastasia cranes her neck and stares up, her eyes widen as a weird distant thing cuts across the sky. Her buddy Amy clocks her distraction right away and fires off, "What's wrong?" Anastasia huffs and points at nothing in particular, then blurts that she just spotted a weird bird. Amy demands where it is, and Anastasia says it's massive, so massive it flies straight over the forest without ever flapping its wings. Her smile vanished, replaced by a serious stare. Could it be a wyvern that slipped out of its territory? She makes up her mind right there. She'll report it to the castle authorities later. Over their heads, the thing they're worried about keeps moving. Now it's closing in on a giant city, and Alan blurts out, "I can already see the royal capital." He stares in disbelief as a weeks-long carriage ride gets crushed into just a few hours. Then panic hits. He braces for landing, only to realize with a jolt that he's got nowhere to go. The streets are tight and packed. There's no big patch of water in sight, and there's no parachute to bail him out. He frantically swept the ground with his eyes, measuring a safe meadow against the rest, until a sharp grunt told him the truth. There was no other option. Then he spotted the lake, locked onto it, and snapped his human raven's course straight for the water. His face hardened with pure focus as he cooked up the move glide to the very lip of the water, then slowed down at the last second so he wouldn't stall on impact. The glider shot ahead like a streak of lightning, skimming just inches above the lake's surface. At the very last second, he tore open the spell and shouted a command for a reverse surge of wind. Boom power ripped from behind him, blasting the water into a wild, roaring spray. The glider's speed crumpled in an instant, then it slammed into the lake with a violent jolt, frames snapping apart on impact. He tore through the surface, coughing and gasping as his creation's floating wreckage drifted all around him. He hauled himself onto the shore, and a heavy sigh tore out of him as he finally admitted how careless he'd been. Then he checked everything, from his guild card to his mother's knife and the rest, praying the important stuff was still there. His relief curdled the second he saw the glider's remains melt away into glittering particles. And it hit him at last. This is what happens when things made with alchemy skill get destroyed. A wave of crushing failure hit him, and the wild thing was, the flight itself had still gone perfectly. But the price was brutal, one single flight, and he lost the precious wyvern magic stones, the femur, and even a wing. Later, at the guild, a familiar voice snapped his name, Rudolph. He stared and asked why Alan's clothes were dripping wet, saying it had been forever. Alan blushed and admitted a ton of chaos had hit, confessing he'd messed up and fallen into water, then hurried to the guild just to get cleaned up with a warm shower. Rudolph brushed off the vague excuse and only warned him to be more careful next time. Monica crowded around him, stunned. Rudolph had dumped water on his own disciple, and she snapped at the instructor for going too far, even for training. Then fretted that Alan would catch a cold. Rudolph fired back with his brutal philosophy, the best time to die is when you get comfortable. Alan tried to talk it down, insisting he just slipped into the river, and Monica almost let it go, even though her worry didn't vanish. Monica kept fussing and said it had been a while. Then teased Rudolph, asking if he was shy now that he was 12. Rudolph stood there with arms crossed, grilling him about whether that was a real problem, while Alan just nodded and slipped into the warm water. He let out a breath of relief as the hot spray blasted over him, and he couldn't help thinking, in this world, magic tools can conjure showers pricey, sure, but life-saving convenience. And yeah, the whole sanitation setup here is way more advanced than anything you'd ever find in a real medieval world. With the warm water rinsing the travel grime off his skin, he stopped and mapped out his next move. He'd sell the stuff he'd gathered in Friesen, pocket the cash, and then finally homeward he went. Afterward, Alan cleaned up, slipped into fresh clothes, and sat down with Rudolph at the table, as the guild supervisor wrapped up his business for good. His return home capped off his very first expedition, and he celebrated the only way he could with a quiet meal shared with his mother. That night, sprawled in bed, he couldn't escape the journey replaying in his head over and over. But he wasn't at rest at all. He suddenly saw it with brutal clarity. His mind was packed with things he still had to think through. On the ride back from Friesen to Ruden, his mind replayed every disaster in that whole chain of events until the truth hit hard he'd failed as an engineer. He replayed every catastrophic mistake in his head, why the glider had been rushed out in some field instead of finished at the capital, why there was no landing site, no parachute, and how that unplanned takeoff forced an emergency drop into the lake. And then the worst part, he was supposed to turn back. It was one long, brutal list of errors. He stops and stares at what he just did, realizing his adult mind has slipped right back into the childish thinking he had in his past life, and there's no way he'd ever pull something this foolish. And when it finally clicks, he spirals through his past and realizes the terrifying truth. No matter the mind, a kid's body stays a kid's body. So he vows right there to keep checking himself, because from now on, he'll be extra careful. Even while he tore himself apart with self-criticism, he finally admits it wasn't a complete waste. He uncovered real truth about gliders. The core design was right, but the fatal problem was the maneuver. It was a nightmare of moving parts, 3 different rudders, plus the wind magic engine, each needing its own control, and you couldn't steer all of them at once without everything falling apart. That crushing limitation catapults him straight to his real goal. He's dying to build a VTOL airplane, one that can lift off and land vertically without any runway at all. And he even thinks his old motor glider could soar too as soon as he cracks the control problem. He studies the demands of this craft and realizes it would need split-second control over at least 2 engine outputs, ideally 4, and right now, that's impossible. Then it hits him a way out: special cheat items. He's thinking about a scroll that lets you unleash multiple chants at once. Just the name screams how powerful it is, and the effect hits exactly like promised. Getting it won't be easy. The scroll is hidden in a nightmare of a spot, but he refuses to back down, steels himself, and starts prepping like there's no tomorrow. Plans locked in, he starts the ritual geared up. Like he's about to take off, he thrusts out his hand, snaps the command, "Smelt," and from the ground, a blazing column of energy detonates, spinning around him like a glowing rune ribbon. The swirling energy snaps into place, unveiling a beefed-up version of his very first glider. He realizes it's not VTOL. Still, it's been tailor-made for what's coming next. He tightens his harness, takes a breath, and charges toward takeoff. He floors the throttle on his brand-new glider. It rattles over a grassy runway. Then bam, it lifts cleanly into the sky. Clipped into his flight goggles, he rockets through the sky with a razor-focused stare, manning that sleek machine like he owns the clouds. As he rockets through the sky, his mind races back to the rules of his craft, because if he wants his alchemy to make something real, he knows he's got to master 2 key things. How spot-on his blueprints are, and how sharp he can picture what he's building decides the final result. And even how much magic power he has to spend. He remembers how Amy, the game's protagonist, could whip up a high-performance carriage from some vague, fluffy sketch, all because her magic power is on a whole other level. And now Alan realizes he can't wing it like that, so he has to draw airtight blueprints, down to the last detail, to picture the structure perfectly in his head. The second factor matters just as much. He has to prep the right amount of supplies, or the magical power swings wildly. And then it becomes almost impossible for him to pull something out of nothing. He'd made some seriously awesome finds. He discovered he could swap in other materials with similar properties, like pairing rare, pricey wyvern wings with cheap, everyday bat wings. And now, while he takes a bite, he's already thinking about how that smart thrift cuts the costs. His cost-saving sprint finally pays off, and he leans forward, staring ahead straight at a giant tower that rips through the clouds. He snaps his goggles into place, eyes blazing with pure resolve, and just like that, it hits him, the Tower of the Sage. Alone in a tiny plane, the pilot banks around the Sage's tower, an absurdly high spire that punches straight into the sky and vanishes into the clouds. Then he can't stop staring, guessing it's around 300 floors tall, maybe even up to 1,500 meters. As the plane's engine growls, it keeps climbing in spirals. Then the pilot snaps to the truth to reach the very top. You can't just fly straight up. You've got to keep surging higher, turning again and again and circle that massive pillar until you finally crest it. At the summit, everything goes still like the world is holding its breath while an endless sea of clouds pours out to the horizon, way below the tower's peak. With their goggles on, the pilot checks the readout and nods about 2,000 meters up, right where the straightest clouds usually grow, and the world outside lines up perfectly. With the tower's apex looming overhead, the pilot grins nothing's messing with them from inside. Not a whisper, now that the target's right there in front of them. They brace and move in toward the top floor. The target hits its mark, and the pilot rips the aircraft's wind magic engine apart with a snap of their hand, screaming for everyone to pull back. Then they vault out of the cockpit as the plane shudders, tears open, and plunges from the sky. As they rocket downward through the air, they slam mana into their hands and force it to twist into wind. Then they deploy a parachute-like device, only this one has a heavy, spear-shaped tip. With a thunderous command, the device rips the projectile forward, and it slams into the side of the Sage's tower, roaring so loud it rattles the air before sinking deep into the stone. The projectiles become a brutal anchor, and the pilot roped in tight orders their gear to collapse back into storage mode. Still panting from that nightmare, they start their descent down the tower's side. Inside the tower, right in the rubble from the wall they just smashed, the pilot drops to the floor and gasps for air. Then their eyes lock on it. A treasure chest sitting on a pedestal, right in front of them. Exhausted, sure, but it's mission complete, and they know every step went exactly how they planned. Their mission operation, glider missile hits like a home run. They burst into the Sage's tower on the top floor, slipping past every trap, monster, and boss that would have made a straight climb nearly impossible. They charged right in and found the prize sitting in a huge chest, an enchanted scroll that could chant again and again. They didn't hesitate for a second right then. They unfurled the scroll and instantly mastered that multi-chanting skill, and the moment the goal clicked, their minds snapped to the one other thing they wanted. Right then, grinding stone roared out, and the tower's self-repair was already chewing up the breach behind them. They clocked. They couldn't wait, snatched their parachutes, and went for one quick drop to the ground. And just like that, they mastered the multiple chanting skill, standing on the tower's peak, staring down at a rolling sea of clouds, and even now, that insane height still made their stomach drop. Long ago, a gentle sage roamed the land. Healing people with his magic, he could manipulate every spell around him, no timing or opening required. One day, the sage's journey snapped to a halt. He got turned around, wandered into a forest of illusions, and never made it out on his way to the elves' village, leaving behind a soul said to be a chantless scroll, waiting for someone brave enough to take up his wish to help others. This legend kicks off the pilot's next mission snag, the chantless scroll, and force their way into the forest of illusion, where the elves are hiding, because they're treating it like a quick grab and a test run for their brand new VTOL, even though the elves have nothing to do with them right now. The pilot checks their map, only it's some old guild print, totally outdated because from the sky the forest canopy swallows every real road. So all they can do is guess by their heading and how far they've flown. They should be hovering above Renzia village, close to the forest entrance. And yeah, that was the plan. But their plan collapses fast now. They stare up at the sky, realizing they never even made it to the forest of illusion. And as the sun starts to sink, dread hits hard. If night catches them out here, it's going to turn into a nightmare. He knew the risks monstrous demons were lurking nearby, and even though they weren't unbeatable, the stealth magic he relied on could only hold for so long. One wrong move could trigger a surprise attack, and he just wasn't strong enough to gamble. The sun started sinking, and panic slammed into him, because if he didn't reach the village fast, he'd be forced to camp in this deadly danger zone. Then the clouds cracked open, and there it was, Renzi. Relief hit him hard as he clocked a drop-off point right outside the settlement, clearing the way for an easier descent. He immediately roared the aircraft's vertical engines to life thrusters on both wings, kicked in, and snapped the plane from forward flight into a dead-accurate hover for landing. With the suit finally off, the pilot dropped to the ground, helmet lifted, and the truth hit hard. It was Alan, just a kid. He exhaled like it hurt, shaking with exhaustion. Holding 4 magic spells at once had cranked the power load into overdrive, draining him dry, so he decided right then, hide the aircraft in a bunker and push to the village on foot. Right before Alan could move, a razor-sharp voice snapped, "Stop!" And he froze mid-step, eyes bulging as he realized he'd been surrounded by spear-wielding, point-eared warriors, all of them driving their blades straight at him. They marched him into a village hall and shoved him before a regal elf, who sized him up, confirmed he was human, and demanded why he'd come before he mumbled that his name was Alan. When they cornered him, Alan snapped and apologized, admitting he'd gotten turned around while trying to reach another human village, and a hard-faced male elf guard drove him back with his spear butt, yelling that he better not be lying. The regal elf snapped her hand and told her guard to stand down, then leaned in and told Alan their village was guarded by the power of spirits, her eyes narrowing as she studied it. She kept grilling him, insisting that humans and demons had no way to escape the forest, and then she leaned in, furious, demanding how he pulled it off. She even asked if he'd dropped in from the sky in some weird machine, and Alan just calmly admitted that he had. A male guard snapped at his queen right away, swearing it couldn't be true because he felt zero magic in the boy. But the queen didn't buy it. She admitted the problem herself, saying Alan didn't carry enough magic for him to fly across the forest of illusion, which only made his whole mystery run deeper. Alan weighed his answer. Like it could bite, sure. He had the wind god's divine protection. But he decided to hold back, because elves had a reputation for hating humans, and he wasn't about to reveal everything. He simply nodded one soft yes, and the elven queen, all royal poise moments ago, snapped forward. Stunned, her voice shook as she demanded to know if it was really the divine protection of the wind god. Her doubt snapped in half, and tears of relief flooded her eyes. She even whispered that God hadn't abandoned him after all. Alan stared in shock as she steadied herself, and then the queen dropped to her knees, apologies spilling out for her boldness, begging him to save their village. She launched into what was happening. An evil spirit had crawled out of the forest of illusion and was closing in on their village, and no matter how hard the elves tried, they couldn't drive it back. He took a quick sip from the cup they handed him, shrugged like, "Yeah, I'm clueless," then leaned in and demanded to know what that evil spirit had actually done. She pressed a hand to her cheek, and worry flickered across her face. She said it had chased them, and the other spirits of the forest too. Alan went wide-eyed at the simple answer. He pushed harder, demanding to know why the clergy didn't just wipe it out already, and the queen answered that, because of the bitter history between humans and elves, they wouldn't dare invite outsiders. The spirit had been slow so far and hadn't hurt anyone yet, but she knew that was only the calm before the storm. Then she leaned in, convinced that his divine protection could make it work, and begged him to step in and help. Her desperate plea got snuffed out when a young elven woman burst through the door, shouting that she'd wipe them all out and insisting there was zero reason to trust a human. Alan's eyes snapped open with recognition, because he knew her as the elven princess from the game, and the queen immediately barked that Sherry had to leave. Before the argument could even spark again, another elf burst in, screaming that an evil spirit had just shown up in the central square. Then Sherry was already out the door, demanding where it was and sprinting straight after the threat, while Alan caught the queen's call and knew he had to follow. Panic screamed through the village as guards rushed to the square, and Alan stared in shock as the chaos finally revealed its cause, a towering skeletal figure in a dark hooded robe, gripping a gnarled staff like it owned the night. She stared at the robed figure, wondering if this was really the evil spirit, until the elven queen basically confirmed her worry. Alan watched the man and felt like he was nothing but a shady drifter, wandering without a purpose and locking eyes with the void. Still, the queen sensed something deeper. Pressing Alan, was that black fog she'd seen also there for him, or did he somehow see things differently than the elves? She slid a hand over his eyes and offered him a piece of her power, letting him finally see the spirits like she did. At first, all he got was that sneaky man. But the queen snapped the truth into place. A roaring cloud of black fog was hunting the spirits down. With his new sight, everything snapped into focus, and that robed figure looked even more terrifying. It lunged forward, and tiny winged spirits scattered, screaming in terror. Then the elven princess yanked her bow up, shouted a challenge to the evil spirit, and lined up her arrows to finish it for good. He shouted for her to stop, but he understood the truth too late. Seeing the man still didn't mean she had the right to kill him. Sherry still loosed her arrow, and right as it flew, some invisible force snapped it aside. The queen went pale and barked, "Fall back," as Sherry clicked her tongue in pure, frustrated disbelief. The queen whipped her gaze to Alan, her voice shaking with pure desperation as she begged him for help. The hooded robe figure inched its head around. And under the hood, there it was a skeletal, mask-like face. Alan froze, staring at that nightmare stare, and couldn't stop wondering what in the world or who this thing actually was. In the elven village, a skeletal figure in a dark hooded robe snaps up his staff, and the crowd erupts with shock. Alan just freezes, staring in total disbelief. Then the robed stranger tilts a bony finger straight at him, and Alan goes, "All right, while this is happening, I've got to talk this weird wizard down." The bellows burst to life with wild confidence as he blurts that he's a middle-aged virgin. And Alan freezes totally speechless at the insane confession. Lauren Gass insists his name was a present from his parents, then instantly snaps when anyone calls him an old man or a virgin. Lauren gasped as she watched him, clocking a crime unfolding. This shady guy was sprinting after a little girl, and somehow the question made him grin, because he said he came to meet the spirit from the elven village. With chilling delight, he explained, "It's been alive for thousands of years, yet it's still stuck in the body of a little girl." So yeah, classic lowly legal sense. Alan's mind snapped into place, and he realized the truth. The man was a pervert. From an elf's perspective, it looks like Alan is face-to-face with a wicked spirit, and the others basically chant good luck for the human kid because they've got sky-high expectations for him. At the same time, Lauren gets grilled and shamed for being a pervert as he reaches for a little fairy spirit, but she whips away in terror. He insists he was only admiring her, yet Alan just watches, like he's waiting for the accusation of pedophilia to be denied, and it isn't. He snaps at Lorengus to quit chasing her, and Lorengus instantly caves, blurting out, "Yes, yes, no touching." Then he swears he'd never dare lay a hand on the spirits, not when it's their last moment. Before he can even fix it, he's already terrified the fairy spirit, and that truth hits Lorengus like a punch to the gut. He grabs his head in horror, shouting in disbelief that he's scaring away the very spirits he came to meet. Despair crushes him as he groans about what he's done, wailing that he's no gentleman who scares Lolis. Then he shrieks that he needs to get to the elf village, but he can't, not anymore. Alan just smirks and deadpans, "Buddy, this is the elf village, so just leave." Suddenly, Laringos' whole vibe flips. He blurts out that he's beyond grateful, because this is finally what lets him make the elixir. Alan's like, "Wait, your goal is an elixir." Then presses him hard. "And where is the Queen of the Elves?" Like she'd been summoned out of thin air, the Elven Queen steps in front of them. Lauren drops to her knees and bows hard, thanking Her Majesty on the spot, while Alan, stunned, scrambles to stop him. She fires back, asking if the rumor is real. Then one of her subjects breaks it down. The elves see Lorengus as an evil spirit, all because his thoughts are rotten to the core. Lorengus whips around toward Alan and lays out his deal. He needs petals from the spirit tree and honey from the elves to brew the elixir. Then he turns it into a threat with a temptation. If Alan hands over those items, will he let him leave the village in peace? He snaps to attention and agrees with the Elven Queen's request, then turns fully toward her as she demands to know what he needs. He solidly confirms he'll go through with it. He can't forget the deal. The skeletal figure's terms: one petal from the spirit tree and some elven honey, paid just to get away, and the second the queen hears it, she snaps to her guard, ordering him to grab everything right now. The goods get delivered straight to Lorengus, and the second he tastes the honey, his face lights up. He knows it's real, no doubt about it. He even swears to Alan he'll never forget this kindness. Then the strange visitor slips away, and the Elven Queen pours out her gratitude to Alan. She can't help but gush about the divine link. Like Alan must be tied to the god of the wind, while Alan just stands there, unsettled, unsure of what to make of it. The Elven Princess, Sherry, steps in with her thanks, and even admits that, for a human, he really isn't that bad. She invites him to crash in the village for the night, and later, Alan slips into a hot spring, stunned that an elven settlement has something this luxurious just waiting for him. Just as Alan's alone in the water, a male elf guard slides in and crashes his solitude, then admits the day's events are totally new to him, and offers to wash Alan's back. Alan gets flustered, but he accepts. While the guard scrubs, he leans in and asks if Alan's got any itchy spots, then laughs to himself like, "Yeah, this is exactly the kind of thing that happens to a queen or princess in a story." Fresh from his bath and elbow deep in getting dressed, Alan snaps his head toward the sudden commotion spilling in from outside. Elven villagers swarm into the streets, buzzing with wild excitement and tangled confusion, all because that mysterious noise won't stop. He stumbles onto the elven queen, her face glowing with joy. Then she beams, saying the spirit of light has finally been born, and right beside them, a tiny elven child darts forward, pointing at it with pure wild excitement. A tiny winged fairy zips through the sky, teasing and playing with the child. Then the queen drops the bombshell. 800 years have passed since a spirit of light was born. And that means a saint is about to awaken in the human world. Alan's mind goes blank. He knows the story only in his timeline. It's supposed to happen years later, after the hero and Amy save a village, but now the light spirit is born too soon, and everything he thought he knew about the future shatters. He freezes in confusion when a burst of light flutters up to him and calls his name, and she smiles wide, telling him he saved her life yesterday so she could brew her elixir and come back as a spirit. His shock spikes when she confirms it was her he helped, and with a playful wink she taunts, "That's right, thanks to you, I finally get it." Then she insists the lowly isn't just a word to learn. It's something you've got to live, because only by embodying it can you truly understand. He can't even process it, he blurts out, asking if she's really Lorngas, and the spirit grins and says, "Nope, I've got her contract with Millie Tan, and her new name is Lou." The shock hits him so hard he gasps in pure astonishment. Just nearby, a male elf guard leans in and tells the elven queen the spirit has sealed a contract with their young elf, Lula. And the moment the news hits, the queen's face lights up with pure joy, praising Lula and celebrating the delighted, still bewildered child like it's the greatest day ever. He wrestles with this twist in his head, remembering that in the future he once knew the spirit of light was supposed to bind a contract with the heroine Amy. So now, with everything playing out wrong, he tries to tell himself this isn't his problem anymore. His thoughts get yanked away the moment Lou shoves a scroll into his hands, saying it's her way of thanking him for helping her finally crack the art of lowly, her lifelong obsession. Alan just freezes there, staring in stunned disbelief. She keeps talking and drops the bombshell that this scroll was meant for a daughter she never had. Since she's got no use for it, she thrusts it into his hands, and an appraisal immediately confirms it's the real deal. Then comes the twist. It's a chantless scroll that grants the exact same name skill. He grips the thing, but the moment it's in his possession, guilt and confusion slam into him, because he can't shake the feeling that the gift's coming from someone way too eccentric. Later, while they scramble to get ready for his departure, the elven queen steps forward and thanks Alan in a formal, shining way for saving them. Right beside her, a male elf guard can't stop doubting the aircraft. He begs the elven princess to rethink it. Then the queen pivots back to Alan, locks eyes with him, and holds something out. She slips a special amulet over his neck and tells him every villager's prayers went into crafting it. Pure thanks, pure friendship, and a badge that marks him as the hero who saved them. Then she smiles and promises he'll always be welcome back, and he accepts the gift with heartfelt gratitude. Now fully geared up, the pilot orders the elves to back off for their own safety. And as the male elf guard blurts out the warning in a panic, the elven queen just watches calm as ever. He rockets his aircraft into the sky, and the elves below stare in pure awe as he glances down from his cockpit, thanks them with all his heart, and yells, "I'll be back." As he climbs higher, the elves, yes, the princess and young Lula included, shift their gaze skyward, watching him vanish into the heavens. Even higher, the spirit jet Lu soars beside her kin, waving goodbye to that far-off machine as she cheers, loudly promising she'll run into Mr. Allen again one day. With that, he finally mastered the chantless skill, then he turned back toward Rudin. Back in his room, Alan stared at his progress and felt the weight lift. He'd nailed the chantless scroll and cleared the first step of his plan to stop a disaster. Now he's got the skills and the money to get into high school, and the only thing left is to level up his power train hard, go after enemies, and crush whoever stands in front of him in that upcoming duel. At the guild, Alan proudly declares his goblin-slaying debut, and the supervisor teases him to not get himself killed by booze, while Alan, completely sober, fires back that he's not trying to become a criminal because the real threat might be a demon or even another human. Rudolph, arms crossed and face carved in stone, stares Alan down and snaps that this isn't a game, then hammers home his last warning and drills into him one rule: don't you dare do anything that could make his mother sad. Alan snaps to attention. But the tense moment explodes. The second Monica barges in and tackles the guild supervisor into a brutal, crushing hug, old man gasping for air, while Monica grumbles that she let her guard down. And Alan just stares, stunned at how fast everything went sideways. Then she whips around to Alan, clamps onto him with fierce intensity and tells him, "Don't you ever overdo it." She points out that if anything happens, his mother won't be the only one shattered, and Alan gets it instantly. Next thing you know, she pulls him into a gut-punching, bone-crushing hug, using that strength to steel him for what's ahead. Later that night, at home, Alan finally tells his mom everything what happened with the goblins and that he'll need to be away for a dangerous request. And the moment he's done, she scoops him up in a warm, gentle embrace. He can't help but think to himself how that hug hits totally different from Monica's strong, powerful one. He stormed off with one burning thought driving him forward, his resolve hardening into steel as he made a silent vow begging his mother to stay put, then swore he'd keep her safe from whatever was coming next. In a dim little shop, a mysterious robed shopkeeper leans in, studies the item, and declares it rare honey from the elves. Alan steps up and says he got it through special connections, then demands a price, so the shopkeeper offers 1 million for all three. Alan doesn't hesitate and seals the deal on the spot, then immediately begs for more, only to get hit with the truth. Getting more will be a nightmare. With their business wrapped up, he leans in and asks the shopkeeper if they've got any magic bags for sale. Then when he's told to name what he wants, Alan just grins and says he'd be happy with something about the size of the room. The shopkeeper erupts into a cackle and tells Alan that something worth that much could buy an entire country. Then Alan just freezes, because magic bags like that really do exist here, even if the game he knew never hinted at it. The robed figure only smirks, says there are tricks to stash a ton in a tiny bag, and urges Alan to come back, so now he's left staring into the silence, wondering if they were just messing with him. Fresh out of the shop, Alan barrels into Strusen Village with a brand new mission: hunt demons and level up fast. The village chief practically grabs him with relief, 6 months with no adventurers, and then Alan finally shows up. He lays out the deal, free lodging for a few days. But that 1,500 cent goblin bounty barely scratches the surface of the 2,000 to 3,000 cents it costs just to live. He grimly weighs what the quest really costs goblin swarm groups and turn them into trouble. And even when you survive, their gear is torn up and barely sells, while their magic stones fetch next to nothing. So the whole thing turns out hopelessly unprofitable. The very next morning, deep in the forest on Strusen's outskirts, Alan drops the bombshell. He's got a sleek modern firearm in hand. A perfect imitation AK-47 Kalashnikov. And he's dead certain it's the key that'll crack his success wide open. He fires up his concealment skill and slips through the woods, hunting the goblins that prowl the forest after he leaves a nearby labyrinth, and it doesn't take long before he spots one. Staying hidden, he steadies his aim and fires a roaring burst. His concealment skill makes both him and his rifle vanish from sight. Then the shots crack through the air, and his heart pounds as he prays he landed the hit. Watching 2 goblins crumple to the ground, he rushes up to the fallen creature, realizing his 3 shots only landed 1 hit square in its chest, so he yanks the magic stone off its body and pushes deeper into the forest, rifle ready for whatever comes next. Gasping for air, he studies the magic stone, a bead of sweat sliding down his brow. Then he grins because that hunting method suddenly feels totally doable. He unleashes the beast he built his AK-47 Kalash, an air rifle that blasts projectiles with compressed wind magic, and in seconds, the goblins get mowed down by the non-stop assault. After he yanks the magic stones out of their bodies, he dumps what's left into a smelting pit and burns it to ash because if goblin corpses are left unattended, demons love to show up. He grimaces that the reloading mechanism gave him hell, but now the weapon finally clicks into place and works flawlessly. This power hits like a totally different life he remembers being 8, shaking in fear of goblins, even though he had the strength to wipe them out. Now he gets it with a gun in hand. Every enemy is just something he can face, and that old terror feels like it was never real. His mind snaps back to the now as he tallies today's earnings, those tiny, round magic stones the creature spat out. Back in the village, he marches up to the chief and demands his pay. Then the old man squints at the pile of stones and nods, confirming the total 12 goblins eliminated. The chief demanded Alan's guild card to lock in the payment, so Alan shoved it over, and the chief double-checked every detail, approving the commission for goblin subjugation with 12 kills, just like they always requested. Once his business wrapped up, he decides to stick around the village for a while. The chief even throws him a confident nod and wishes him the best, excited for what's next. Alan then makes himself at home, stuffing his face, hunting for food, resting up, and watching his hard-earned money pile up right beside his bed. After some time slips by, he reports to the chief where he's headed next, and when the chief hears he's going into the labyrinth, he just nods and tells him to be careful. He charges back out for another shot, and after a whole week of hunting, the forest goes eerily silent. No more goblins. So he slams the decision down, time to move on. His journey drives him to a vine-choked stone ruin, where twin archways yawn into nothingness. This is it. The Goblin's Labyrinth awaits. He remembered why this place existed from his old life back in the game. The Goblin's Labyrinth was the very first big event, where you were sent to cut down goblins that kept slipping into nearby villages and leveling you up, and honestly, there was no real reason to step inside unless the game told you to. Then he remembered the whispers about those depths burn the labyrinth's core, and you could wipe the whole thing out, even though it was guarded by terrifying bosses. Still, the demons kept spilling out non-stop, a total headache and also valuable fuel, so destroying everything never really seemed necessary. He pushed deeper into the dark, clutching a magic lantern he'd bought from the guild, burning with pure mana, no heat, no smoke. The labyrinth wasn't crawling with goblins, but the fight still kept coming, enough to keep his levels rising, and up ahead, he spotted two of them waiting in the shadows. The creatures couldn't resist the glow, and even with his concealment spell running, the lantern's light wouldn't stay fully hidden, so the goblins just gawked at the dark, utterly thrown off by the light closing in. Two crisp cracks from his call ash, both goblins dropped like dominoes. It felt weirdly easy, like shooting fish in a barrel, and for a second he even wondered if an ambush would have been smarter. He pushed deeper into the labyrinth, sickly familiar paths flashing in his mind, and there was no way any rewards or treasures waited for him. Only one target. He set his sights on the boss room on the 5th basement floor, because the core was sealed behind it. Burst into the chamber and gear up for a fight, he swapped Kalash's stealth rounds for power bullets, loaded in with only the essentials, and replayed the boss lineup in his head: 2 hobgoblins, 2 goblin mages, and then the king. Right in front of him loomed the Goblin King, an absolute brute in thick plate armor, gripping a colossal warhammer, while hobgoblins and robed mages fanned out around him like a deadly entourage. He knew he had to crush the troublemakers first. So he swung his rifle toward the goblin mages on the right and fired a brutal volley. Just like that, he saw 2 bodies drop dead. After the mages were wiped out, he set his sights on the next step because that collage crash had shattered his disguise. He'd whip up wind magic to blast a smoke screen using smelted sand, grab the brief lull to slip back in, and reforge his concealment. Then he'd go after his next victims, the 2 hobgoblins. He unleashes a hailstorm of bullets, blasting the Goblin King's bulky plate armor, and the shots just skitter off harmlessly until one of the hobgoblins gets hit and screams in pain. The armored king bellows and smashes his gigantic hammer down with brutal force. Alan tumbles out of the way at the last second, the stone floor exploding under the impact, and he grimaces because no matter how much he trained in the game, this monster is on a whole other level. He knows his current weapons won't cut it, so he whips out a tiny pouch and goads the king, then hurls it straight at the giant's head, where it explodes on impact and sprays its contents all over the king's helmet. The pain hits at once, pure agony. The Goblin King and his last hobgoblin guard shriek and rip at their helmets, but the liquid crawls into their eyes, burning in and leaving them blind. Spotting his opening, he lunges at the hobgoblin as it flails, then buries his knife deep in its skull, blinding it with water bombs packed with peppers, just like the game taught him. He stares at the downed creature, stunned by the wild life force still surging through it. It's still twitching even after the fatal hit. He thinks about firing off a wind cutter spell, but then stops. He can't cut deep enough to pierce that brutal hide. With a heavy sigh, his gaze drops, and there it is, a huge spiked gate now exposed. He slips past the gate and steps into a dark chamber. Right above a stone pedestal hangs a huge black sphere, silent as death, and he knows it the moment he sees it, the labyrinth's core. They say if he shatters that thing, the entire labyrinth vanishes for good. He charges up the dais steps, arms stretched out as his fingers chase the mysterious glowing orb. As soon as he makes contact, everything around him crumbles away. Then bam! He snaps back outside, right in front of the dungeon's entrance, framed by those twin archways. A grin snaps across his face as the truth finally hits. This is it. The real method to crush the Goblin's Labyrinth. Alan sits at the table with Rudolph and another guild guy, and the man demands, "Tell me, are those rumors true? Did Alan really conquer the Goblin Labyrinth?" Alan confirms it, and the other guy can only stare in disbelief, shaking his head because what he pulled off is straight up incredible. Rudolph actually gives himself credit, something that hardly ever happens after a mission, and loudly hands Alan the praise he just earned, which hits Alan like a warm rush and a wave of embarrassment all at once, even as the next guild member jumps in to shout, "I'm impressed." The guildmaster tells Alan that wiping out 138 goblins will keep the town safe for a while, and then pushes him to rest upright as Alan nods, planning to hand over the magic stone and head home. Monica barges in, and her joy practically explodes as she welcomes him back. As she yells after him, Rudolph tells her Alan is already gone, so Alan strides through town, replaying everything he's pulled off. He sold the Goblin Lord's magic stone, raked in over 5 million cents, and even unlocked the Clearing a Dungeon achievement. His level's stronger, his pockets are heavier, and he feels set for his next move. But one urgent goal keeps crowding his thoughts. The very next day, Rudolph sat down with his guild, and when the unexpected news hit, his face snapped from calm to pure shock. A shocking secret spills into the open. Alan stands in front of his mother and Amy and declares he's ready to find a new home. When his mother presses him for the truth, he doesn't back down. He answers with a hard, unwavering yes. Alan bursts into the house and calls out for his mother, and she whips around from the stove with a bowl in hand, greeting him like nothing else matters. Then she rushes over, studies his face with sharp concern, and demands to know if he's okay. Alan waves it off, grinning that he's fine. He was just pushing through the goblin maze, and he asks how she's been. She wipes the tear off her cheek and swears she's fine like it's nothing, even while he's gone. Then she tells him about the small, heart-to-heart chat she had the day before with her neighbor Martinez. And when Alan hears it, warmth floods his chest, sealing his belief that he will not let fate steal his precious mother from him. Over dinner, his mom lets him stay in the house and says the money he earns is his to keep. But then she clears the air she's not expecting him to take care of the kids, and somehow that twist makes it sound like he thought she'd gotten the wrong idea. As an adventurer, he's stuck lugging tons of gear, and their tiny home has 0 room left. So yeah, he's done. He admits, sure, he needs storage, but the real reason he's pushing to move is simple. He wants his mother to live better, and he wants her right beside him. His face turns serious as he blurts out that he'd rather she move in with him and take care of the housework so blunt it leaves her frozen in shock. She leans over the little table, lays her hand over his in a soft, careful touch, locks eyes with him, and whispers his name. She calls him a fool, but her voice stays warm as a blanket. And she tells him straight, she just wants him to be happy. When he finally catches what she really feels, she points out that he's got tomorrow off, so they should go hunt for a new house together. Alan lights up and agrees on the spot. The very next day, they stop in front of a massive, grand building capped by a towering clock, and Alan leans in and tells her, no doubt this is exactly where he meant to bring her. Inside, 2 men are waiting by a round table. One of them, heavy-set and smiling, greets Alan's mother at the Adventurers Guild. Then she introduces herself as Katerina, thanking them for taking care of her son. But her voice turns worried as she asks if Alan's doing okay and if he's been nothing but trouble. The man jumps in fast, assuring her that Alan is thriving. A bald guy with a goatee steps up and says he's Rudolph. Then he hypes Alan as the guild's brightest new prospect, claiming his spotless record and non-stop dedication over the last 4 years are the reason everyone's watching. Rudolph adds that the moment Alan hits D rank, adventurers will be lining up to snag him for their parties. Hearing that, Alan realizes it's time to seriously think about joining one, especially since his commissions will get way less restricted. He shoots Rudolph a grateful thanks for the support. Rudolph weighs whether he should join a party, but before he can even decide, he tells himself he'll think it over after he ranks up. Then Rudolph shuts that down instantly, demanding they zero in on the real problem, the move. Then he blurts out that the Adventurers Guild isn't some real estate agency. He only knows places meant for adventurers, stuck in zones where the public security is shaky, the kind he thinks is no place for a parent and child. Alan's mother turns pale with worry at that, and Alan immediately asks if Rudolph can at least point them to a real, proper real estate agent. While they're talking, Monica storms in, yelling at Alan and asking if he's really moving. She greets his mother, Katerina, and Katerina clock for clocks. How wildly different Monica looks from when she's at work. Alan can't stop his mind from spiraling. He knows there's no room for error, not when he picks the one that matters. She catches every word and realizes they're hunting for a room. Then Alan explains that, with a bit of money finally coming in, they want to upgrade to a bigger place, So Monica pounces on the moment and shocks them by offering to let Alan come stay at her house, leaving Alan and his mother completely stunned and lost for words. Her sudden offer knocks the wind out of them. Then she grins and clears everything up. Her dad runs an apartment building, and she swears she can show them a house that fits their family perfectly. Nearby guild members practically breathe again, all agreeing Alan would be totally safe in a place owned by Monica's family. She scoots in close and whispers that rent will only be 10 a month for the two of them. Alan's jaw drops at the bargain, and he blurts out, 100,000? Then his mother, just as stunned, snaps her attention back to him and asks what they're supposed to do. The price hits like a punch, but Alan instantly clocks the reality this shabby place still runs about 60,000 to 70,000. So the offer is basically a steal. He tells his mom they've got to check it out, and Monica jumps in, saying it's nearby and she can take them there right away. Right before they leave, Alan's mom turns to Rudolph and thanks him for always looking after her boy. Then Monica winks at Alan and teases him for getting all flustered when she first invited him. So what did you think? Alan blushes hard as it clicks. She wasn't serious, she was just playing with him. Monica leads the charge, grinning and saying the building's perfect, just a 5-minute stroll from the guild, and right near the town center. Then she points to the massive timber frame place and declares that the open unit is sitting up on the top floor. Inside, she hustles them up the stairs and mutters that nobody loves this apartment. It's a pain to climb up and down while Alan, deep in his own head, can't help thinking it'll still be a massive upgrade from his cramped 5th-floor room. He barged into the apartment's main room with his mother and Monica right behind him, and the moment she saw it, his mother went wide-eyed at the massive space, asking if it was way too much for just the two of them, while Monica nodded and confirmed, "Yep, this is the place." As he wandered around, he spotted a ladder to a loft and seriously thought, "This could be my bedroom." Monica mapped everything out: 2 medium rooms in the back, plus 1 upstairs, and then his mother's jaw dropped when she discovered a bathroom and even a toilet, because she genuinely believed that was impossible. From his fresh spot up in the loft, he leaned in and peered through the window. What he saw was unreal, because the castle sat right there, crystal clear. He stared at that far-off structure, determination hardening on his face. Just a little more, he thought. He was almost there. While he was stuck in his own thoughts, his mom leaned toward Monica and couldn't believe it. This amazing room could really be rented for just 100,000. Monica beamed and said it was a smart investment because Alan looked like the kind of adventurer who could go places, while Alan's mother frowned, unsure, and asked what they were supposed to do. And Alan sat there quietly, trying to figure out what investment even meant. He didn't hesitate for a second seeing his mom light up like that. With a grin, he swore that if she wanted to listen, they'd take over the room right away. Room, his mother pressed, asking if everything was truly okay, and Monica smiled and promised it was. Then she teased that once Alan grew into a proper better man, she'd make him pay her back, leaving the poor kid totally stuck, wondering, wait, pay back, man. And just like that, their search for a new house finally blasted through the finish line fast and dead successful. Later, back at the guild, Rudolph leaned in and demanded how the viewing went, and Alan said he and his mom had checked it out, and they'd decided to take Monica up on her offer, handing themselves over to her care. He slumped in a tavern with his guildmates when they lean in and ask if he scored a decent room. Alan grins and says it's way better than their current house, and Rudolph, along with the senior guy, erupts into hearty congratulations. Rudolph looked flushed and close to tears, leaned in and watched Alan hustle for his mom, then straight up blurted, "When are you two moving out?" Alan said the place is ready right now, so they'll carry their things over step by step. Rudolph's not having it. He slams his mug down and roars that they're moving right now. He jerks to his feet, shouts through the guild hall that Alan and his mother are heading out, and then, choking up with emotion, declares that this dutiful son has him in tears before rallying the whole crowd to help. A mustache man named Jared basically tells Rudolph, "Shut up, let us help." And before Alan can even object, he snaps back that Alan's freaking out a century too early. Then another guild member chimes in that they're bored anyway, and Jared fires back, "I'm picking this job, not just doing some boring menial grind." Stuck on what to do, Alan swings his gaze to his mom, Monica, who's right there wearing a warm smile as she tells him it's totally okay to take the help. Because to the whole guild, Alan is already family, like her own son. His mother gazes at him with a soft smile and tells Alan he's been gifted with amazing seniors, so he better always cherish people like them. Alan nods back, agreeing with a gentle grin. He just stands there, soaking in the loud chaos, and this insane wave of gratitude hits him, because even though his seniors are wasted, reckless, and straight-up trouble, a warm, steady feeling blooms in his chest, so hard it almost brings tears. Right when he starts thinking that, his mom beside him suddenly hiccups, and then breaks down, sobbing so hard she can barely breathe. Between the tears, she whispers that they're all just good people. And Alan freezes, stunned by her sudden meltdown. Moments later, the whole guild strings together and marches through town, hauling furniture and their belongings to the new apartment, an eye-catching sight that leaves the townsfolk gawking. But the guild just keeps trucking, working like it's muscle memory. Alan wipes the sweat from his brow and finally exhales, convinced this is the last pile they'll carry. Inside their brand-new home, a bunch of guild members crowd in and soak up the sights. And Jared points out how roomy it still feels, even with furniture filling every corner, like it's proof of how simple Alan and his mom's life used to be. Then the bald guild leader snaps his arms across his chest and hopes Alan can finally earn his money and get everything in order. Once the move was finished, Jared from the guild shot his hand up, thanked everyone for their grind, and declared it was officially time for a banquet. His sudden declaration throws Alan and his mother into a brief whirl of confusion. While the other adventurers snap in right away, one guy grins and says he's ready to drink for any excuse, especially when it turns into a celebration. Later at the banquet, Alan's mother steps up before the whole group of adventurers, cup in hand, and offers a heartfelt thanks for helping her that day and for always treating her precious sign like it mattered. She keeps talking, pouring out heartfelt thanks to Monica for bringing them together and to every adventurer hauling their luggage so they could move into their new home safe and sound. She leans in and demands their generosity again, warning that Alan will probably stir up trouble down the road. Then Alan, cheeks burning, blurts out that she should just keep it simple. She doesn't blink, lifts her cup, and calls for a toast to their luck and happiness. The whole room explodes in loud, joyful cheers. As the celebration kicks off, his mother tells Alan she's going to greet everyone herself, and he grins and nods along. His mind drifts to their new home, and hope ignites. He's dreaming of staying there with his mother for as long as life allows, so he steels his resolve and vows to work his hardest to make their lives better. Then it hits him, this isn't just about his mom anymore. He looks at the smiling guild around him and finally gets it. He's fighting to safeguard this bright future, where Master Monica and every senior can live on with smiles that never fade. None of that matters. He thinks it like a vow, ready to snap his fate in half to get there, when his razor-sharp focus gets yanked away by Jared asking what he's sipping. Alan just says, "It's only fruit juice." Jared scoots closer with a sly grin and says he finally gets why people can't stop talking about his mom's beauty, and that surprise compliment knocks Alan flat, completely flabbergasted. He watches the Da Vinciers, cheeks red with drink, gush about his mother's beauty and judge the suffering she's forced to handle alone. One even offers help. But Rudolph snaps sternly and orders them all to get out, while Alan looks up at his master and quietly pours out his gratitude. The master's face flushes as he snaps, "I'll make the first move," and orders the others to stay out of it, while his disciples just gape, stunned. As his mother smiles and thanks Rudolph, Jared snaps that it's not fair for their master to get a head start. Then Alan's face turns cold and he yanks back his earlier thanks on the spot, thinking that anyone who comes for his mother is his enemy, Rudolph included. That fresh resolve supercharges his training days later. In a quiet clearing, he rips out a ferocious shot from his rifle and exhales as the thunderous echo rolls through the trees. He kneels by the metal plate he used as a target, smiles as he sees the rounds punch clean through, and then realizes he's still missing one thing: small caliber guns that can fire full metal jacket bullets for maximum damage. Later, while he soaks in the bath, he leans back and replays his latest creations in his head. The collage isn't all he's done now. He's smelted a smaller Nikov caliber, along with full metal jacket bullets for both. His mother pops in with a playful grin, asking if she can join, but he shuts it down because the space is way too cramped. While deep down he's already spiraling into how badly he needs stronger weapon upgrades. Training hurls him right back into the goblin maze. And for 3 brutal weeks he methodically clears dungeon after dungeon, turning endless enemy waves into cold cash and a higher level, until he finally wipes out yet another heavily armored goblin with effortless practice skill. For a whole week, he's been sprinting through the maze every single day, racking up over 100 circuits, and now he's handing every magic stone he grabbed from the defeated goblins straight over to the guild. Back at the guild, the supervisor scans the hall, locks eyes with Alan, and starts to say he's got a lot of something, then cuts himself off and tells Alan to check his status later. Alan's like, "What?" And then boom, a notification pops up. Turns out all that grinding paid off. He's the Goblin Slayer, hit level 9, and racked up a fortune of over 7 million cents. Deep in a tangled woodland, monstrous boar-like beasts with razor tusks root around, snorting like they own the night, until one stands more humanoid. Gripping a filthy club, radiating pure danger to anyone foolish enough to stray into their territory. From far away, Alan watches them and lets out a quiet sigh, then tells himself where he is, the Orc Forest, just outside Altmont's suburbs. The town sent him to hunt those orcs and cut down the damage they can cause. Sure, they're dangerous, but they're also useful. Because nearly every scrap of an orc, right down to brain and feet, can be harvested and turned into meat. At his feet, one of the creatures drops. Then he lays out the real mission. Those orcs are just a warm-up, because they keep spawning forever from deep inside the woods, the great labyrinth of orcs, and that labyrinth is exactly where he's headed next. He grins with steel in his eyes, steps into the labyrinth, and sets his sights on leveling up, grabbing hunt rewards for taking down orcs and stacking guild achievements fuzz, because the real prize is testing whether his hollow point bullets can drop them for good. The ammo we're talking about is a hollow point, or JHP, what he used back in his hunting days, built to crumple on impact and blow up its own surface area to hit harder and do way more damage. He keeps sharpening the strategy. Those orcs are brutally hard to drop, with insane health even when their defense is trash. So he's aiming to pepper them with small-caliber firearms loaded with hollow-point rounds, then saving his collage-style and full-metal jacket shots for the enemies that hit back harder with real heavy armor. After seeing his firearms shred the orcs, he locks in his plan then, as dusk drapes the town. He decides to head for the Great Labyrinth the very next day. That evening, they slid a steaming feast in front of him, braised salted orc shank with potatoes, onions, and sauerkraut, punched up with laurel leaves and pepper, and if he wanted extra kick, they could add pickled cabbage or bacon. He bows his thanks, still wary of chowing down on some strange food in this unfamiliar world, but then he takes the first bite, and every worry vanishes. The salted meat hits fast and melts in his mouth, and sure, it's a little rougher than pork, but the meat clinging to the bone is packed with deep flavor and thick, tasty collagen. One taste is all it takes now. He's dreaming about the day he can drag his mother here to try it too. Next day, inside the Great Labyrinth of Orcs, Alan goes all in and turns his knowledge into action. This place fights the same way as the Goblin Labyrinth. Hide yourself, pick off the weaker enemies, and push straight toward the boss floor. He remembers every level has a mid-boss too, and he plans to crush them by reading their predictable attack patterns and using smoke screens to throw them off. He's already gotten used to mowing down orcs yanking a magic stone too, since his bag's stuffed with meat, and right there in front of him waits the final boss, the Orc King, boxed in by every mid-boss he's crushed. Then a wild thought hits him now that he knows what orc meat tastes like. He can't stop craving the sight of them, and the way that craving sinks in, he clocks a problem and it worries him. He locks in his plan and decides to repeat the same play. Slam the isolated recovery units as fast as he can. Roar that he's coming for the orc mage and orc priest, then smash the orc general with heavy hits. His whole win depends on a smokescreen to vanish for a moment, slip back in, and strike again. Plan sealed, he opens fire. That first strike gets blasted back with a brutal counterattack, and he just freezes stunned by the truth the Orc General's power is way bigger than he ever expected. This stubborn resilience is what happens when you go toe-to-toe with a king who can recover and heal like a nightmare. With tons of health, he wants them gone fast, but he knows it won't be easy. So he sticks to the plan and orders a smokescreen to blanket the whole area. In the thick haze, he catches two orcs holding tight, back to back like they've planned it. And somehow he even decides they taste good, then immediately shoves that thought aside. No time to wonder, though he digs out a ball of chili pepper extract, his trusty blinding agent, and hurls it straight at them. The extract slammed straight into its mark when the potent substance hit the orcs. Even the king, their eyes burned, and they screamed as they stumbled back, writhing in pure pain. But his edge won't last. Before he can even blink, the king's wounds seal up, and his eyes snap back, burning with fresh, furious rage. He clenches his teeth, realizing this enemy is going to be a non-stop problem. With its sight back online, the king barrels forward and smashes straight through a wooden barrier. Then Alan braces in front of it, plants his feet, and sends one clean, perfectly aimed shot into the beast's head. The bullet does nothing next thing. He gets slammed backward as the massive creature charges through, blasting the wall behind him to rubble. Then the Orc King twists around, glowing with that cold, deadly menace, and he's totally unharmed. Locked onto the uninjured beast, he suddenly remembers the one detail that changes everything. A brown bear's thick hair and fat can soak up even a hollow point bullet. Horror hits as he realizes the Orc King has the same kind of armored defense. That means his ammo won't do a thing, so he grips his rifle, teeth set, already thinking through his next move. He snaps his plan back into place, doubting whether the rounds in his Kalashnikov will even cut it, because he knows the boar's deadliest targets are right between the eyes and the heart. Then the beast barrels toward him, and he realizes where he's standing, gives him no clean shot. A colossal monster rips across the ground toward him, and he frantically tries to line up a hit between its eyes, but the angle betrays him every time he screams as the beast rockets closer in a blink. The blast hurls him backward and knocks his rifle clean out of his hands. He hits the ground, grimacing as the truth slams in. This has spiraled into the nightmare, a long, brutal war of attrition. He lurches upright and starts cooking up a fresh plan, realizing he'll need heavier firepower like shotgun slugs. Then he goes to hide, only to catch the boar lying perfectly still. He creeps toward the fallen beast, heart pounding, wondering did it just collapse, or did it smash its head on the wall after that brutal charge? Then it all slams into him with a jolt. This thing's dead. He remembers his shot, how he lined it up for the heart. And yeah, the bullet really did hit exactly where it should. He finally gets it after taking a bullet straight to the heart. The beast's raw, unstoppable rage still dragged it forward in one last desperate charge. Eyeing that monstrous force head-on, one word bursts from his mouth: awesome. With the danger finally behind him, his mind snaps to the practical stuff. He checks his limited luggage space, then decides to save the creatures he's taken for later. Near the labyrinth's exit, right at the center, a treasure chest waited. Then his appraisal skill kicked in, and the moment he checked it, he uncovered the bracelet of fertility. Alan stares at the bracelet he just snagged. Its carving screams, "For reproduction," built to boost a woman's fertility. He squints and frowns, baffled that something like this would be sitting in the middle of an orc dungeon. That's how he broke through the legendary labyrinth of orcs, and the weird reward he got only left him even more baffled. Like this world was turning into one wild, bizarre game. After that conquest, he fell into a steady rhythm every so often. He'd swing by the elven village to grab honey. The elves treated him like family, even keeping a little airport ready for his glider, and honestly, that kind of loyalty proved they were way more than just allies. They were surprising friends. He scans the area and clocks that this street is usually the village kids' playground, yet today it's been turned into an archery range, and somehow nobody's even bothered to complain. Almost nobody. Princess Sherry was shouting non-stop that her precious force didn't belong to this, trying to smash a wooden target while a guard wrestled to hold her back, and right in the chaos, Alan quietly realizes he's finally turned 13. Accomplishment after accomplishment slammed into his head after he cleared those labyrinths. He earned the Goblin Slayer and Orc Slayer achievements, and now his rank is D, while his level has shot up to 23. While he sizes up how far he's come, the Elven Queen steps in with respect, and one of the guards tells him the honey he ordered is finally loaded into his glider. He thanks them, but the Queen shuts him down. She swears it's pointless and hails him as the savior of their village. Alan argues that they should handle things the right way, yet the Queen looks shaken, telling him she truly doesn't care if he leaves things unpatched. She tells him her mom downs that honey every single day, then her skin turns insanely smooth, too. The Queen switches gears, grinning at the news that he's heading out on yet another adventure. She admits leveling up is getting tougher by the minute, and pushes him to start taking on far nastier labyrinths. Her words slam the question into the air: where to? Alan shoots back with steel in his eyes and declares their next stop the Labyrinth of the Windmound. He stares up at the mountain and starts plotting his next move. The Labyrinth of the Wind Mountain. He remembers it's level 30, way tougher than the Great Labyrinth of Orcs at 15, or the Valley of the Flying Dragon at 25. And then it hits him in the final phase. A Blizzard Phoenix is waiting scary as ever, but now he feels ready to take it on. Sensing his stubborn resolve, the Elven Queen asks if the labyrinth is really that deadly, so he swings his gaze to her, keeps his face steady, and promises he'll be cautious, not reckless. Then her eyes drop to the amulet at his neck, and boom, her face lights up with a delighted gasp as she blurts, "Oh my," because she realizes he's wearing the one she gave him, and he suits it perfectly. He nods with a quiet yes, and the Queen's face melts into warm relief as she promises it'll protect him. then sends him off with all her heart, wishing him the best on his quest. Right then, the whole moment gets smashed by a burst of light. Lu shows up, grabs his hair, and screams his name. The queen jolts from shock. Lu blurts that she heard he was about to charge into a dangerous adventure and begs to help, but her contract with Milashan locks her down. While she rages in helpless frustration, Alan can't help feeling relieved because at least this pervert isn't tagging along with him. At the Zevan adventure gilded in the City of the Wind, Alan, a young adventurer, straps himself up and charges straight into the labyrinth of the wind alone. The guild supervisor shoots him a skeptical glare like, "Are you really sure?" Alan nods, unwavering, and the supervisor scribbles everything down his name. That he used to be deranked, and that Alan is only 13 before quietly wondering if this is just teenage bravado, then finally gives the okay. Grants. Alan, the go-ahead to enter, shoves an official card into his hands and snarls that he better stay on the first level or he'll get himself killed. Alan takes it with a grateful nod and promises he'll be careful. He gets why people call him cold and reckless because even A and B rank adventurers team up just to survive this labyrinth. Now, right in front of the towering Wind Mountain, Alan stares up at the labyrinth entrance this dungeon has chewed up countless adventurers. And the best any explorer has ever done is 8 of its 30 levels. Still, his mind is locked in. He'll beat every last level before he even sets foot in the academy. Honestly, the odds might be against everyone else, but he's pushing through. Alan's confidence lasts about half a second. 2 giant vampire bats dive in with a strange weapon pointed at him, and he flinches, then unleashes its monstrous power, blasting the creatures to dust. He stares at his masterpiece Saiga, a magic gun shaped like a Russian shotgun, and it's the whole reason he's so sure he'll win. He chuckles at how weird it feels for a shotgun to exist in this world, and how its firepower is almost too much, but the smile on his face says it all. He's thrilled with the result. The weapon fires in a breathtaking burst, one blinding flash of pure destruction that erases its target in an instant. After the dust settles, he kicks back and thinks, with a Saiga in my hands, I don't need anything else. Its first real fight has him buzzing. He's sure it'll make conquering this twisted labyrinth feel like a cakewalk. The weapon clicks in, and suddenly everything feels effortless. He pushes through like a hot knife through butter. Before he knows it, he's blasting into level 28, a cavern packed with floating islets, a gimmick level so unfairly easy that even seasoned adventurers breeze through it. The moment he steps onto the first islet, a magical projection lights up and lays down the rules. He's got to blast wind magic at a tiny apple-sized target on the next one to keep moving. But don't get comfortable. The islets only work in the exact right order. Mess it up, and he'll get randomly yanked either back to the labyrinth's entrance or straight into the depths of darkness. He stares at the puzzle and realizes it's brutal. Those razor-thin footholds are a nightmare to cross, and dodging the airborne enemies feels nearly impossible without knowing the trick first. And right then, he decides to slip off the main path for a quick detour. From what he remembers about the game, this alternate route should slam him right into a hidden treasure room, and his special smelt ability feels like a cheat code, like a pay-to-use power that he's got to spend just to unlock the door. That skill uncovers a secret pedestal holding 2 identical substitute rings, magic trinkets that can bring their wearer back to life, once, even after they die. He snatches both with a grateful grin, remembering exactly what they're for from the game one for Amy, and the other for the character he's about to crush, and without wasting a second, he slams one onto his arm right away. Now he's covered for the worst case, so he figures he doesn't need any detours anymore. He squeezes out his smelt power one last time, then charges straight into the boss room on the final level. He bursts through the last doors into a massive icy chamber, and right in front of him waits the Wind Mountain Labyrinth's final boss, the Blizzard Phoenix. The Phoenix doesn't even pause when those doors fly open. He rockets into action on the exact second he predicted. And as the blast comes, he slams up behind a polycarbonate shield he'd forged from smelt just for this. After weathering the first brutal onslaught, he smugly thinks the rest is just business as usual, his go-to trick of hiding and striking. Then he fires back with a shotgun, lining up the shot on that screeching beast. That creature moves like a nightmare, so fast it blurs away before anyone can react, and only the very first bullet actually lands. Then the Phoenix snaps back with a roaring storm of blizzards and razor ice arrows. While he stares at an alarm as the shield starts to freeze, it won't shatter, but this brutal cold is about to become a real painful problem. He snapped a plan into place. He'd have to fire that nick of rifle from far out to break the Blizzard Phoenix first, then slide in for a Saiga headshot. But right now, he needed protection. So he focused hard and used his smelt power to rip a massive boulder into existence, hiding behind it as the beast charged. He braced himself for a brutal war of attrition, no way out. Then the phoenix swooped in, and he snapped on his concealment skills, smelting another boulder as he dove behind the fresh rock formation to stay alive. He waited for the assault to finally choke off, and the second it stopped, he snapped into motion, firing off his commands, striking, hiding, forging a fresh boulder, and diving back into cover. The phoenix screamed, changed tactics on the spot, and a brutal all-around blizzard exploded around Alan, dropping the temperature in an instant. He shivered hard, realizing he was right at the edge of his limit in that freezing hell. Freezing air slammed down then. Out of nowhere, the creature crashed from the sky. Alan clocked his chance instantly, slipped into position, and surged forward. This was it. He was going to get close and land the final headshot. He surged forward, then his feet shot out from under him, and the world turned into a slick, deadly layer of ice. As the alarm ripped out of his throat, the massive phoenix thundered down right in front of him, and all he could do was scream and scramble, praying it would stop. The blizzard phoenix slammed into the ground just short of him, smashing the ice with a thunderous impact, and he sucked in a shaky breath, thanking his luck that it missed him. He hauled himself up off the ground because if that beast got back up, it was all over. He had to end it right now. He rushed toward the fallen creature, teeth chattering from the brutal cold seeping off its body, then yanked at the magic stone and blurted, "Wait, will the feathers just melt when we pull them free?" When he yanked out just one, surprise hit hard. Those feathers didn't melt at all. Staring in awe, he started saving every single feather from the tail and wings one by one with careful hands. He grinds through his dungeon job and calls it done. And the only thing left is to check the treasure chest. Then, as he scoops up the defeated creature's bones, he realizes they're weirdly light. Inside the chest, the Sky Knight's sword waits an ancient blade that can grow your divine protection and unleash wind magic, the kind of treasure people kill for. But his eyes snap to something else in the corner. A weird pedestal topped with a magic stone synthesizer, and the moment he recognizes it, he knows this dungeon's real prize just showed up. He drops a handful of tiny magic stones into the device and clicks with understanding. This thing can fuse matching stones together, growing them bigger and bigger. A whole device runs on a simple rule. Slap two magic stones of the same size together, and they fuse into one stone bigger than the last. So if you chase the math to the top, you'd need 16 of the tiniest stones to craft a single massive one, so much more valuable than just trading for money. He snaps to the real money. Bigger magic stones jack up in value exponentially, so one massive stone is worth way more than the 16 tiny ones he used to forge it. It hits him like lightning. He can run that synthesizer every single time he clears the labyrinth and rake in insane profit. With this new plan locked in, he decides to loop the dungeon over and over, quietly farming it for cash and XP, all while keeping his footsteps buried in the shadows. Years later, a grown-up Alan is caught working in the city, and when Rudolph spots him, the shock hits hard because the guildmaster can't believe Alan's still stuck with lowly grunt work like ditch cleaning. He admits he only does it in his spare time. Then Rudolph fires off a question about what he's got planned for high school next year, only for Alan to drop that he just turned 14. And the master immediately clocks him as a deranged adventurer. Later, inside the guild hall, Rudolph leans in and tells him to crank through that rank-up request fast and lock in C rank, pushing a guard job as the way to go. Then he snaps, warning Alan not to let the nobles at school prey on his low rank. He hesitates and tells his master straight up that ranks don't really matter to him, and then Rudolph snaps back, pointing out the brutal gap between a C ranker who can swallow guard duty and a D ranker who can't. Then he tells Alan that if he finishes the bandit subjugation quest with his track record, promotion is basically locked in. Rudolph kept pressing him, and the moment he tried to stay silent, the truth hit hard. Taking the quest was an advantage he couldn't afford to ignore. Rudolph finally snapped and admitted he knows Alan's been hiding stuff from him, because he's terrified of one thing: if people find out Alan's real fighting style built on guns and concealment, then one careless leak could throw off how everything plays out next. Even with his doubts eating at him, Alan was marched up to the men he'd be working with, one rocking a top knot called Rudolph Niki, and praised how far he'd come. Another couldn't wait to team up with Alan. But Alan still hesitated, staring like, "Wait, am I really supposed to work with these older guys?" Then the bald, bearded one growled, rough as gravel, "Got a problem with that. Rudolph sliced through the tension. With a straight-up command, he ordered everyone to meet in front of the guild the next morning at 7 o'clock sharp, and warned them, loud and clear, not to show up late. The kid froze at how fast it all happened, blurting, "Tomorrow," the second it hit him. Then he realized his guild card was missing and demanded when Rudolph grabbed it. His master only shrugged and said it was a master's order, then casually admitted he'd already run the quest request himself. As Alan started to blurt that he wasn't ready, the top-knot guy shoved his face in close and slurred that he was excited to work with him. Then Alan recoiled in disgust, whining to Rudolph that the man reeked of alcohol, and the bald one nodded like it was obvious, right before Rudolph cut in and warned them both not to be late. Carlin, a little whirlwind of excitement, begs Alan to show her something right now, while another kid nearby snaps at her to stop bothering him. The group's on an escort mission. Alan and a few guild members stand watch, keeping their eyes locked on wagons hauling supplies from the royal capital to tiny Yerstorf. Their client, Dirk, makes the same trip every 2 months, selling stuff like charcoal and barley in the capital to pay for the needs back home. In one of the wagons, Carlin won't drop it. She keeps pressing until Alan caves and promises that once they hit the village, he'll show her his magic, even though he doesn't want to. Another guard, Jared, spots something huge. Carlin is glued to Alan, like she'll never let go. Then the truth hits. Carlin is Dirk's younger sister, and even with death lurking around every corner, she still insists on riding alongside him. The escort crew is only 5 strong. Jared is in it, and Benjamin's the other name on the roster. They push their wagons straight through brutal remote forests and jagged mountain stretches, right where bandit attacks have been exploding lately. During their travels, Carlin corners Alan and demands to know what magic he uses for fighting. Alan grins and says it's wind magic, strong enough to blast their enemies clean off their feet. He stares inward at his weapon choice, leaving his bulky wind magic guns behind and going for something smaller and sneaky, a smelted wind magic gun shaped like a Makarov pistol. He can muffle the noise, sure, but one brutal worry won't let go. He has no idea if he can ever pull the trigger on another human being. Dark thoughts swarm in his head as he imagines it won't be a goblin or an orc at all, just a trembling person begging for their life, and his face gives him away. Carlin spots the turmoil and asks what's wrong, but Alan quickly waves it off. Up ahead, the road pinches down to almost nothing, and the guards all clock it. Bandits would love this spot to ambush them. From the wagon, Alan and Carlin lean out and stare straight at that dangerous stretch, their faces tightening by the second. Suddenly, their worst fears slam into place. Dirk and the others shout in panic as boulders start pounding down from the cliffs, cutting off the path. The bandits already sprung the trap. As the dust from the rock slide finally settled, Jared's eyes snapped to the culprits' bandits crouched up on a cliff above, while a second crew sealed the path behind them. Their leader, a man with wild hair and a jagged scar, bared a nasty grin and snapped, thanking the escort for delivering the luggage, like he was making it crystal clear he planned to snatch it all. Jared snapped his eyes over the danger, clocking 5 bandits up front and 6 lurking behind, then barked at Dirk to stay inside the wagon right now, while he roared a fierce command to his men and drove them into the fight. Steel detonated in a roaring clash as the escort's archer snapped his bow and loosed an arrow, right when the bandits charged in screaming for blood. In the middle of all that chaos, Jared shoved his voice through the noise and demanded Alan prove his skills, only for Alan to freeze, mind spinning, fighting the urge to launch attack magic. Then it hit him hard. He wasn't facing monsters anymore. He was facing people. His hesitation snapped the moment a bandit lunged at one of his companions. Alan didn't even think. He shot his hand forward and tore the air with a windcutter spell, dropping the attacker cold. The bandit leaders gaped in shock, yelling that nobody had warned them about a magic user, and Jared snapped, ordering a full retreat on the spot. As the bandits scrambled away, Jared screamed at Alan to stop them, even shouting that he had to wipe out every last one. Alan thrust his hand out, fighting to react, then just stood there and watched them vanish. He froze for a split second as the last bandit vanished into the dust. Then Jared jogged back toward the wagon and confirmed they'd all bolted for good. Bloodied but still standing, one of the squad members snapped that the back was clear. Then Jared demanded numbers, and the guy confirmed it, 6 of them. Then he snapped his focus back to Alan, still rattled, and Jared demanded, "Did you find a band to hide with?" Alan gripped his scarf and admitted, "No." But he couldn't ignore it this time. There were way more of them. Pinned down by Jared, he got blasted with furious questions about why he spared the bandits, Jared roaring that Alan couldn't even kill a horned rabbit, much less an orc. while Alan stammered out that he just didn't think it was right to go around killing people. Jared's voice sliced through the air, his face set like stone as he barked, "If you can kill, you kill, no excuses, ever remember it." Rudolph, another member of the subjugation squad, snapped a stern warning at Alan. "Remember that rule? Or you'll pay for it if you want to keep adventuring," and the boy could only stare down as their heavy words bore into him. Right as the tension snapped tight, the big bearded adventurer roared for Alan to help shove a rock out of the wagon's path. Alan shook out of his head, nodded fast, and the whole group geared up to move. After that, the road stayed mercifully quiet. No more bandits showed up, and before long they burst through the gates of Ursdorf, where kids came sprinting over, yelling that Dirk's wagon had finally returned from the capital. The whole village swarmed in, cheered their arrival, and rushed to help unload the goods. As everyone finally settled in, Carlin brightened up and flashed a bunch of fresh new items to a group of local women who couldn't stop admiring them as the newest fashion straight from the capital. Meanwhile, Dirk watched from a short distance, sighed hard, and grumbled about how stubbornly the countryside women stuck to their ways. While Dirk hurriedly bought medicine from an old apothecary, he kept bowing and apologizing for the hassle. And right beside them, the bearded adventurer from their squad was drenched in sweat. Looking sick to his bones, then across the stall, Carlin spotted a yellow ribbon and burst out, claiming it on the spot. Dita leaned in and told Gelato Pochead Alan in private. If Alan had been the guard captain and made that request, the whole mission would have collapsed. Alan didn't argue, just looked aside and swallowed the truth. He knew why, because he didn't kill. He nodded along, accepting Jared's call as the truth, and when they stood side by side staring out over the fields, Jared cracked that bandits were nothing but demons in a human mask. So yeah, they were worse than ever. Alan admitted he got it in his head, but Jared's voice dipped softer. Maybe this fear is normal at first. He leans in while Jared insists goblins, orcs, and bandits are all the same, and then Jared snaps that he'll do the killing right next time, with Alan nodding quietly like he's already on board. That heavy tension shatters when Carlin comes sprinting in, hands on her hips, yelling for Alan, reminding him, crystal clear, that he promised her he'd show her magic. Her excitement spreads like wildfire, and before you know it, a crowd of village kids barrels in, begging him to show off his magic, while one of them slips in a cheeky good luck for the babysitting. He keeps the wind magic show going for the kids until sunset, when their parents finally sweep in to collect them. Then that night, the whole village throws a massive welcome party for the adventurers. During the feast, he leans in and says this celebration isn't only a thank you for their guard duty, it's also for welcoming outsiders and rolling out real hospitality for anyone who arrives from beyond. A young woman nearby leans in and spills the details in towns like this. Visiting men are expected to share their seed so the local bloodline doesn't get too weak. Alan remembers hearing the same thing from his past life. Then a man pushes the idea that they all head to his room, but she shoots him down and asks Alan whether they should go to his place instead, pointing out that his mother is home. She leans in even closer, demanding to know what a 14-year-old boy is planning, so Alan's face floods with panic, and he blurts out a shaky apology, stammering like crazy while his mind reels at how weird and game-like this whole mess has become. Next morning, Jared and one of his squad mates stumble in looking absolutely wrecked, way more exhausted than after the fight, and Jared lays out their game plan. They'll stay 3 nights to recover, before heading back to the capital, while the other adventurers can't help but laugh about how there aren't any wives waiting there. The village kids are bursting with energy, swarming around Alan and begging him to unleash more magic again, so he nods, agrees, and decides to take the whole day off to relax. A calm day explodes when a man bursts into the village square, yelling for Dirk and the village chief with shaking desperation. And with eyes filled to the brim with terror, he screams that Carlin's been abducted, and that news slams into Alan like a wave of dread. In the village of Ursdorf, Dirk slams grim news into shirtless Alan's face. Carlin and the other kids are gone, snatched while they wandered the fields outside the wall, and the moment it sinks in, Alan freezes, unsettled, as the missing faces keep flashing behind his eyes. Realization hits him like a truck. He clamps his fist shut, reliving how the bandits slipped away with their captive, and the worst part is, it's his fault. Guilt crashes into him, and Alan starts to bolt until Jared yanks his attention with a shout, "Where do you think you're going?" Alan spins back, raging, "It's my fault I couldn't bring myself to kill them." Jared snaps back, telling him to breathe and grilling him, "So you really plan to raid our hideout solo?" Dirk strides in and says, "Adventurers don't lift a finger without a proper request." Then he shoves a scroll into Alan's hands and orders him to read it. Alan argues this isn't only about him, but Dirk snaps back that if they dare make a move, the village will be hit next. Roll holds the bandit leader's taunt. His sneering face flashes in your mind, and then the message hits, "I have 3 children under my custody." The message keeps rolling more demands dumped on Dirk from earlier, demanding young women, food, and money, and ordering the village to kneel to their rule, or else if anyone fights back, they'll kill the children and hit the village next. Alan snaps his head toward Jared, and the dread hits him like a punch. He's saying, "If you'd killed those bandits back then, this never would have happened." Jared listens with a hard stare and tells them straight up, these aren't random thieves, they're smart bandits, and sooner or later they'd have hit the village anyway, no matter what happened before. The village chief begs them straight up, "Will you take our request for help or not?" One of the subjugation squad just stares, saying this mission won't be easy. Strike the hideout to snatch the children back, or hold the line and defend the village. Right when they're about to choose, Alan cuts in, shouting at the chief. Jared whips around toward Alan, eyes blazing, and asks if he's truly ready. Because if Alan hesitates one more time, the kids and every villager are done for. Then, like a knife to the gut, Carlin's smiling face flashes in Alan's head. He clenches down his fear, steadies his resolve, and says, "Yes." She stood there while the village chief solemnly accepted the adventurer's help. And he didn't stop thanking him pure, heartfelt gratitude. Then Jared turned toward Dirk and snapped, grim as stone, they had a whole lot of killing to get through. Just as the men geared up to move, Dirk snapped his focus to Alan, grabbed the boy's hands like they were lifelines, and poured out a desperate plea begging him to save his little sister. Tears poured down his face, and his voice shattered as he kept begging with the same plea. Alan's face hardened with pure resolve. Then he stared at Jared and swore out loud and unshakable that he'd save her no matter what it cost. That night, bathed in pale moonlight, he and Jared slipped through the dense forest, and Alan couldn't stop himself. How would they find the bandit hideout? Jared didn't waste time with the kidnapping happening, and that threatening letter arriving right after. There were only a handful of spots nearby where a gang could have set up. He said the place was just a few hours' walk from the village, then turned to Alan and commanded him to risk his life. After they snuffed their lanterns, Jared marched them to a ridge above the hills, and from that spot he pointed out they could spot every single hiding place around. His eyes sliced through the darkness until they locked on one spot. He'd spotted that same cave where another band of bandits had camped last year, and he figured it could squeeze in around 30 people. Then a tiny watch fire glow flickered from the shadows, and Alan's gaze snapped right to it. He instantly clocked what was happening and blurted out his plan. Sneak in and haul them out. Jared snapped back in pure shock, calling the whole idea crazy. But Alan stayed cool as ice and swore it would all work out, telling Jared straight up that the bandits had already warned they'd hit the village if they didn't get what they wanted. And then he smiled, like he had it handled getting in unnoticed. That's his specialty. Jared grilled him about his plan, straight up asking what he could possibly pull off by himself. Then Jared threw out a guess that there were around 15 bandits, maybe even more. Alan snapped back that since they'd already wiped out 6, the crowd waiting in the cave would be smaller than the last time their attack blew up. He wore a cocky grin and snapped, "I've got an idea." Moments later, he dropped to his knees on the floor and ran a quick test that blew out a little puff of smoke. Jared stared, baffled, and fired back with, "What are you doing, and how are you even getting past that sentry?" Alan just smirked and said he already understood the whole gist of what was going on. He spun toward Jared and begged for a chance, promising he could slip into the hideout without anyone noticing just one shot. Trust him. After a gut-wrenching pause, Jared finally caved, agreeing to trust him again, but made it crystal clear if he failed, the captive children would die. Alan's face lit up with relief as he hurried to thank him. Under a moonlit, cloud-choked sky, he clenched his resolve and swore right then and there that he'd make it. He slipped through a maze of tripwires wired to old wooden clappers, then told Jared to back off and wait for his signal because those bandits were so jumpy that moving together would get them spotted. With a snap of a concealment skill, he vanished from Jared's sight. Alan slipped out of sight and crawled through the brush toward the cave entrance, while a lone guard warmed himself by the fire. He had to stay perfectly still and move like a whisper, because even hidden, one wrong step would give him away. He spotted the man, same guy who'd slipped away in their last run in regret, hit him hard for a split second. If only he'd finished him back then, he shoved that thought aside and moved to slip past the sentry and slip into the cave. He slipped inside and fired up his appraisal skill, mapping the cave's twists and turns way bigger and more tangled than he ever expected, just as a gang of bandits lounged around a table, totally oblivious to him. From the shadows, he stared them down, then locked in. His next job was to pinpoint every bandit's spot inside the hideout. He kept creeping deeper, and then spotted a three-way intersection inside the cave, one chamber packed with 13 bandits, and close by, a crude cage where several children huddled together, safe for the moment, until dread hit hard, because Carlin wasn't anywhere in sight. His search dragged him deeper into the hideout's guts, and when he reached a shaky wooden door, his eyes went cold because something felt terribly wrong. From the start, he heard it, and what he saw made his stomach drop. A huge shirtless bandit was beating Carlin, and Carlin's face twisted in helpless, silent suffering. A ruthless, freezing rage erupted inside him, and his face snapped into pure, unstoppable fury. Before the bandit could even flinch, Alan was already on him, cool as ice. He asked, "Does it hurt?" and then slammed him with savage hits to the jaw and throat until the man went utterly silent, dropping like a puppet with its strings cut. He towered over the fallen bandit, breathing hard, knuckles scraped raw, then spun to the stunned Carlin. His face melted into relief, and he reached for her hand, telling her, "You're safe now." Relief crashed over her, and she lunged into his arms, sobbing his name over and over like she couldn't breathe without him. He snapped a hand over her mouth to silence her, whispering fast that she couldn't let out a single loud sound. Then when he asked if she got it, she nodded, tears trembling in her eyes. He slipped her hand in his, then shoved the door open and guided her back through the cave's pitch-black corridors. He guided her to a safer spot right by the entrance, telling her he'd jammed the way shut with a big rock, then ordered her to stay put and wait while he raced back to rescue the other kids. Carlin nodded, sat down, and stayed there, watching him gear up to charge back into the bandit's den. He slams his concealment skill into place, and his mind turns cold as he locks onto the bandit guard, because in his head, bandits aren't just demons, no, they're worse. They smile like people and hide like monsters. He jams the barrel of a silenced pistol hard into the back of the unsuspecting guard's head. With the guard gone, he rushes to the cage where the other kids are trapped, presses a finger to his lips, and silences their panic eyes wide as he leans in and whispers that he's here to rescue them, just like he did for Carlin. The moment they're free, he blurts, "Is everyone okay?" And every voice answers, "We're fine." With 2 bandits out of the way, he snaps into calculation. 11 are still left praying. They're all still trapped in that cage. Then he marches them into a tight passage and halts in front of a heavy rock wall, sealed up from the inside like something's been locked away for good. He snaps his eyes to the group, tells everyone to cover their ears and to wait for his signal. Elsewhere in the hideout, the bandit leader freezes mid-breath, and a sharp flicker of suspicion snaps across his face, like he just caught a strange, quiet sound nobody else noticed. His gut tells him everything, so he barrels into a massive sealed stone door and squares off with another bandit. He snarls, "Why's the boss's room locked out?" And the subordinate panics, stammering that he doesn't know who did it, just that someone's on the way to kill him. On the far side of that same door, Alan and the rescued kids huddle and listen, while the bandit leader's voice booms through the stone, scratching at the mystery of that strange carving, like it's the key to everything. The leader narrows his eyes at the detailed carving, and from the other side, Alan raises 2 fingers, locking his focus onto the exact same seal. As he leans in to study the carving, a blinding flash erupts from its center. Then the seal detonates with a thunderous blast, hurling the bandits backward with pure concussive force. He stares as the blast rips through the cavern, blasting bandits into the air while wood and rubble explode everywhere. Then Jared spins around, shocked out of his mind, and snaps at Alan, demanding to know what he just unleashed and whether that brutal boom was the signal. Alan promised Alan stays cool, tells him to hold position and keep quiet, then moves in to check the wreckage. As the dust finally drifts away, Alan spots the bandits' crushed bodies groaning under the collapsed ruins, and he realizes some of them lived through the blast. He instantly realizes the danger is way bigger now. The whole cave is shaking, ready to collapse any second, so his focus snaps into place. He has to pull the children out right now. Right when they're about to head out, a blood-soaked bandit lurches upright, rage twisting his face as he spits curses and swears he'll butcher the boy who did this. Then he surges in, knife first. Jared snaps in front of the attacker, shielding the terrified kids, and he just lets out a tired sigh at the nonstop chaos. With the last threat crushed, Jared herds the kids out past the collapsed cave mouth and tells Dirk and Carlin it's time to head back to the village because they've already survived the worst. Someone lets Carlin have it. "You did an amazing job." And the moment the words hit, her mask cracks, tears spill, as she sobs in relief, and the whole crew finally storms out of the bandits' lair, leaving their nightmare behind. After the dust settled, Alan finally got the truth about the bandits who struck the village. Every last one got wiped out. And the ones who fought back didn't just die. They were later beheaded. Jared told Alan that while his crew combs the area for any leftovers, Alan should stay put, get ready for the ride back to the capital, and trust that they've got this covered without him. That grim task had to be done, so the adventurers hauled themselves back to their cave hideout and finished off the bandits they'd knocked out earlier. Back in the village, Dirk bandages his arm while Alan sits there, fighting quiet thoughts, staring at the brutal truth of their world and admitting to himself that he's taken lives too. He figures maybe he should thank his master for this assignment because it shoved him straight into the truth he couldn't ignore. Carlin's resolve hardens. Departure time is here. When Jared checks that everyone's strapped in on the wagon, Carlin finally calls out to Alan one last time. She stands shoulder to shoulder with the other rescued kids, thanking him for pulling her out, as Alan confirms he's staying in the village for now, and she can't help but hope they'll cross paths again, begging to get a glimpse of his magic someday. He watched them disappear, swore he'd be back soon, and sent them off with his best wishes. Then, with the bandits wiped out and the guard's request finally handled, he pushed his way back to the royal capital. Years later, at just 15 years old, Alan shot up to become a C-rank adventurer and snapped the record for the youngest ever to reach it. At home, his mom fussed with his bow tie, grinning about how perfectly he'd tied it. And when he looked flustered, she laughed and admitted she'd only said that to sneak in a crooked little jab. After she finishes teasing him, her smile melts into something tender. She grabs him in a warm embrace and declares that today is finally the day, wishing him all the luck in the world, and he just accepts her blessing in quiet silence. He bursts out of the house fully dressed in a sharp formal uniform, while his mother waves from the doorway. Then he stares ahead, heart pounding, already knowing today is the day everything finally starts. He strides along the cobblestone path in his brand new uniform, and you can practically feel his old life slipping away. Around him, other students in matching fits hurry past with sharp, locked-in excitement on their faces. He cranes his neck at the towering, intimidating fortress in front of him. Pure power, pure tradition, and finally, after everything, he's here about to step into Royal High School. In the entrance hall, a no-nonsense school official with a stern stare herds the fresh arrivals, barking at the freshmen to check their class assignments right there at the door before they march into the auditorium to take their seats. Inside the grand hall, Alan slips into his seat with the 39 kids from his year, and then reality hits hard. He's been shoved into Class A, the aristocrats' playground. The class list screams it. Anastasia Kleinall sits first, and Alan lands second, marked as a special student. He'd been praying for Class B to keep him out of trouble, but nope, now he's hemmed in by nobility, with only two other commoners beside him. He can't stop thinking about the brutal social rules of his new world here. A commoner who talks to an aristocrat without the right reason is basically spitting in their face. And now he's stuck wondering how he's even going to survive his classmates. He figures this lonely setup is actually a blessing most commoners keep to themselves here. But then the whole room jolts as the other students stir, whispers explode. Two girls march in, and his eyes go wide because he instantly recognizes them. It's Anastasia. As he finally reaches the school, arriving feels secondary because he's instantly frozen by how elegant she looks, wrapped in this untouchable aura that screams, "Don't come near." And right there, he can't ignore the brutal gap between someone ordinary like him and someone untouchably above him. As the students around him start whispering, everyone's attention snaps to Oscar, this stunning, elegant young man, and then to Marcus, the heir of the richest family in the kingdom, a top pick for prime minister, the one rumored to be blessed by a sage. The whispers keep rolling, naming Leonardo the commander's beefy son and Claude, the third prince of Westerdale, whose power is said to be blessed by the demon king Ifrit, letting him smash demons with his bare hands. Alan watches it all and thinks, yeah, in a world like this, of course the main guys are absurdly handsome. A bunch of dashing aristocrats snap their focus onto him. One quizzes if he's the special commoner student, another sneers about his commoner-looking face. Alan catches every word, smirking like it doesn't even touch him because he hears it all crystal clear. Then another student starts down the aisle, and Alan's already thinking the real star is finally here. Alan watched the other students swarm the newcomer Crown Prince Karl Heinz, treating him like a god, while Karl barely even glanced at anyone he decided was beneath him, just like Alan knew he would. so he kept quiet and waited. His eyes weren't on the prince at all. They snapped to a girl with long, light brown hair who just walked into the room, standing there calm and controlled, like nothing in the world could shake her. She marched right up to him, flashed a warm smile, and introduced herself as Amy Von Brace. When Alan stared in shock that she knew his name, she shrugged it off. Turns out they were both commoners who'd skipped a grade, and she said his perfect scores were just too unreal to forget. She asked if she could sit beside him so they could chat until the entrance ceremony started. Alan froze for a second, then agreed. A jolt hit him. This was the turning point. The grand entrance ceremony where Amy, the heroine, would finally meet the crown prince. And wow, she was unbelievably cute, exactly like a game heroine should be. When Amy clocked his strange look, she asked if something was wrong, and he immediately waved it off. With that wild start, Alan's school life kicked off. Then one full week flew by and orientation finally wrapped. He geared up to move into the dorms, hugged his mom goodbye, and when she asked if he'd made friends, he could only mumble something that didn't really commit to an answer. She told him to take care of himself, and Alan swore he would. Honestly, he was totally alone. No one had spoken a word to him since that first day. The only person who'd even bothered to talk was Amy, and now she'd apparently finished meeting the crown prince, because she was always strolling the halls with him. He kept his eyes on them from afar, locked into the school rules commoners had to silently bow as aristocrats swept past. This rule followed every aristocratic kid through the school's halls and side corridors, a nonstop reminder that the social ladder ran everything. Standing there by himself, he realized getting brushed off after their first talk hit way harder than he expected. And worst of all, Amy's interest in him looked like it was gone for good. Today was the day the new students would finally start their real classes. As his first real class kicked off, the teacher stepped in front of everyone and cradled a tiny orb of energy, swirling it into shape in her palm. She told them straight up, magic isn't just about lighting up, it's about controlling. Then she leaned in and demanded, if you can already use magic, raise your hand. He whipped his head around. Stunned, only a handful of hands shot up. Alan had honestly assumed you needed magic just to get into the academy. The teacher's sharp stare pinned one student in place. Then she called out, His Highness Crown Prince Karl Heinz demanding a simple demo for the class, and with a smug little smirk, he stepped up, promising her he'd take care of it. He casually snapped his wrist and fired a razor-precise bolt of fire that landed dead center on the training target, and the teacher praised his perfect control, saying he nailed it flawlessly. The leaves flashed in their display, and then the teacher snapped for Anastasia to show off another magic trait. The prince tilted his head, curiosity sparking in his eyes as Anastasia stepped forward, eyes narrowed, fully locked in. She shot her hand out, and a wild surge of energy exploded from her palm, blasting the target and vaporizing it instantly in a dazzling flash. Alan stared, stunned by what she'd just unleashed, thinking only one thing: her power was unreal. Then reality hit like a hammer. It had to eclipse the crown prince, and that could spark serious trouble. His prediction hit the mark immediately, right as the prince's face twisted with fury. He roared Anastasia's name, blaming her like she'd done it on purpose, just to embarrass him. Insisting he'd only gone easy on the target while she had crushed it completely, Anastasia didn't flinch for a second. She just told him to back off. Her defiance snapped something inside him. He snarled he'd finally unleash his true power. While another student begged the prince to stop, the prince shattered control and blasted out a huge wild surge of dark, crackling energy. A brutal, dark energy blast tears through the school courtyard, and right in front of it, Anastasia rockets forward, arms stretched out as she screams an urgent warning. Dark energy slams into a shimmering wall of water that snaps into existence as to shield the students, and the air erupts with terrified cries while Anastasia barrels over to Prince Karl Heinz, who's been knocked flat on the ground. The sudden threat finally eases. Amy drops to her knees by the injured prince, her hands glowing as she channels healing magic, while Anastasia locks in on them with a tense stare, pure concern mixed with a grim resolve. Heat beads on his temple as he takes in the chaos, thoughts sprinting the moment after it all hits. Then he blurts out Amy's name, and realization finally lights up his face. Anastasia rushes to the prince's side, breathless, asking if he's okay, and as soon as he's on his feet, he turns to Amy with a grateful grin, telling her her power is unbelievably amazing. She blushes and whispers sweet shy and all for him, and Alan instantly clocks it as one of those huge moments from his own world, wondering if Amy pulled it off. Right beside them, Anastasia exhales in relief, because the prince's burns are the only real damage anyone has to worry about. After everything, the crown prince and Amy grow even closer, and everyone can suddenly see it. But that closeness sparks trouble. Amy gets bullied as other students hiss cruel rumors about her commoner roots and claim she has shameful manners. These eerie whispers are being guided by a tight crew of girls, the very same ones who, in another timeline, disappeared from the academy right after the chaos erupted, and who people are convinced are Anastasia's followers. Anastasia won't stand for that. She strides right up to the gossiping students and snaps with ruthless authority, calling them out for bad-mouthing a classmate and telling them only lowly people stoop to that. While true nobles keep their pride high, the girls freeze, then hurry to apologize, scared out of their wits. Even though Anastasia stepped in, the damage was already done. Now Amy feels that freezing loneliness, like everyone's quietly turning their back and avoiding her. Anastasia watches the whole mess with a heavy, sad face. Muttering that maybe she should hint at something indirectly, then the prince takes her worried look the wrong way and blares that he'll handle everything. From far away, Alan Watch finally clicks what's happening, feels exactly like the game he knows, yet Amy's acting nothing like the character in it. He realizes she's playing it smart, using the bullying as cover to win over the crown prince and the other big-name students with that sweet, charming front. He keeps chewing on her situation, how a plain commoner was snatched up by a baroness, tossed into a school packed with aristocrats, and then relentlessly bullied until the air feels poisoned. So in the end, he's sure of one thing: she can't survive on her own. She has to cling to the powerful young men who'll defend her and charm them before they decide she's not worth the trouble. Amy's mind snaps to the school's power game. Girls are split between Anastasia's crowd, who's desperate to get Amy gone, and the Crown Prince's faction. But Anastasia tightly controls her own people, keeping them from swelling in numbers, so they don't build any real momentum. Right now, Amy has no crew backing her, none. As he showers, he can't stop thinking about the other side because the Crown Prince's faction isn't just showing up for show. It looks like they've already struck a deal to use Amy to stab Anastasia where it hurts. And just like their rivals, they don't seem to care about Amy at all. He can't stop thinking about the Crown Prince Anastasia's fiancé, who barely even talks to her. And Amy's got his attention instead. Because that cold disregard doesn't go unnoticed, and everyone else is already seeing it as a chance to plot and get Anastasia out of her position. That grim truth lands hard on him. An egotistical prince sits on the throne, spits in his country's face, and the nobility left beneath him can only claw at each other with flattery and dirty schemes. Bottom line, the royal city is headed straight for ruin. Fresh out of his shower, he quickly starts getting dressed in his room, and his mind snaps from the fate of the kingdom to what's really going on with him back at school. He strides through the halls, eyes sharp as strategy turns in his head. And he shuts his mouth to everyone commoner or noble unless it's unavoidable, carving out a quiet, distant presence that's as smooth as stone. He stares out the classroom window, and a wave of uncertainty hangs in the air. Because the exams are over, and summer holiday starts tomorrow, summer's finally here. He slumps in his seat while the teacher wraps up the last lesson, then fires off a reminder for everyone to study the handout and get their independent assignments ready for the break. These assignments are built straight from the final exam results, and the posted list drops a shocker. Alan hits first place with a perfect score. Then Anastasia, Amy, Marcus, and Claude follow right behind. At this school, students usually get sorted by performance, but the esteemed nobles, they're exempt from being shoved into the lower classes. That snaps right away. Anastasia heads straight for his desk and calls out his name to his face. Leonardo grumbles from afar that this belongs to the nobility, but Alan, still seated, politely nods and says it's an honor she remembers him. Then she cuts through all the ceremony and orders him to stand up. Alan snaps upright, and she studies him like he's already proved himself. Then she praises his final exam performance as impressive, and just like everyone expected, he's instantly thrown off by the sudden compliment, left momentarily speechless. She keeps pressing, telling him she heard Alan's the real deal, a qualified adventurer. Alan nods and says he's C rank, and she fires back, asking if he's ever tackled a labyrinth. Alan admits he's already survived a goblin labyrinth. Anastasia's finally satisfied, promises she'll send a messenger to him later, and Alan is left standing there, completely baffled. Once her questions got answered, she spun to go, then shot him a blunt apology for interrupting him. As she leaves, he stares after her with a worried look, and even when he insists it's no trouble, his gut screams that something's off. Why would she come to him? And what does it mean to send a messenger? A terrifying question lands in his head. Did they finally find him out? The school term finally crashes to a close, and at long last, summer vacation bursts in like a countdown to freedom. His vacation takes a wild turn. He suddenly faces the Academy's elite Anastasia, the prince, Amy, and their whole entourage and introduces himself as their guide to nearby ruins. Even as dread sinks in once everyone's set, he snaps that it's time to move. He pushes the group forward, saying Anastasia's request is spot on and that his job is to back the crown prince and the rest during their own lessons. Then he snaps them all to attention. The path ahead is crawling with a horned rabbit, and one wrong move could seriously mess them up. As the nobles ride together, Claude snarls that he'll never be bested by some horned rabbits, and Leonardo grins right back, claiming he's been trained to rise and lead as a future knight commander. Right there, Oscar flashes a smug grin, swearing he'll drop any creature he spots with his bow, and Marcus sneers right back that he'll turn them into barbecue for Oscar. The prince catches it mid-sentence and snaps back that if Marcus were grilling, all that'd be left is charcoal, and boom, every boy erupts into chaos. Claude and Leonardo suddenly start fighting over Amy's attention, each insisting she's theirs, while Amy tries to cut in and say Alan was only worried about her. But the noise swallows her whole. Stressed out, Alan can only think one thing: he needs to go home. As the bickering gets louder, Anastasia's irritation keeps boiling until the prince finally spots her face and snaps for calm, urging everyone to move fast, because if they show up late, His Majesty will be worried. He whips his razor-sharp gaze to Marcus, who's lagging behind, and snaps at the slowpoke to pick up the pace. Marcus meekly obeys. Right after that, the crew finally reaches a gorgeous yet busted stone ruin, and Alan yanks everyone into the right direction, telling them the spot is real and pointing them to the underground entrance at the top of the stone stairs, just as a warning hits watch out for the slippery moss. As they kick off their climb, the prince reaches for Amy's hand, warning her to stay sharp, and from behind, Anastasia watches the move, her face locked tight. But the annoyance is right there. Inside his mind, Alan realizes the other adventurers were meant to guide them until Anastasia dug up his past and the whole plan flipped. So he steels himself, deciding to stick to the script just to dodge disaster. Then the group squeezes down a narrow corridor as faint light pulses along the walls. The students gasp because it's not magic dust. It's bioluminescent moss, a karigoke. Amy calls it beautiful, and the prince shoots back that she's even more so. Alan tightens up, already bracing for Anastasia's irritation at their little woodland wonders. He shoots a quick glance over, then freezes when he realizes Anastasia isn't even mad. She stares at the glowing walls, hand lifted to block the light, and whispers that it's truly beautiful, leaving Alan utterly stunned by how real her reaction is. Her daydream snaps the moment she whips around to face him. Eyes serious now, she demands, "Are there monsters in this ruin?" Alan shakes his head, saying no, because it used to be a goblin nest 7 years ago. But the Adventurers Guild wiped them out long ago. Anastasia hangs on every word, fully locked in. The prince snatched her questions right out of the air, then snapped he shoved into Alan and demanded answers, furious that he'd dragged everyone to these filthy, monsterless ruins for nothing, calling him an incompetent commoner to his face. Alan only managed a short apology, but his expression tightened as the heat rose. The other nobles jumped in fast, whining about the dull, stale room, and while they kept grumbling, Amy drifted toward a far wall. Then Alan spotted her and snapped that there was nothing there, making her whip around like he'd caught her off guard. Then he leaned in and told the group this chamber used to be a goblin treasure room, packed by the little monsters who lived here, until the Adventurers Guild wiped out their nest and carted off every scrap of value. The prince barely blinked, but Anastasia went wide-eyed, totally hooked by the detail and even more shocked that goblins had built a base so close to the capital. The prince demanded they leave, and Amy's voice sliced through the crowd. She declared she'd found the appraisal scroll, and Alan's eyes snapped wide with recognition at the exact spot. Anastasia's sharp gaze snapped onto her discovery, and she hurried over, crouching by the wall and firing. "Amy, what's wrong?" Amy waved it off fast, insisting it was nothing. This whole exchange left Alan rattled, because in the game, he'd find that scroll through a random event. But Amy had marched straight to the exact spot like she'd been there before, knowing it all along. And then the thought hit him hard. Could Amy be aware of the Otomi game world too, just like him? As the other nobles started bickering all over again, Anastasia strode up to Alan, praising him for a job well done, and saying his knowledge would be perfect for her report. Then she paused and admitted something felt off. She insisted that, based on how things were supposed to go, she should have been far more hostile and jealous toward Amy, and her words just proved Alan's worst fear for some reason. This world was shifting, And fast, with that gut-punch realization, they turned around and headed back. Anastasia strides up to Alan and flat-out asks if she can steal a little time with him tomorrow, surprising him so hard he only manages to nod as he agrees. And after that, she locks in their plans for the next morning by the school gate before she walks off satisfied. Right after they wrapped up exploring those nearby ancient ruins, this summon hit like a lightning strike, instant and unstoppable. This morning, just like he was told, he barreled up to the school's massive wrought Iron Man gate. I'm stunned Anastasia isn't there. Instead, a grand horse-drawn carriage sits, waiting for him just past the gate. The carriage door swung wide, and she stepped out breathless, apologizing non-stop for keeping everyone waiting. He told her he had just barely arrived himself, and when she heard that, she nodded and waved him right after her. He lunged to climb up beside the driver, but she snapped him back, telling him to get inside the main cabin instead. As soon as they both were settled inside, the carriage jolted into motion and rumbled through the town streets. Anastasia leaned in and thanked him, not only for coming, but for guiding her during their adventure the day before. Inside the carriage, she snapped her focus onto the papers, then flipped open the report they were drafting and revealed the next move. She announced they were already headed to consult with experts. When Alan asked what kind of experts, she leaned in and laid it out. She'd already booked meetings with researchers who hunt labyrinth mysteries and dig up local historical ruins. She confirmed Alan's hunch about the expert interviews, saying that, as a commoner, he just didn't see the brutal politics spinning behind the scenes. Alan, face damp with sweat, snapped back, "So you're really saying you'll go this far for what's supposed to be a simple high school assignment?" She laid out the brutal pressure, plain and simple. This report wouldn't just be sent, it would be officially filed by the Crown Prince and Prince Claude of Westerdale, stamped into the permanent record of what the country's future leaders are truly capable of, and every single mistake would get torn apart under a microscope, so she refused to gamble on anything half done. She decided that for their country's future and to keep peace between the two kingdoms, they had to trust the experts, squeeze every bit of wisdom into a clean, flawless report, no matter what kind of noble mess got in the way. When she realized how serious this was, Alan just cut in, "Got it." As their carriage rattled through the city streets, he caught himself needing to back Anastasia's honest wish with everything he had. Their research kicked off for real when they sat down across from a cheerful old expert, the go-to researcher on goblins. They tracked down a bunch of other scholars, then locked themselves in libraries for hours, digging through old reports and dusty academic texts like it was the hunt of a lifetime. Day after day, the two of them threw themselves into their work, and Alan couldn't help fuming those so-called capture targets hadn't lifted a finger to help even once. After weeks of non-stop debates and revision after revision, they finally slammed the completed report, a fat stack of papers, into the Crown Prince's hands. Anastasia proudly declared they were done, and he barely even looked before snapping that it was way too long. Then he leaned in and ordered them to break it down for him in just 3 minutes. He flopped back on the sofa, arms locked across his chest, and bluntly told her he was swamped now he wanted her to summarize it for him. Anastasia just stood there, frozen, while two maids loomed silently at the side. Alan watched the exchange with a sly grin, thinking he wouldn't have minded helping the prince at all. Then he kicked himself. For one thing, he should have read the report first. He lets out a quiet sigh, and right beside him, Anastasia shoots the prince a look packed with stern disapproval. Alan just steadies himself, reminding his own mind that Karl-Heinz is nothing more than a classmate, definitely not his boss. He tells her, even though he's annoyed to the bone, he still pushes through and trims down their massive report for the prince, just like she asked. After Karl-Heinz got the summary, he smirked with a dismissive "good work." Then his attendance team swept him away. After wrapping up his story, Alan shoots out a quick apology, and Anastasia immediately turns away face-heavy, telling him that's just how His Highness is, and urging him to put up with it. Her resigned vibe hangs in the air, and as they walk, Alan can't shake the feeling she's totally given up, so he murmurs her name, quietly, like it might still matter. He spots the truth in her eyes, pure resignation, like she's just a pawn in some brutal political marriage. Even though the prince couldn't care less, the teachers who graded the report couldn't stop praising it. Word about how brilliant it was spread like wildfire, and before long, other big-name students like Leonardo and Claude were being hailed as the next rising stars. Unsurprisingly, Prince Karl-Heinz got the credit as the main author, while Alan got roasted by everyone as a freeloading hanger-on, just lucky his name was slapped on it, so he keeps sitting off to the side, acting like he doesn't care. That cool, unbothered act is just a cover deep down. He's locked in. He tells himself he just has to survive until winter hits. Then when the moment comes, he'll face off in a duel against the prince and his buddies, and finally get kicked out for good. As Alan stares into the future, time keeps hammering forward. Meanwhile, Anastasia stands alone at the window, arms crossed tight, looking haunted as summer slips away. As summer slipped away into autumn, leaves spiraled down from every angle around Royal High School. When the new season kicked in, the next huge school showdown arrived, the cultural festival, and suddenly everyone was packed around the notice board, scanning the rules while their brains sparked with ideas, from handmade jewelry to running a cafe with their friends. Amid all that noise, Alan finally turned his attention to his own plan. He snapped his gaze to Anastasia, face set in stone, and told her he had a plan, at least a start. But his real mission was simple: stop a certain disaster linked to the festival before it happens. And since skipping it was strictly forbidden, he had no way out. He was going to have to step in. She asked what he'd decided on, even offering to help the prince's group again, if he hadn't made up his mind. But Alan smiled politely and told her he'd already turned in his application. Anastasia went still, replayed his words in her head, and then softly accepted that decision. Curious, she grilled him about his project, and he admitted he was plotting a food stall. With a soft, faint smile, Anastasia wished him luck, and he returned the favor with a quiet word of thanks. As she turned and headed off, he just stared, worry etched all over his face, telling himself he had to stay low, steer clear of Anastasia's and Amy's crews, and avoid getting dragged into the main story. Even with all his resolve, he couldn't stop himself. He kept Amy's group in his sights from afar. Amy stood in the middle as Oscar, Marcus, Leonardo, and Claude crowded around her, hammering out their project plan. They argued over the best spot for their display, plotting every turn to steer the customer flow, their focus razor sharp, and Alan just watched, straining to stay invisible. He let out a quiet breath inside, knowing his worst fears were finally crashing down like he'd predicted. The boys were fully hooked on Amy, and Anastasia got shoved aside, left standing alone. Inside the group, Claude blurted that his throat was getting dry, and Marcus snapped, "Same here." Amy tore her eyes off the plans and stared at the lone princess across the distance. Then she turned straight to Anastasia and demanded she bring them some tea right away. The princess's face snapped colder, her eyes burning with resentment at the petty order. One of her companions comes up to her, worry all over his face, and asks if she's really just going to do nothing. Before she can even get a word out, Prince Karl Heinz calls Amy over and suggests they take their tea in the garden. Amy nods, promising she'll join him soon, while Anastasia quietly lets the prince's request stand. As the others rush to pack up and leave, her companion leans in and asks if Anastasia's joining them for tea too. Then, Anastasia nods, and the girl instantly freezes, baffled. "You're here, but you're not actually helping with the festival exhibit." She keeps needling her, pointing out the mask Anastasia wears, and snapping that it's not exactly adorable. Then Anastasia just replies with a smug, self-satisfied smirk. The companion insists the prince can't stand that look, saying the people should get the princess they deserve. But Anastasia shuts it down fast, saying those details don't matter at all to her relationship with His Highness. Her friend keeps pushing, swearing she'll get a smile out of the future queen, then points out that Anastasia's acting nothing like the girl she remembered from the game. So Anastasia snaps back coldly at Baroness von Breezes, telling her to watch her tone and making it clear that even as classmates, you don't forget the proper rank. Just then, Amy storms back in and snaps that Anastasia's behavior around men is worrying and totally unfit for her station. Anastasia erupts, hurling insults at the outsider to get out of her business. The chaos yanks the prince back into the room, and with steam in his voice, he demands to know what the hell is going on. He snaps for an explanation from Anastasia right away. Then, before the Baroness can even speak, the prince cuts her off, refuses to listen to a single word against Amy, and warns Anastasia not to dump her anger on anyone else. Next, he swings his attention to Amy, shoves Anastasia aside for the rest of the day, and orders Amy to clean up and go straight home. Alone in the silent room, she crumples in defeat, muttering her obedience, "As you wish." The prince's departing footsteps finally fade away, and she quietly starts stacking books and papers like she's preparing for something big. In a quiet hallway, she barrels right up to Amy, eyes razor-sharp with disgust, while clutching a box of papers. Anastasia coldly snaps, "So what's it like watching your fiancé get stolen?" Then she stares Amy down and spits her off as nothing but pathetic. As Anastasia leans in, Amy lets out a sudden earth-shattering sneeze, and that blast startles Alan from across the way, snapping him into realizing he's watching Anastasia and Amy square off right in front of him. That sudden interruption yanks Anastasia back mid-moment, And Amy, no longer pretending to mirror, snaps her head up with a hard, stern stare, warning Anastasia that even if her opinion means nothing, she has to grasp the truth. The prince will be the future king. Then Amy flat out declares that Anastasia doesn't understand what nobles owe, so she's unworthy of his highness. Amy's sharp gaze slides right past Anastasia, and her face tightens as she leans in and whispers, "So what's up with that guy?" Her thoughts slam inward, brushing Alan off like he's just scenery. And then she bites her thumb, annoyance flashing across her face. When she clocks it, that slap meant to trigger the kingdom's collapse got stopped, and watching everything veer off the expected path drives her mad. From where Alan's standing, he's totally stunned, because he can't wrap his head around why Amy suddenly stopped the slap. And in his mind, the story was never supposed to go down like this. Amy flashes a sly smirk, and then bam, realization hits. This whole situation isn't even in the extra hard mode she knows by heart, something she's never seen no matter how many hours she's poured into the game. Her thoughts slam the truth straight into Alan's head. Amy's been reincarnated into this world too, just like him. He clocks her plan in an instant. She's gunning for the reverse harem path, the one he knows will tear the capital apart. She's steering every twist of fate to match her wants. But this world is now Alan's home, filled with his family and friends. That changes everything. Steel hardens behind his eyes. He's not going to sit back this time. He's going to stop her. Amy, a young woman, proudly declares herself the heroine of this world, then flashes back to her old life of grinding poverty in a lower town, right up until a carriage slammed into her and the hit to her head tore her memories back into place, revealing the brutal truth of where she really stands. Then it hit her. This whole world was straight out of the Autumn game she used to binge for hours, magical fantasy, where love school life feels like a dream. And she wasn't just watching, she was the main character, surrounded by the game's ridiculously handsome male leads. Her mind slipped back to the life she'd lost. She'd been a high schooler, gone in a tragic accident. She'd loathed that miserable world and clung to the game, because the gorgeous guys inside it treated her like she mattered in a way her classmates never did. Then it clicked. God had to be showing mercy, handing her a brand new life as the heroine. And it got even more real when the truth hit. She was Baron Braze's illegitimate daughter, and both she and her mother were welcomed into his noble family. With this wild new reality, she smirked like, "I've got it," imagining a princess fantasy, a castle full of gorgeous guys and pure luxury. Because as a die-hard fan, she just knew landing the reverse harem ending would be a walk in the park. Ambition drove her straight into high school, where she planned to launch her conquest until Anastasia showed up fast, fresh off landing first in the entrance exams. She sized up the second and third placers and warned Amy Margaret to go sniff them out, because they were just commoners. Alan and Amy took the stage next. Alan snagged second, and Amy landed third. Alan came from a poor district, raised by a single mother, yet still blitzed through the commoner school as its youngest ever graduate with perfect marks, while Amy was rumored to be Baron Braze's illegitimate child, blessed with the power to heal. Strolling down the school's halls, Anastasia made it crystal clear that everyone should keep a closer eye on Alan, especially Amy, who demanded answers. Anastasia said it looked downright suspicious for a commoner to suddenly rake in those top scores, since his motives and even his money situation didn't add up. She fired back to ask what she planned to do, and Anastasia guessed Alan was getting help from her own Ducal family's rival political crew, or maybe some shady group rolling in from abroad. So for now, she decided they'd just watch him. Their talk fizzled out the moment they slipped into the grand hall for the entrance ceremony, and a booming announcement ripped through the room. Telling the freshmen to grab their seats, Anastasia and Amy shot to the far left last row and sat down, ready for the school year to kick off for real. Alan, caught in her relentless stare, flinched instantly, like her gaze had teeth. She clocked his ordinary face like a disguise and refused to trust him, while Amy just sat there in silence beside her. Amy, the student who'd nailed second place on the entrance exam, grabbed Anastasia's attention. But Anastasia's mind stayed locked on the prince's safety, telling herself she had to be brutally cautious. She remembered spotting Alan at the commoner's school. Everyone whispered he was a genius, but she couldn't believe he'd ever been the kind of background kid she'd forget. So she decided to dig in, slid up with a warm hello, and asked if she could sit beside him and chat before the ceremony. Alan said yes, and Amy couldn't help noticing how easily he fell for her, until she clocked his gloomy, lifeless vibe and didn't like what it said about him. Once her suspicions clicked, she decided he was nothing special, just a plain background nobody after all, and with a bright smile she walked off right after mentally tagging that gloomy coon as her future errand boy. But the real threat wasn't the boy, it was the student who'd taken third place. Anastasia watched Amy lean in and talk to the Crown Prince, her own fiancé, while Anastasia grimly kept thinking, this engagement is just politics, not love, and still knew she couldn't back out of her duty. She feared that if His Highness kept getting pulled in by Amy, the whole kingdom would tip into chaos, so she clutched her pride as a noble and stepped in, knowing she had to warn the prince. She remembered that day when the prince got those nasty minor burns, and Amy, with her low-level healing blessing, stepped in and nursed him back. Sure, the magic crawled, but it still worked, and it instantly pushed His Highness's trust in Amy even deeper. Anastasia watched that determination lock into place, and she knew plain and simple this couldn't go on. Anastasia saw Amy's game plan like it was written on the wall. Amy was charming the main boys one by one, making Marcus, Leonardo, the prince, Claude, and Oscar swear devotion to her, while she pushed for the reverse harem path, and in her world, Anastasia and her friends were just pathetic speed bumps. She remembered the original story's brutal ending despite everything she had going for her. Beauty, brains, and a crown waiting on the horizon, fate still doomed her to collapse and ruin, and engagement snapped apart, a violation that left scars and then death worse than that. By the very woman who stole her beloved in the dark, Amy's cold, mocking laughter kept drilling into her thoughts, spelling out just how deadly the stakes really were. Her eyes stayed locked on what mattered right now. Her plans were rolling, until final exams flipped everything. The results landed, and there it was, Alan first, her second, Amy third. One tiny slip cost her the #1 spot, and the moment she caught her breath, it hit her while she was obsessing over that prince and that woman. She'd been letting her schoolwork slide while Alan kept his head down and pulled off a perfect score. She snapped her mindset into place because the divide between royalty and a barren child was huge, and it was smarter to let His Highness chase his pleasures for now. Fresh resolve in her chest, she strode down the school's corridors. For now, she'd lock in on her studies, starting with her independent research project for the summer vacation. Because she still remembered His Highness saying he wanted to check out those ruins, and with Alan being an adventurer, this was her golden chance. At the ruins, the prince yanked the appraisal scroll into panic, only to realize it was gone, and snapped at Amy to retreat with him. Amy didn't hesitate. As they vanished, Anastasia wore a calm, smug satisfaction on her face, inviting Alan. That was the right call, because in this world, with the high-difficulty extra mode running, the scroll simply wasn't available, just a nothing burger for a veteran player like her. She clung to the fact that Alan was an incredible guide packed with hard-earned wisdom, shaped by early suffering, and so convincing she didn't doubt him for a second. She felt lucky to have him. When she finally stepped up to him, she thanked him from the heart, because ever since she joined school and asked for his help, he'd kept shocking her, and she even pulled him back in again the next day. From across the way, Amy watched them trade that easy grin, and she couldn't miss how close and friendly they looked. Her eyes snapped to Alan, probably digging into a report from their exploration, and she couldn't help thinking that mob character was straight-up useful. With a smug little dose of mercy, she exiled the villain and then decided the commoner would be her personal servant. Meanwhile, Anastasia clocked Amy's bright, cheerful smile and somehow instantly saw what the girl was thinking, which only made her own conclusions snap into place just as she figured, Alan is brilliant. She couldn't stop grinning as they traded ideas, and Alan started off clueless, but he soaked everything up so fast that now he could jump into the conversation like a total expert. Anastasia's sudden smile snapped everyone's attention, and when Alan asked what was wrong, she waved it off in a heartbeat, insisting it was nothing at all. Later, she kept her distance and watched him, noticing what she always did. Alan stood there alone again, like usual, and in an academy packed with nobles, it felt suffocating to think a commoner had to live that way. She couldn't stop thinking maybe she should invite Alan to the upcoming cultural festival and give him a chance to show what he can do, because she just knew he'd handle himself brilliantly once he joined. Right before she could move, Alan stormed up and told Anastasia he'd already filed his application for a food stall. She blinked in shock, admitted it was a shame, but nodded along anyway, and said she couldn't wait to see it happen. Amy didn't let the conversation finish. She snapped in and tore into Anastasia, calling her behavior ridiculous and blaming her for stir-ups just by getting too close to boys. Then made it crystal clear that outsiders should stay out. This was the exact turning point from the reverse harem route, where the villain is supposed to slap her. Amy poked the bear. Anastasia shot her a murderous glare, and right then the prince stormed in, barking for answers about the commotion. Amy instantly spun around with wide-eyed innocence. claiming she only wanted to get along. The prince backed her up on the spot, cutting Anastasia off with a blunt, "That's enough, though." As they dragged her off, Amy's sweet and innocent act crumbled into a slick, confident smirk, and she decided that sure, this could bite her later. But right now, she'd push the line just a little further. She spun back to the crushed Anastasia, a venomous smile twisting her voice as she taunted her with the question, how did it feel to have her fiancé ripped away? Her last quiet thought burned with pure contempt. "Serves you right." Anastasia just stood there, staring back, her face twisting between shock and sharp, aching pain. Rage rising in her chest, Anastasia snapped her glare at Amy, who just smirked back, pushing her buttons, daring her to strike first, and promising to crush anything she did with 10,000-fold payback. Right when the tension hit its boiling point, Alan burst into the hallway and shouted Amy's name, and Anastasia's eyes widened in shock at his timing. While Amy, still stuck in her seat and furious at the interruption, snapped inwardly that the boy had shown up and ruined everything just as she was about to pull it off. Anastasia snapped her focus back on Amy, and Amy answered with a rude little scoff. Then Anastasia launched into a full lecture, pointing out that it might feel pointless, but Amy had to get it. The prince becomes the future king. She scolded Amy for missing what royalty and nobility are supposed to do, and made it clear her attitude was totally unacceptable for someone tied to his highness. Her lecture got snapped off the second Amy let out a sudden ear-splitting sneeze so loud it left the anesthesia area frozen, speechless for a heartbeat. Later, alone in her room, Anastasia replayed the whole encounter in her head because she knew that if she'd let her anger explode right then, things could have turned brutal fast, and with Alan arriving just in time, she couldn't stop wondering, was she really safe? On a soaking runway, a jet-powered glider finally grinds to a stop, then the pilot, packed in a winter flight suit, yanks their goggles into place, exhales hard, and mutters that the air up high is brutally freezing this time of year. Alan looms over a giant netted bundle, eyes locked on it, as he mutters that the cold is exactly what they need freshness has to survive the journey, so he finally decides it's time to rip it open. The scene snaps to a wild, bustling school festival right outside a grand building. A waitress in a frilly uniform grins and welcomes everyone to her cafe, while students swarm the courtyard. Inside, Anastasia strides up to Amy, calling her Margaret. And now that their exhibit is finally done, she leans in and demands, "What's wrong?" before pulling her friend into the festival with her. They weave through the packed grounds, obeying the organizing committee's directions until a loud welcome blares from a nearby stall and snaps them to a halt. Anastasia freezes, stunned, as Alan pops up behind the counter and loudly hawks delicious orc meat with a huge whole-roasted creature on full display. Shock hits her hard when she spots Amy, cheeks blazing, breathing fast, starving for the roasted meat like it's pure heaven. Anastasia snaps to it in an instant. This isn't just any stall, it's an orc meat market. And in Amy's hometown of Altmash, that stuff is a legendary delicacy. Anastasia watches the other students eye their plates, and even though the food smells amazing, they recoil at the thought of monster meat and back away in fear. Then she grins like she already knows, turns to Amy and tells her to come with her for a minute. She's right when the noble students whisper to each other. They're rattled by how brutal the spectacle is, and they all lock on to the same reason no one dares to step in, because they're keeping the orc intact so they can rip it apart live. Alan stays totally oblivious to the chatter, then happily grabs a bite of the meat himself, admitting he only set up the stall so he could eat first, and decides to haul any leftovers straight to the guild. Just as his thoughts start to spiral, Anastasia and Amy burst up to his counter. Alan snaps his gaze up, stammers out a shocked welcome to the princess, and before he can even react, Anastasia calmly cuts through it all and orders a skewer. He listened as Princess Anastasia snapped her introduction and called her companion Margaret von Altmund, a close friend of hers, Amy, whose hometown was famous for orc meat, leaned in with clear intrigue. Then Anastasia asked for her own skewer, confessing she could be picky about how it was made. The second she sank her teeth into the meat, her eyes popped wide with pure joy. The juices spilled from that perfectly grilled skewer, crunchy outside, tender inside, just a hit of salt. Amy stared in shock, trying to wrap her head around how he could sell meat that high class. Cooked that flawlessly, for only 100 cents. He said he got it through a secret back route, an adventurous perk making sure nobody caught the fact that he'd been out hunting that morning while he talked. Anastasia shoved the spotlight onto the meat, shouting to the crowd that it was top tier, firm to the touch, no stink at all. So fresh it practically glistened, then swore it was delicious and told everyone they'd regret it if they didn't come taste it. Her words hit like a spark, and the students surged forward, grabbing orders for 2 or even 3 skewers at a time, while Alan, eyes huge, wasted no time confirming it all. With the stall roaring with life, Anastasia leaned in and told Amy it was time to head back. Alan was going to be tied up for a while. Amy was still savoring the last bite, but she nodded and agreed. They flipped it over and took it apart, and he blurted out a heartfelt thanks to both of them right there. On the spot, Anastasia waved it off, saying they were just messing around. But Amy looked completely lost at her words. Then he tossed out an invite, come back later and watch him tear through the rest of York Live. Amy practically lit up, but Anastasia shut it down hard. Business kept booming while he worked. Alan clocked a mental checklist later. When he finally had breathing room, he'd check on Anastasia and then circle back to the Crown Prince's crew in the afternoon. With that huge crowd Anastasia hauled in, Alan's shop sold out by morning, every last bit gone. As soon as he shut the doors, another big shot slipped in to wander the festival. Crown Prince Karl Heinz. He decided he'd better have some fun while he was here, so he went straight for Anastasia, and her crew first locked onto their exhibit, then bolted toward the door. He stepped inside and found the exhibition hall dead silent. No one, not a single soul. The theme was life in the kingdoms downtown, yet not even one receptionist was there to greet him. His eyes landed on a smug display claiming to reveal a commoner's real life, and he stared at the details, like they couldn't be true. Fluffy white bread, butter, soup, fresh veggies, juicy meat, kids never starving, and even education and public safety supposedly handled great. But the more he read, the more it all felt shallow, like someone trying to sell a lie with pretty words. He figured it had to be Anastasia's doing. Everything was neatly set up. But he still couldn't shake the thought, was this really all a noble could come up with when it came to the lives of common people? Before they left, Alan decided to poke around a little more, until his eyes snagged on an embroidery exhibit. And right then, Margaret came in waving like sunshine, yelling for Alan, inviting them in, and proudly saying it was her group's display. The moment they stepped inside, Anastasia whipped around her eyes, flaring wide in pure shock at Alan's face, while Alan himself froze, just as stunned to see her standing there. The prince snapped to attention and demanded to know why she was there, reminding her she'd been booted from her last group the very day before. So Anastasia stayed cool and said Margaret had invited her because she'd always loved embroidery, and now she was here showing off a few of the older pieces she'd made. She let out a heavy sigh and admitted the whole mess was downright disappointing. Then she said she'd moved on, locked on to His Highness, and set her eyes on the future of the country. Next, she snapped at the prince to quit wearing that miserable face and turn around because Margaret's work was on display too. Alan's eyes snapped to a specific piece, and when Margaret told him it was her own creation, he shrugged and admitted he didn't know the craft, but those intricate patterns still blew him away, and he quietly thanked her. He kept staring at the stunning pieces like that elegantly embroidered blouse, gushing over how beautiful they were, and flat out saying this was the kind of hobby only a noble could pull off. Margaret snapped his gaze to a framed fruit and cake piece, and there it was, Anastasia's handiwork, an inch dollet, and honestly, that was impressive. The prince grills him for his opinion on Anastasia's embroidery, and even though he barely knows the craft, the way she stitched cake and fruits hits him so hard, he admits he's starving right as Anastasia overhears it, face flushing, and stammers that she understands. He realizes his comment sounded off, so he blurts that her work is truly amazing, like instantly Anastasia takes the compliment, but her cheeks still scream embarrassment. Amy strides up and reminds him the school festival is basically over. They've got to clean up before they rush to the auditorium, and he nods in agreement. From the doorway next door, the prince watches Anastasia's face as it lights up, and he's stunned, because he never thought she'd care about sweets at all. Meanwhile, Anastasia suddenly regrets her pick, wishing she'd grabbed a different treat instead. Later, inside the auditorium, an official stormed onto the stage and declared the winner of the year's cultural festival, an event themed around downtown culture, powered by the kingdom's support system. The winner's name gets shouted, and the prize goes to the group led by His Highness, Crown Prince Karl Heinz. The announcer fires up the crowd by explaining that their exhibition spotlights the poor how they live now, and why the kingdom's next role matters. Cheers crash through the air as Alan watches the prince and his companions wave from the stage. Prince steps up to the podium, thanks everyone for the award, then flashes a smile and hands the spotlight to Amy, revealing the whole project's theme was her idea. Amy says her aim is to shine a light on what's happening right now and wrestle with what they can do next. As she talks, Alan can't stop thinking about how royalty is supposed to steer the weak, and how that idea clashes with the memory of a meal from an exhibit that got dumped and left uneaten. Hypocrisy hits him like a punch. He sneers at the prince's speech in his head, calling it shallow and unbearable, and the sickening truth lands hard: this man is about to be king. So he can't stop fearing what that will do to the country. Then his mind snaps straight to what's coming next. Winter's closing in, and he knows the Anastasia condemnation is on the horizon. But before that disaster hits, he's got to stop one more deadly event first. He sat alone on a park bench, staring at the grim future he already knew from the game. Because in that timeline, Amy didn't just get threatened. Anastasia and her followers hunted her down hard until it ended with Amy getting shoved down a flight of stairs. He watched the whole situation spin out in a totally different direction. Prince Karl Heinz and Anastasia's bond had basically snapped shut way too fast. Nothing like the original plan. Still, he knew this moment was the one he had to stop. He remembered the game's truth. Anastasia and her crew were supposed to unleash harassment like clockwork on Karl Heinz's path, no way around it. But in this reality, they hadn't done a single thing. His face set in stone with pure resolve, because if that harassment incident had never happened, there'd be no way Anastasia ever gets dragged into exile and condemned. Elsewhere, Anastasia was alone and panicking, a worried frown glued to her face as she realized the whole situation was sliding off script. Then she couldn't stop asking if the event would still happen anyway. Alan clung to a sliver of hope if they could dodge the event and just cancel the Crown Prince's engagement with Anastasia. Then maybe she'd finally break free and find her own happiness. Alan's quiet thoughts were torn apart by nearby students gossiping. Anastasia had snatched and burned Amy's pen out of jealousy, and they were even talking about Prince Karl Heinz at Summendor. Then a cold dread slammed into Alan's chest, because he knew it was already underway, and fate didn't just shrug and move on. What he dreaded was already happening. Prince Karl Heinz, surrounded by his friends, erupted in fury and demanded to know what Anastasia was thinking, claiming she'd been harassing sweet Amy by burning her pen. Anastasia stayed calm and flat out denied it, speaking for herself and her friends too. But the prince's buddies took his side, sneering that jealousy was the real ugly thing. Then Anastasia glanced around and realized she was boxed in, fully outnumbered. With a tired, searching look in her eyes, she dared them to show proof and wondered just how far Amy would push her corruption of these men. The whole thing blew up when Leonardo von Juves yanked her arm and swore they weren't done. So Anastasia snapped free, ordered him to keep his hands off her, and fired back, asking how Viscount's son had the nerve to touch a duke's daughter. Rage hit Leonardo like lightning. He roared at her to shut up and promised he'd only let go if she pleaded guilty. A calm voice sliced through the chaos. Alan snapped in loud, telling everyone class was almost starting, and to rush back, Leonardo shot him a nasty glare. Furious that this mob kid had interrupted Anastasia, stared at Alan startled, and brushed off the hostility. Then Alan straightened up, spoke to her politely, urged her to hurry, and stepped away from the scene. He stood there with Anastasia, and when she admitted he'd helped her, she went on like she'd always known. Then she smirked and wondered out loud if Amy had set the whole thing in motion herself, condemnation coming or not. She couldn't help but look forward to it, because everything was unfolding exactly like the script. As they talked, the formal party kicked off, and an announcer's voice boomed through the hall, praising the students for their promotion and graduation, then spotlighting the freshman student of the year, Crown Prince Karl Heinz. The prince strode onto the stage, grinning at the crowd as he thanked them for the award. Then he insisted on one more thing: he wanted to honor every friend who carried him here, kicking it off with Claude, whom he called over with an eager beckon. Alan stood locked in the crowd, frowning like something was off, when a young woman swept over and told him she was always blown away by how sharp his eye was. She asked if he was really enjoying the party, then introduced herself as Isabella von Leeuwenberg, claiming they'd be in the same class next semester, and telling him they should get along. But Alan wasn't listening. All he could think was that he'd probably be out of here soon. On stage, the prince stood shoulder to shoulder with his companions, told everyone his victories didn't happen without them, and demanded the crowd back him one more time. Then his voice snapped cold. He declared he had one last word, hammering it out like a final command. Anastasia, Kleinal von Ramslet, come forward. In the audience, Anastasia and Alan both stiffened, because they knew the moment had finally arrived. In front of a sea of students, Prince Karl-Heinz jabs an accusatory finger at Anastasia Kleinfon Ramslet, his face blazing with rage as he rips the air with a shocking announcement. From this moment on, he's breaking off their engagement. She stays perfectly calm, eyeing him like, "Is your highness really serious?" Then she fires back, "Do you truly want a woman who knows nothing about nobility or what's going on in this country?" The prince's rage surges at her steady tone. He shuts her down, snaps that she knows nothing, and orders her to finally show some real anger and upset. He twists around and drags Amy into a fierce, protective hug, then declares that Amy, the gentle woman with healing powers, is the one who should be his fiancée, not some rotten joke like Anastasia. Amy melts against him, swept up in how amazing he is, while her mind quietly begs him to crush her rival. He calmly asks whether he'll own up to the fallout, and right there Alan clocks that Anastasia is weirdly steady, nothing like he expected. Then he catches another student grumble that those stubborn Ramslets always land in hot water, so Anastasia better watch her words. The student finishes with a bitter guess she must have given up on the prince ages ago. He sneers and declares, "That's exactly why the Ramslets will always be country bumpkins who only know how to grow wheat." And the moment he says it, both Anastasia and Amy snap into recognition like they've heard that rehearsed insult 100 times. She finally lets a real crack show in her composure, saying she doesn't care what he says about her, but she won't swallow an insult to the Ramslet family. Amy jumps in like it's gospel, insisting it's all true, and that Anastasia's country-bred roots are what pushed her out of favor. Then Anastasia snaps her gaze to Amy, eyes sharp, asking what she's doing in all of this. Anastasia decides it's pointless to keep going and starts to walk away, saying there's no use taking this any further. Then the prince explodes, yelling for her to stop and demanding to know where she's headed without permission. She fires back that he should deal with it himself, proud as a noble, not run to his parents for help, and that hits him hard. He goes quiet, then snaps the question, what are her gloves for? She snaps back that those words weren't meant for something like this. Then the prince twists it into a weakness, declaring that the Ramslet daughter can't even fight for her family's pride, mocking her father's so-called failure to raise children. She glares at him and coldly asks if he wants her to challenge Amy to a duel. Then the prince laughs it off, snaps at her to think for herself, and lets her have it for making him, of all people, the crown prince, spell everything out. Anastasia's biting comeback from her condescending tone makes his smugness crack, and he gets hit with an even sharper tort. Then she tells him he should have done it sooner, fixes him with steel-eyed focus, and starts peeling off her right glove. Amy blurts out a startled gasp the moment she realizes what's coming. She struck at just the right moment. Amy's face lit up with a smug, triumphant smirk, because she was absolutely sure the win was locked in and the villain's downfall was sealed. His stare didn't land on Amy at all. It locked onto the glove that had slipped from her hand and crashed onto the floor. Anastasia lifted her gaze and stared Amy down, demanding to know just how far this provocation was going to go, and whether humiliating her really made Amy feel good. Alan watched from the side and instantly understood the truth. Amy had set the whole thing up, because this wasn't just talk. She'd baited Anastasia into a duel. Right before Amy could even speak, Prince Karl-Heinz lunged forward and clamped a protective hand on her shoulder, telling her not to fret, he would duel instead. Fighting for her, Alan watched, utterly stunned, wondering why the prince would take up a challenge that wasn't his. Claude, Marcus, and Leonardo immediately jumped in, each rushing to swear they'd protect Amy. Then all of them snapped their eyes to Anastasia, taunting her with one question: what's she going to do now, and does she even have someone on her side who can stand up to them? As the prince mocked Anastasia's lack of support, a sharp voice sliced through the crowd. Alan stepped up, shot his hand into the air, and declared, "Let me handle it. I'll do it as her representative." Anastasia spun around in pure shock, barreling down the stairs toward him, snatching his shoulders, then demanded answers, insisting there was no way someone like him should be mixed up in a duel against royalty. Her frantic words didn't rattle him one bit. Alan held her wild panic stare with a calm, steady look and just told her, "Anastasia Sima, say I accept it." She could only blink in disbelief. Before she could even protest, he spun back to the prince and boomed that Anastasia had accepted the duel, leaving her stunned and desperate to refuse, while her mind slammed through one thought: she couldn't just let Alan's talent go to waste. Prince Karl-Heinz's bold declaration hit like a thunderclap, and the whole hall went dead silent. Then his confident face crumpled into a sharp, focused glare aimed right at the young boy who'd just dared him. He stared at the boy, trying to figure out if they were the same commoner he knew, and asked him straight out, Then the prince snapped back that Alan was in his same class, even pointing out that he'd shown him ruins before. Before Alan could even get a word out, Anastasia cut in like a lightning strike. She said her choice was already made. She ordered the prince to yank back his insults aimed at the Ramslet family and apologize, but he didn't flinch. He just stared her down and asked what she and Amy were demanding from each other. The question was aimed at Amy, and she froze, stammering, like she didn't know what to say, while the princess's companion shoved in fast, barking that she needed to stay clear of all of them. Then they swung back to Alan and basically told him, with 5 of us, you'll either drag 4 more representatives into this or face 5 straight one-on-one fights. Alan bristled at the idea and shrugged. Can't you all just jump me at once? Claude sneered at the commoner's nerve. Alan swore he wasn't kidding and taunted Claude, asking if the Highness was scared of him. Then Claude's grin died into a vicious snarl as he threatened to tear Alan to pieces. Anastasia lunged in, praising Alan's guts but reminding him he was massively outmatched in magic, archery, and swordplay, and pushing the hard question, were they really hoping they could win together? The prince's friends blew up. Leonardo raged and spat that Alan was a meat-headed doll. Marcus snapped that his own name took the hit after losing to a commoner, and Oscar Muse insisted his popularity came from family and money, not his looks. Amid the chaos, Anastasia begged Alan, asking why he kept making everything harder on purpose. Then he just told her not to stress, swearing he wouldn't run. Amy watched the scene crash into reality, and then bam, she realized something was horribly wrong. A minor character was battling the villain, and that never happens in the game. Anastasia squinted at Alan, and you could tell she wasn't buying it. She had her own suspicions about that boy. Amy's thoughts slammed back into some grim old lore, an ordinary nobody who got killed trying to shield the noble he worshipped. And the moment she understood the truth, revulsion hit hard. Alan wasn't just close to the villain, he was in love with him. Alan brushed past everyone and aimed his final challenge straight at the prince. He demanded Karlhein's answer, 1 question, take the 1 versus 5 rule, or flee, trapped and furious. The prince clenched his teeth and snapped, fine, but don't you dare come crying later, as he stepped into it. When the duel rules finally locked in, Alan leaned in and spoke straight to Anastasia. He had one last condition in this fight. Neither of them could kill the other. The princess stared back, stunned, like she couldn't even believe her ears. He flashed a tiny, almost apologetic smile, admitted he'd totally forgotten to mention it, and thanked her. While behind them, the prince's companions started debating the new rule. Marcus even admitted it was smarter, because wiping out one guy would look awful for the whole group. Then the prince snapped with frustration, scoffed, slammed a fine down, and roared for a witness to the duel. When Alan called out, an old noble with long, pale hair and a fur-collared vest pushed through the crowd and stepped up, hand pressed to his chest, as he bowed low and offered himself as the duel's witness. Speaking to the prince with full respect, Alan watched him close the distance, but his face gave away nothing. Once the witness was picked, the prince declared the duel would start in 30 minutes, giving everyone a tight window to get ready. Alan's eyes went sharp, and he snapped that they were cheating by choosing their own witness, but the prince just nodded and confirmed the deal. He jabbed a finger at Alan and warned him not to regret his choice, then said they'd meet up at the training grounds. Alan took it all in stride. The moment he turned, his worried friends closed in fast and Anastasia pushed, begging him not to back out yet. Alan only smiled and murmured that it was fine, and that sweet little reassurance instantly sent the princess into a fluster. Her composure finally cracked. Anastasia blurted out that she was happy he had good friends, but begged him to step back, swearing nobody would hold it against him. She trembled with fear that his talent would get ruined, worried the prince would just wave away any foul play as just an accident. Alan was touched by her real worry and quietly called her name. Then he wheeled on the anxious group and demanded had they heard the buzz about the capital's youngest C-rank adventurer. When they nodded, he smirked, jabbed at himself, and basically said, "Yep, that's me." He stacked the claims next Goblin Slayer and Orc Slayer, then bragged that he'd wiped out a Blizzard Phoenix all by himself, and Anastasia and her friends just stood there, jaws dropped. With his credentials locked in, he shot him one last reassuring smile, then told the others to breathe easy, because they were about to win, plain and simple. He turned to leave his. His confident departure left Anastasia stunned, her face burning, eyes locked on him as he vanished, her mind spiraling from that bombshell revelation. Meanwhile, Amy slipped into a vacant corridor, panic hammering her brain because this was not how the game was supposed to go. The villain was meant to get crushed. So why did a substitute show up? And why wasn't Anastasia the one getting beaten in that duel? She stood at the edge of the crowd, jaw set tight, convinced with cold certainty that Karl-sama wasn't losing because in her eyes, Alan was nothing but a nobody trying to impress the girl he liked. Then she clenched her resolve, ready to witness the man who dared to protect Anastasia get killed in the most brutal way. A tiny, creepy laugh slipped out of her, and excitement sparked in her eyes because she was the heroine. And the whole world was on her side, so a huge, triumphant grin broke across her face. At the dueling grounds, Alan strode forward with a calm grin and thanked everyone for the wait. Then the whole crowd erupted into stunned whispers, eyes locked on him as they realized he'd come armed with just one dagger. Panic and disbelief spread fast, and you could practically hear the question forming. Did he have a death wish? He strolled straight into the arena's center with calm confidence, offering the prince a respectful apology for making him wait. While Anastasia and her crew shouted his name from the sidelines, one of them snapping, asking why he showed up so underprepared. The prince totally ignored them, spun back to Anastasia and swore he'd win that duel for her, while nearby Leonardo snapped his tongue in irritation, glaring at the showdown between Anastasia and Amy, and at Alan, the commoner who hated them both. Then the official witness cut in, impatient and done with the talk, and barked at everyone to start. With a sharp command, the witness snapped the signal. Then Leonardo launched forward like a missile, no hesitation at all. A flash of light and raw force detonated in the air. Alan disappeared on the spot, and Leonardo got whipped backwards so hard he smashed into the stone ground. Everyone watching just froze, staring in stunned, breathless silence. A violent burst of smoke detonates across the dueling arena, swallowing both fighters in a blind haze, while Anastasia, the prince, and Marcus stare from the sidelines, stunned. Anastasia blurts that she doesn't know what this smokescreen is, and the moment it hits her, her mind snaps straight to Alan. Spectators cough through a choking wall of smoke, and Anastasia can't stop herself from firing frantic questions at what's happening out there until the haze thins and the lifeless shapes of defeated students come into view on the ground, and the match is already over. When the last of the haze finally collapses, Alan stands alone, 5 defeated opponents sprawled around him while Prince Claude's face crumples as he screams the names of the fallen nobles. Oscar and Leonardo. Anastasia can only freeze, staring in stunned silence. Alan turns and realizes even Crown Prince Karl-Heinz and Marcus are down among the fighters. Karl-Heinz grips his chest, stammering in pure shock at what he just watched. Then the referee spots Alan with a weapon at a defeated student's throat and blasts, "Stop." The official tells Leonardo, Claude, and Oscar they can't keep going, and Leonardo's brother begs for help. Then Alan turns ice cold and snaps, asking who'll take responsibility if the man refuses to concede, even threatening to stab the student. The crowd reels in shock at how fast he's just wiped out 3 people, and Anastasia leans in, watching Alan like a hawk. A cold plan clicks into place in his head. He's set to unleash a smoke screen and flip on his stealth skill. 1 second they're blinded, the next Claude and Leonardo are stumbling through the haze, screaming at the top of their lungs, only to realize the commoner bastard has vanished without a trace. He whipped out the pistol and the suppressor he'd already used on the thieves, then unleashed a brand new non-lethal trick. The shot wouldn't kill, but the impact would slam bones to pieces and flood him with agony. After dropping Claude, he flipped stealth back on and tossed out another smokescreen. Next up was Marcus the Magician. Alan had called it. Marcus panics the second the world throws him a curveball. He tried to handle the mist, but instead of using magic to clear the non-poisonous fog, he got swallowed by panic. Alan felt relieved he didn't have to fight with magic yet, because with Marcus out of the way, Leonardo was next. Leonardo hacked at his blade through the thick smoke, barking at his cowardly opponent to show himself, but Alan couldn't risk a stray bullet mowing down a student in the crowd, so he didn't charge in blindly. He flicked a tiny gust of wind to rip the haze for a second, then snapped into the opening to strike. Oscar, the master archer, was utterly helpless. He couldn't hit a target, he couldn't even see, and the prince, still reeling, blurts that Alan better have answers, because he can't trust what's happening. He snaps that he can barely see his own feet, let alone his friends, then pins it on Alan's powerful attack magic, no dodging now. "So tell him, Alan, did you kill them?" The dust finally settled, and the referee's voice snapped through the chaos. Leonardo, Claude, and Oscar were done, unable to keep fighting, standing there among the fallen nobles. Anastasia froze, staring like her brain couldn't catch up, and one frantic thought kept screaming in her head. What is this? Shock curdled into fury as she glared at Alan. her voice snapping as she demanded to know what he'd been pleading for, what he was trying to stop before it tore her world apart. Nearby, Amy could only whisper his name, eyes wide with awe and fear, while Prince Karl Heinz stood there in stone-cold silence, watching it all unfold. As the others reacted, Alan stayed ice-calm, eyes scanning every detail like he'd seen this before, because he'd already handled Leonard and Claude with non-lethal ammo, and he'd used the referee's call to officially knock Oscar out. Now he let his thoughts sharpen. The real threat was the last two. He clocked Marcus as the game-changer, someone who would go on to become the chief court magician and prime minister, a future titan shaping the country. He snapped his gaze toward the future prime minister and sharpened his voice, demanding Marcus explain right to his face if he honestly thought he could walk away from what he'd done. Or if he'd finally surrender when Marcus scoffed. Alan pushed harder, accusing him of threatening his opponent's families every time defeat crept in, and making it clear that those threats didn't just stain Marcus, they dragged Anastasia and her family into it too, since Marcus was speaking as her representative. He kept going, saying only a smart person would spot the real reason behind the duel, and that hit a nerve hard. Marcus couldn't think of anything, except that Alan must have been doing all this to protect Amy. Then Alan snapped his voice up so everyone could hear, pushing the question, did Marcus blame Anastasia on his own? With zero proof, just because Amy had baited her. Even the far-off crowd, Anastasia included, leaned in and got lost in the sudden twist. She demanded Marcus apologize to Anastasia and her family, then sliced into him for being a short-sighted choice for a future leader, and told him to sit with what he'd done before delivering a blinding, lightning-fast palm strike straight into Marcus's face. The punch slammed Marcus to the stone, his glasses exploding into shards, and the referee immediately declared him defeated. The crowd went silent with disbelief when they finally grasped the truth the commoner had just taken down 4 nobles in a row. Anastasia stood there, frozen, unable to process a single thing. And now there was only one enemy left on the board, the Crown Prince, Karl Heinz. Rage ripped through the crowd as they tore into Alan, yelling that cowardice was all he had for hiding behind shaky magic tools instead of stepping up to fight fair Claude. Barely steady now, jumped back in and slammed the duel as invalid Alan stayed cool, then fired back, asking if it wasn't just as cowardly to insult Anastasia in public and shove her into a duel like that. He reminded the prince that he'd blamed Anastasia too, back when Amy was hurt, and he made it clear nothing in the rules banned his tactics. The prince swore Anastasia had been harassing Amy, but Alan's voice thundered across the arena saying it was all empty, baseless accusations insisting Anastasia had done nothing wrong and that, unlike everyone else, he had no motive to lie. As he spoke, Amy stared back with wide, confused eyes, and the confidence in her own story started cracking. Once that calm snapped for good, the prince blew a fuse. He shouted at Alan to shut up and tore into the weight of royalty like it was choking him in his head. He'd found the truth. Amy was the only one who truly saw him, not the crown, his favorite things, his deepest thoughts, everything. So when his voice cracked with pure desperation, he screamed that Amy was his and that only with her could he ever be happy. That was when the terrible understanding hit Anastasia full force. It was just that arena. Still stunned by the prince's outburst, she just watched as Alan kept cornering him, demanding how the prince could miss Anastasia's devotion while she was right there, waiting as his fiancé Alan snapped that she'd chosen her duty to her country and its people, but the prince had shoved her aside for other women, fixating on Amy and driving Anastasia until the engagement cracked and the duel began. The prince couldn't take it anymore. He erupted in fury and roared for Alan to shut up. He kept going, voice trembling with pure anguish, swearing that royalty chained him so he couldn't live freely with the woman he loved, then snapped that commoners had it easy courtesy of the royals. While Alan just shot back, "Is that really true?" The prince immediately turned it around, daring him to prove it by eloping with Amy if a common life was supposedly so wonderful. His challenge got smacked back with cold, blazing fury. Alan laid bare what a commoner's life really looks like, from the day he was a kid. Filth-caked, brutal manual labor, from sunrise to dark for only 1,000 cents a day. Thin soup used to soften hard bread, a meager plate of vegetables, and a scrap of dried meat, and hunger that gnawed at his belly until he fell asleep. Then rage exploded in his chest. He yelled at the prince to stop acting so damn spoiled. He pushed forward, and his voice cut through the dead silent crowd as he demanded had the prince ever really thought about this country or the people in it. Alan claimed that if he had, then staying with Lady Anastasia would have been the only choice, and the moment Anastasia heard that, she bowed her head, sorrow crashing across her face. As Alan heard her thoughts, he snapped his gaze onto her and told her the truth. Too late for him, too. "This is the end," he declared. Anastasia gasped, eyes snapping up, calling his name as her fear blared warnings. Her warning hit at the exact right moment right behind Alan. The prince's tear-streaked fury mask snapped into full rage as he pulled dark, chaotic magic into a crackling sphere. Anastasia knew it the second she saw it. The same power he'd lost control of before, only this time it was way worse. "This is for you," the prince roared, and he was already about to blast the attack. Crouching low, Prince Karlheinz hurls a massive, swirling orb of dark energy at Alan, and with desperate determination in his eyes, he swears he'll win this fight for Amy, and he vows victory. From the sidelines, Anastasia snaps into panic. She knows she has to quash the prince's magic, but her ice spells might not be strong enough or fast enough to reach him. Then the dark energy lunges toward them, and she erupts, screaming Alan's name in pure terror. When her cry cuts through the air, Alan doesn't even flinch. He stays ice calm as that raging magic sphere barrels in. He just lifts a hand and flicks his wrist. "Yikimin, Mersuchishima," neatly swatting the whole attack aside and yanking the prince backward from the redirected blast. That dark energy's blast rebounds, spits out, then dies off harmlessly as the prince gets launched across the dueling grounds, crashing hard onto his back. With his opponent finally beaten, Alan drops his hand, rolls his fingers once, and lets out a soft sigh of relief. The old duel witness freezes in shocked silence as the prince crumples on the ground, and Anastasia crashes to his side, pressing a worried hand to his neck to check if he's still alive. A loud voice booms across the grounds, announcing that His Highness Karlheinz is down. Then the duel is slammed as Alan's victory. In the crowd, Amy and Isabella erupt with cheers for Alan's insane win, while Anastasia just stares in disbelief. The celebration dies, the second Amy drops to her knees completely crushed, staring into nothing like her brain just short-circuited. Because as her world falls apart, she can't stop asking where she messed up, mourning the fact that she's supposed to be the heroine of this world, and for her, it's truly over. Meanwhile, Alan strides up to Anastasia and kneels, and solemnly dedicates his victory to her. She's grateful, but he cuts in fast. The real win is that he didn't kill the prince, who's just drained from burning through all his mana. And even if the crown prince were to die, the country would still tumble into chaos, a truth that hits right at Anastasia's deepest fears. He rises, fires off his thanks to Anastasia, Margaret, and Isabella for everything, then turns to go. But right as he takes that step, Anastasia yells his name. The dual witness cuts in, stepping forward like a wall, and he announces that the matter is settled, then formally demands Anastasia's final confirmation. She nods and takes responsibility for boosting that duel, then faces the truth and honors everyone who got hurt. And when she realizes she has to fix the fallout, she whips around and bolts across the school grounds, breathing hard as she sprints. She storms into Alan's room, yells his name, and flings the door wide, only to have his last words, "Thank you for everything," ring in her head and throw her for a loop. The room's ice cold, bare as day, and the bedding sits folded neatly on the bed frame. A schoolmate barges in, and Anastasia snaps, "Where's the kid who was in this room?" The maid quickly admits she was only told to tidy up because the room was empty now. And then it hits Anastasia like a punch. Alan has already ditched the school. While Alan rolls up to his house, he shocks his mother on the spot, hugging a huge bundle of his belongings, like it's the last piece of his life. Inside his chest, everything he did crashes down on him. Sure, he beat the crown prince in that duel, but now the nobility won't just let it go. All he can think is, how on earth is he going to explain the whole mess to his mother? He drops into the seat beside her and spills everything from that night, how he chose the Duke's daughter and stood by her when everyone mistreated her, and then he finishes with the crushing truth he's almost definitely getting expelled for it, and his mother just can't find words. He blurts out an apology, convinced she's crushed because he won't graduate and land the kind of paycheck she'd been dreaming of. Then his mother just shuts her eyes, breathes, and calmly accepts it like it's nothing. She tells him she's proud he's finally grown up and stepped in when someone was in real danger, then snaps the brakes messing with princes and nobles from other countries could blow up into consequences, way worse than getting kicked out. She demands a solemn promise. If trouble erupts, she'll take the hit and he needs to run. Alan starts to argue right away, but she cuts him off, shouting that her only concern is his health and his safety. After the talk wraps up, his mother pushes him toward bed, and he nods quietly, then slips into the loft to get some sleep. Lying in bed, he locks eyes with the ceiling as his thoughts sprint, wrestling with how unfair the world feels and fearing what comes next, praying he'll have the guts to protect his mother if everything crashes down. His resolve turned to steel. He swore he'd save his mother and the city he fought for, but a tiny spark of doubt still lingered. And then it hit him like lightning childhood. His mother in warm lamplight, gently pushing him onward as he nervously climbed that steep ladder to the loft, telling him it was okay, he could do it. He lay in bed while his mother sat right beside him, and outside the window, the distant castle stood like a silent witness. She leaned in and told him she couldn't believe how long it had been since she'd seen him this way. No longer a baby in the slightest. Then, with a soft smile, she admitted she'd always wondered where his brilliance came from until now, when it finally clicked. It wasn't a mystery at all. He was his father's son. He blurted out that maybe this was the reason he'd messed up and pulled her into it, then confessed no one ever told him why his father died before he was even born. His mom told him he was just like him, because long ago his father had stepped in to help a girl who was in real trouble. She leaned in and promised Alan his dad would be proud, and Alan fell silent, finally realizing his mother hadn't talked this much about his father until right now. Her face snapped into steel as she vowed she'd go to war against anyone who dared hurt him, king or noble alike. Still shaken, Alan apologized for the mess he'd caused, and she just brushed his head, telling him she was proud of the job he pulled off. Then, right when he thought she couldn't get any more surprising, she said she was sleeping right there too and ordered him to scoot over. Next morning, fresh sleep cleared his head, and when he splashed water on his face, he couldn't ignore it. Last night's negativity had been pointless. His move had shut down Anastasia's condemnation, dodged a full-blown civil war, and even stopped an invasion from the Estonian Empire. Right now, it was all going exactly according to his plan. He told himself the shaking in his bones was just pure exhaustion and nerves, and that, at least, nobody had even confirmed whether he'd be executed. Then, as he straightened up from the wash basin, his mother's voice cut through from the main room. "You're up early." While she dug into the breakfast she cooked, he took one bite and lit up, saying it was great. She grinned and admitted it had been ages since he'd been home then, out of nowhere. His smile faded and a heavy seriousness settled in as he wondered, in silence, how long this calm could possibly last. A violent knock on the door cut their meal in half, and Alan snapped his head up. Who would show up this early? He guessed it could be someone from the royal palace, even though it had only been a day. Then he stood, told his mother he'd go check, and headed for the door. He yanked the door open, and nothing. The entrance sat empty, and confusion hit him hard as he scanned the quiet morning. But there wasn't a single person in sight. Monica suddenly burst into the room and barreled into her mother with a fierce, breathless squeeze, while Katerina gasped at her name, and Monica blurted out a huge, energetic, "Good morning." More than, Monica yanked Katerina free and spun toward Alan, telling him the guild guys had spotted him yesterday and were now waiting downstairs to corner him. She'd even swung by on the way from the market. Leaving his mother a basket packed with fresh vegetables, Alan took it in, and for a split second, that old familiar nostalgia flashed across his face. He burst outside and found his guildmates already waiting, bald, bearded, and ready to press him about what happened and why he'd vanished so suddenly, while Jared greeted him with open arms, laughing that it had been ages. They wasted no time teasing him. One guy even joked that he'd show up with a girl, and another snapped back that Alan was nothing like that. Then they pounced with questions. Had he been thrown out of the dorm, and what did he do to earn it? As they walked off, the bald man told him to drop by the guild every now and then. Monica stood right there and asked if he'd cleared the whole mess up, but Alan swore straight-faced that he hadn't done anything. He spun toward his mother, and she just watched him like she already knew. Then he answered that silent question out loud. No, he couldn't risk the guild people getting dragged into his mess. As he finished that promise, his eyes snapped to the street, and there, right at his stop, a gorgeous, ornate carriage rolled up. Panic tightened his face. Then he blurted, "Are they from the palace?" Like it was unthinkable, because why would they show up now? The whole idea hit him as impossible. The carriage doors burst open, and Princess Anastasia stepped out. Then Alan froze, stunned, as an elderly butler followed close behind her, bowed with grace, and introduced himself as the Duke of Ramslet's man, saying he'd come to take Alan away. Alan freezes on the cobblestone street as a formal carriage, yanked by two horses, rolls up and stops right in front of him, staring in shock like, "Why is this thing here, and why is it picking me up?" The mother wails in full protest, shouting that her son hasn't done a thing, while the old butler stays unnervingly calm and tells her it's Gerhard, head of the ducal Ramslet family, who wants Alan, and he swears on the Duke's name that Alan, the young lady's benefactor, won't get hurt. Before they even leave, Alan tells his mom, "Go ahead, change your clothes," then glances back to see her still worried, and he flashes her a steady smile. "Don't fret, everything's going to be fine." Clad in a sharp uniform, he rides the carriage as it rattles through the city streets, sitting still and watching the world blur past his window, while the butler takes the seat across from him. He stares at the opulent buildings, realizing this is his very first time in the aristocratic district. Every mansion he spots hits him like pure, jaw-dropping beauty. The wedding finally grinds to a halt right in front of an enormous, grand manor, the official residence of the Duke of Ramsley. In a fancy gold-drenched waiting room, a butler orders him to hang tight for a minute. And before he can blink, a maid slips in with a steaming cup of tea. Alan grabs it with real gratitude. He takes a sip of the tea, sweeping his eyes across the elegant room, and thinks, yeah, this place screams the kind of prestigious aristocratic family the Ramslets are. He slams his cup down, bites back panic with a deep breath, and tells himself to cool off because right now it's all about the objective, how much he can get the Ramslet family to cooperate. Then right on cue, his grand doors creak open as a hand turns the handle. The doors burst open, and there stands a huge, broad-shouldered man in royal robes. Alan snaps his head up, startled, when the stranger greets him with a bold grin. "Good morning," he says. "You're Alan, aren't you?" With a sharp motion, he gestured the young man to sit down. Alan, all tense nerves, swallowed hard and introduced himself with perfect formality. The nobleman then burst in with his name Gerhard, the head of Ramslet, hustling through an apology as he explained the sudden summons. Alan waved it off like it was nothing. And then the Duke leaned in and said, "Turns out you handled my daughter just fine yesterday." He went on, thanking Alan again for stepping into that duel against His Highness and Prince Claude fighting for his daughter. The Duke leaned in, asking permission to fire off a few questions, and Alan, stunned, couldn't believe he was being thanked, so he quickly waved him off and insisted the nobleman shouldn't bother. He snapped back with a quick yes, anything at all, and the Duke bowed his head, apologizing as he admitted he dug into Alan's past, the youngest Sirent's adventurer, the Goblin Labyrinth conqueror, and the one everyone feared, the Orc and Goblin Slayer. He kept going, stacking up Alan's wins, slaying a Blizzard Phoenix, graduating early from a commoner school, and grinding to save enough to get into high school. Then the Duke leaned in and couldn't believe it. Why would someone with that kind of record ask to be his daughter's representative in some stupid duel? So he dropped the real question straight to the bone. Did Alan want his daughter? Alan shot back with steel in his voice, saying he was ready to get expelled from school because he genuinely admired Anastasia's dedication and grind. He went on, making it clear he knew exactly how far apart their social stations were. Then his voice suddenly trailed off. The Duke cornered him, demanding to know why Alan would gamble the high school he'd fought to get into. And when Alan said the Duke might not even believe him, the rest got swallowed because the Duke pressed on, refusing to let him off the hook until Alan finally gave a reason. He listened in silence as Alan finally spilled the truth, saying he wants to protect his mom and the people who've been taking care of him. The boy's answer totally threw the Duke off. He repeated the word back, glaring at it like it didn't belong, and demanded what it meant in that exact moment. He took a quick sip from his cup, then nodded like, "Yeah, I got the whole story," admitting the duel was rigged and saying he'd never once heard of something as ridiculous as that. Alan shot back that a duel is still a duel, then added, "If Anastasia had fought to save herself, she never would have truly hurt my highness." The Duke finally caved, admitting that with his daughter's personality, her loss was written in the stars from the very beginning. He kept on thinking, and the truth hit him hard. If she'd lost, the other side would have demanded she be banned from even getting near the prince, and the Duke knew exactly what that would mean. Anna would have been booted from school for a crime she never committed. Alan then dropped the bigger bombshell. This wasn't just one slight, it was a spark that could burn the whole kingdom. If the prince cut a duke's daughter out on his own, every other noble house would see it as a green light. And soon the fight over the throne would explode between the crown prince and the second prince, dragging the kingdom into chaos and bloodshed. The Duke lifted a hand like he finally got it. Even with political theory in his pocket, he still pushed to connect it to what Alan was aiming for. He leaned in hard and demanded to know how any royal power struggle could possibly crush the lives of normal people, like the boy's mother and everyone he loves. His eyes stayed rock steady as he finally spoke the truth, and you could feel his worry for the entire Estonian kingdom hanging in the air. The boy's huge declaration shut Alan up cold. His face tightened, his eyes narrowed to slits, and he stared at Alan like he was trying to measure just how massive this worry really was. He took in the boy's words and realized Alan had chewed on the whole situation way deeper than anyone expected. Then Alan bowed it off and admitted his conclusions were nothing but guesses, pulled straight from what he'd read in the newspapers. The Duke slammed a heavy hand on Alan's shoulder and promised he'd take full responsibility for the case, top priority, keeping Alan's mother safe, then declared, "From this day on, the Duke of Ramslet is backing you." And for the first time in forever, Alan finally let out a breath and thanked him with all his heart. Then he yanked a command for his butler, Seabass, and ordered him to get Alan home safe and comfy, still reeling a little, and Alan thanked him again before they moved on. He gave a respectful bow, told the butler he was off, and slipped out with purpose. After Alan vanished, Duke Ramslet stood there by himself, face stern, eyes locked in deep thought. He stared at the boy's future, stunned that a low-born kid with divine protection had wiped out 5 nobles. Then the big question hit: what kind of man would Alan become? His mind snapped back to what Anna told him, how, from one simple school commotion, Alan managed to read the danger and act before their country's situation tipped, trapped all around by hostile nations. Anastasia's frantic cries for her father came flooding back from the night before, echoing through the estate grounds like a plea the world couldn't ignore. He'd met her right at the door, still in his nightgown, flanked by a maid, and when he saw her back so soon, shock hit him, so he demanded to know what happened. But she shot him a look full of panic and urgency, grabbed the moment, and insisted she had something huge to tell him. Or maybe it was inside. While the butler served the Duke's refreshments, he'd been listening, so now he's replaying every word, wondering, did she really claim Alan would turn stupid? Or was what he just saw the exact truth of what she meant? He kicked things off with pure disbelief. Sure, her dual rivals were the school's toughest, even the prince, but he just couldn't swallow the fact that she had beaten them on her own. She didn't just answer. She brought up a classmate named Alan and said he was a scholarship kid from a truly humble background. She bragged about his wild resume, youngest Serenque adventurer ever, master labyrinth explorer, goblin and orc slayer, and one of the best students to ever step into class. Then she added that he wasn't just serious, he was also easy to like, and that his magic could shut down the prince's out-of-control flame magic. Her father listened like he was waiting for the punchline, then flat out asked her if she'd fallen head over heels for the boy. Her face burned with embarrassment as she blurted, "Father, he's just chuckling." And he sat there grinning, loving how her teasing hit. Like it could only mean she was still in the very early stages. His grin slipped away and serious thoughts took over as he rubbed his chin, like the answer was hiding there. He muttered that keeping her hooked on his highness was going to be a lot harder from here. She stared down, worry twisting her face. Then she admitted softly but surely that everything was about to work out. While she stared at the brutal road ahead, her father was already digging for answers, pushing the question onto his butler, Seabass, about the scholarship student. The butler stepped in and said Alan was raised by a single mother in the royal capital before Anastasia, standing right there, cut him off and claimed she'd already dug into his past. Then she said, teeth clenched with certainty, that Alan was a person their country simply couldn't afford to lose, too valuable, too important. Her father wouldn't even turn around. But he finally admitted it. If her words were true, that kid really was an absolute genius. At last, he spun toward her and shut the conversation down for good, telling her he'd heard every word she said. Then, clocking how late it was, he ordered her to go rest. He listened as his daughter, voice cracking with panic, begged him to tell her what would happen to Alan. That plea snapped his mind back to the disaster in front of him. He stood alone, staring at the tangled mess of his daughter's engagement to the prince, and there was nothing simple about it. As Anastasia stepped into his study, her companion trailing right behind, he checked her claim, and sure enough, the boy, Alan, was exactly as she'd described. She nodded that he was right, but her chest felt heavy as she admitted the truth. She'd been goaded into that duel. And in her stupidity, she'd pulled Alan straight into the mess. And with how explosive everything was, she warned it could have spiraled into a full-blown war for the entire country. While her companion stared on, anxiety gnawing at his face, Anastasia finally blurted out her shame over the whole mess involving his highness. Seeing Anastasia crumble, the older woman surged forward and cradled her head in gentle hands, offering comfort like a warm shield. As his daughter got soothed in the background, the Duke's resolve turned steel hard. Then he declared he was marching straight to the royal palace. She spun toward Anastasia, and Anastasia's face was soaked in tears. He stepped up as the dukedom's head and swore he'd personally guard Alan. Then asked if this was the ending she'd been praying for. Between shaky breaths, she finally choked out a quiet yes. His choice snapped into place, and the whole matter was sealed for good. Right after all that, Alan got marched out by the Ramslet family butler, straight toward a carriage. And when Alan begged for anesthesia, the butler shut him down politely, saying she couldn't see anyone today. Alan nodded, thanked him, and climbed into the carriage, heading out. As the carriage rattled him away, the boy couldn't stop thinking about the princess. He was sure Anastasia hated him now, since he'd vanished without a single word. And that guilt crushed him like a weight he couldn't shrug off. As the city flashed past outside the window, he stared down his situation and let out a breath. He'd beaten fate and survived. Yeah, but he knew that wasn't the end of the road. For now, he'd just take what he could get. A few days later, Alan was perched high on a ladder inside what looked like a barn when his mother's voice boomed up, telling him that someone had come to see him downstairs. He went down to meet the Ramslet family butler, only for a formal greeting, to turn into pure shock when Anastasia stood right beside him. Staring back, the butler shoved a sealed letter into his hands, with Duke Gerhard's invitation to dinner tomorrow. And Alan just froze, stunned by the request and even more stunned by Anastasia's sudden return. Inside this grand estate, Alan stands there squirming in fancy, unfamiliar formal wear. And his mom, Katerina, watches him with pure worry hands clasped tight as she asks, trembling, if they really should be wearing clothes this fine. She lets out a heartfelt thank you for the care they've been shown, and Alan quickly tries to calm her fears. Sebastian told him it was totally okay if they didn't dress up. He shrugs and says her reaction isn't shocking at all. How often do commoners get invited to dine with a duke? At least he can hide behind a school uniform. Converse, this huge bearded powerhouse, greets them with open arms and welcomes Alan. Then he motions toward Anastasia, who just stands beside Alan with her eyes shut. And he asks if the woman with him is his mother. Katerina steps in, introduces herself, and thanks Converse for the invitation. He steps forward and introduces himself as Gerhard Klinal von Ramslet. The head of the Ramslet family then tells Katerina straight to her face that his daughter owes Alan everything, pushing out his heartfelt gratitude for every bit of help Alan has given. He turns to introduce his wife, Elizabeth, and his son, Friedrich, and the young boy gives a courteous, "Nice to meet you." Elizabeth greeted them with a calm, bright smile, telling everyone she'd invited her daughter's benefactor and his mother, and that she wanted to skip all the formalities with a respectful vow. Alan stepped forward, introduced himself, and promised it was truly an honor to finally meet them. The greeting gets slammed to a halt when Elizabeth shouts that Alan has arrived. Then Anastasia, dressed in a formal gown, wheels around with pure irritation and marches straight toward him, startling everyone else's confused murmurs. She catches up to him and yanks him aside before he can even process it. Then whips around and fires a question. What was that supposed to mean? As he stammers in total confusion, she blurts out that she asked if I had any way to say goodbye, and the second it lands, Alan can only sputter an apology, staring at her like, "Are you mad?" Her face relaxes just a little, then she blurts out an apology for vanishing so suddenly, admitting she's genuinely thrilled to see him again. After that, she turns to him and thanks him for stepping in and fighting that duel for her. Alan's mind is still spinning, so all he can do is let out a confused, as Elizabeth looks on with a knowing, smug little smile. Reeling from the Duchess's sharp note that she and Alan are close, she scrambles to deny it while Alan just lets out a breath of relief. Confessing he'd been terrified she hated him, and he's thrilled to see her again, his raw sincerity leaves Anastasia totally speechless. The moment shatters as Duke Gerhard storms in and breathlessly apologizes for the delay, and the butler's sharp throat clear snaps everyone into the next phase of the proceedings. Duchess Elizabeth whips around to Alan and tells him the truth. Anastasia was so panicked, she bolted straight to the Duke's room, crying her heart out in the dead of night. With a gentle, warm smile, she urges Alan to call her daughter Anna instead. Anastasia hears that and goes bright red, loudly denying she ever cried, while Alan just stands there, mentally catching up. The Duchess leans in closer, teasing him for a straight answer, and asking what he thinks of the idea. Alan hesitates, totally stuck on what to say. He whips around to Anastasia and asks, in full formal style, if he can call her Anna-sama, and when she blushes and scrambles, she says yes, but only if he does it when they're alone. Once the dust settles, she snaps her composure back into place and calls, "Seabass," then declares it's time to head for the dining hall. Seabass bows and answers her on the spot. They stride on, and Alan can't help thinking to himself, then he decides to wear emotions that actually match his apparent age, instead of hiding behind his usual stone-cold poker face. Now, Alan and his mom sit at the formal dining table with the whole Ramslet family, listening as Duke Gerhard kicks things off, telling them straight up that he invited them here to hash out every detail of the incident that just happened. He breaks down what the duel really decided. The whole point wasn't victory, it was an apology to his family. So now the Crown Prince and Amy will publicly bow and apologize to Anastasia at the start of next term, right at the opening ceremony, with everyone watching. He takes a single sip, then drops the final bombshell: Prince Ibrahim's engagement with his daughter is officially crushed and cancelled. Then Duchess Elizabeth Ramslet leaned into Alan and said, straight up, that Anastasia couldn't seem to get enough of him, and she demanded that he keep being a real friend to her daughter. Then the Duke sealed the last details about Alan's fate, declaring Alan would not be punished or kicked out of school. And when those words hit, Alan and Anastasia just froze in stunned relief. After that, the Duke told Alan to actually enjoy school, even promising he'd introduce him to someone for a job after graduation, maybe even in the Ramslet family. News hit her like a storm, and Alan's mother snapped her hands to her face, choking back tears of pure gratitude as they spilled down her cheeks, while she thanked that dupe again and again. As her sobs kept pouring out, the family's butler thrust a handkerchief into her hands, and Duchess Elizabeth warmed her with a gentle smile, saying it had to feel like the biggest relief. Katerina wiped her face through tears, nodded hard, and thanked them again and again. Then the Duchess spun back to Alan, a playful spark blazing in her eyes, and teased that she'd be right back in his care next year, maybe even nestled in his arms. Alan froze and stammered, completely caught off guard. Once the serious talks finally wrapped up, Duke Gerhard beamed and ushered Alan and Katerina to the table, where the whole Ramslet family sat right down with them, and as the dinner kicked off, the room turned warm and welcoming. Alan sank his teeth into the bite, and pure satisfaction hit like a wave. He closed his eyes, grinning at the thought that every ounce of hard work had been worth it. After dinner, Alan and his mom readied themselves to leave by carriage. Then they bowed in heartfelt thanks to the Rams' left family, while Duke Gerhard promised Alan he'd be welcome in their home any time. Right as they were about to leave, Anastasia stepped in and demanded a quick word with Alan, and the Duchess instantly turned it into their moment, telling Katerina to show him around the garden so the two of them could have their privacy. She cut right to the heart of it, eyes blazing with purpose. Anastasia declared she wanted to dive into the Altman labyrinth and planned to make a formal request to him, a C-rank adventurer, to guide them, and she made it clear that Margaret would be coming too. She grills him about the Altman labyrinth right when she mentions the Great Orc labyrinth. She presses him on how far he plans to go, and Alan freezes, shocked she even knows. In his head, he wrestles with whether to admit he'd already gone through it when it was still a world secret. Then Anastasia snaps it all together, eyes blazing as she demands the truth. Has he been there already? Alan just smirks and tells her he explored it deep in the jungle ages ago. He keeps talking, waving off the danger like it's nothing, saying the final boss was only an orc king and the labyrinth had no traps at all, so it never struck him as a big deal. Anastasia hears him out, her face twisted with frustration and total disbelief. She admits that discoveries don't need to be reported, but she's still stunned by how casually he's brushing it off. Amy looks completely overwhelmed, blurts out, "What do you mean by fast laps?" And he snaps into explanation. Those were his trick to slam the labyrinth's layout into his memory fast. So if you've even got a little self-defense, you could probably make it through on your own. He explains that the fast laps is pure cheat code for leveling up. You clear the whole labyrinth, then sprint straight back to the entrance and restart right away. Just thinking about it makes Anastasia's palms sweat, but she can't deny it's brutally effective. Noticing her reaction, he leans in and asks, "What's wrong?" Anastasia snaps herself back together fast, insisting it's nothing, but her eyes keep clinging to him with this awkward burst of awe and embarrassment. "You're really something," she whispers, and Alan can only answer with a confused, "Yeah." Amy jumps on the moment and blurts out, asking if he'll guide them, pushing a plan to leave once the new year kicks in, and Alan wastes no time, nodding that it's a brilliant idea. Soon after the new year, they clomp along by carriage for a few hours and roll up to Altman, where Margaret is already waiting. And as soon as they arrive, a confident woman in full adventuring gear strides up to greet them, telling them the guild says plenty of others have already tried to take down the labyrinth. Alan blurts that maybe it's already been cleared, but she flashes a steady smile and reassures him there's still a shot. Her attention snaps to Alan, giddy over his recent duel where he crushed the school's 5 strongest students, and now she wants to scout him for the Altman family. The offer hits Alan like a thunderclap, and he goes speechless for a moment. The woman whips around to Anastasia with a knowing smirk, telling her not to sweat because she'd never try to snatch her precious knight. Then Anastasia, totally flustered, spins away and insists she has no clue what she's talking about. Alan's face hardens as he cuts in. Then he blurts out an apology. He'd gotten them too hyped about the labyrinth's riches. He explains he already hauled out every last treasure. Then he leans closer and offers them the entire hoard as compensation. He lays it all out, his identity, to the skeptical adventurers riding with Cecilia, and the one with the thick mustache straight up calls him out. He says Margaret told him Alan would guide them. So why is he still acting like some student? Another adventurer, rocking a goatee, can't even believe it. He remembers how Alan tore through the goblin labyrinth and snagged the title Orc Slayer. Then a third guy leans in and demands, "So what are you planning next?" Alan calmly lays out his plan, then stops them cold to test their skills first, so they can figure out the right formation before they even move. The mustached man boldly tells Cecilia they've got Margaret's safety covered, but Cecilia shoots him a sharp side-eye, clearly not buying it for a second. With the rules finally in place, the party lines up at the dark, timber-framed entrance of the labyrinth, itching to kick off their adventure. Just inside, Alan fires up the party and dares them to take on the orcs the moment they show up. Then he swears he'll jump in the instant things turn dangerous, so they'll get the acknowledgement they're chasing. Cecilia clocks the guy's cold dismissal and realizes they don't trust Alan at all. Now she's terrified that their mistrust will make them brush off his orders, and that could get them all killed. Deeper in the cavern, their very first run-in crawls out of the shadows a hulking, brutal boar of an orc. Swinging a club like it's nothing, one of the armored men blurts that he'll charge in first, but a harsh voice snaps him to a stop. Alan strides in and cuts off the party mid-buzz, then declares that he'll be the first to go, leaving Cecilia stunned as she blurts out, "Wait, what are you doing?" He stands calm in front of that snarling beast, weapon raised, and tells the others, "Let me prove how strong our guide really is." Cecilia calmly pulls out a bizarre metallic gadget, nothing like any weapon they've ever laid eyes on, and as she yells that the monster is closing in, one of her men freezes, gaping at it, demanding to know exactly what it is. A gigantic boar bellows and charges straight for them, and one of the armored men snaps for it to back off, but the beast won't listen. Cecilia shouts his name as he ignores the order and sights that strange weapon on the raging monster. A deafening crack shatters the passage, and a blinding flash bursts from the device's tip right on target as the charging boar gets its momentum yanked to a stop, then crumples to the floor like a dead weight. The adventurers just freeze there, faces locked in stunned disbelief. He drops the weapon, exhales in one soft breath, and lets the immediate threat die down. His display leaves the whole party completely stunned. One guy can barely stammer a word, and another lunges at Alan, demanding answers for what they just saw. He calmly tells her the device is his own magic creation, built to fire iron bullets with wind magic. Cecilia's smile wobbles, but she admits she gets it now, and vows she'll be counting on it. One of her men, still drenched in sweat from the shock, nervously nods and hands it over to him. Alan only smiles, saying he's excited to team up with them and that they should move forward with his plans. Cecilia watches in stunned silence. She's never seen a technique like that before, and she exhales in relief, certain he's not their enemy. Alan grins and says they should team up right now to guard Margaret and Anastasia. Right as the crew finally steadies their nerves, another beast shows up, an orc lurking deeper down the passage. Alan just calmly points it out, and the shock hits Cecilia so hard she snaps, "All right, I'll take care of this one." No hesitation, she rockets forward with her arm pulled back, closing the gap fast to slam the creature with a devastating hit. She surged forward in a silver streak, cleaving clean through the orc's neck, and when it dropped, she whipped her gaze back to Alan with a smug, confident grin, demanding who he was trying to save. Her teammates just stared, stunned at how fast she moved. Elsewhere, the prince mapped out his battle plan. He promised to take point with Anastasia, staying right on her heels, while the knights hunkered down to protect their backline from any ambush, and Amy stayed glued to him, covering his every move so they could surge forward without slowing down. The fight ended in a crushing victory when the Orc King finally fell. His gigantic, test-sized body hit the ground and stayed motionless. After the win, Cecilia's man wiped the sweat off his brow, stunned into silence, relief and disbelief crashing together. He couldn't shake the feeling that killing the Orc King, plus its priest and mage, had gone way too smoothly. And now that brutal display was making him doubt his own skills like an uneasy, eye-opening punch. With the danger finally gone, The prince strode up to the crowd and pointed at a blazing doorway, telling them, "Step into that room, it's the only way out of this labyrinth." Right before they left, Amy whipped around to Alan with a grateful grin, thanked him from the heart, and admitted they'd been leaning on his strength way too much through the whole ordeal. One of the knights snapped in bitter disappointment about the empty loot, muttering that the orcs were stingy, and Amy stepped in to tell Alan he could bolt back to the entrance just by touching the labyrinth's core. Alan nodded, remembering his own quick goof of a method. Cecilia suddenly stepped in, telling Alan he'd be riding with her instead, and she snapped that arrogance would get him nowhere. He immediately blurted an apology. Then she took charge of the next lab, with Alan and Anastasia trailing after her as their training pushed on and they leveled up. In front of the entire student body, Anastasia shoots her hand up and announces, calm as steel, something formal about the Duke of Ramslet, and the whole hall feels it across from her. Alan just stares with a face locked in pure disbelief. Her eyes narrow with pure blazing determination, and the fierce contrast of a star ignites against her usual calm. All he can do is stare right back, a bead of sweat crawling down his temple as the whole scene crashes into his mind. Hours earlier, his day had started so simple it almost felt unreal winter vacation was over. And it was the first day of school, when he vowed to his mother he'd be home, and she'd waved him off from the top of the stairs, blessing him to the last second. Striding through the capital, Alan wrestled with the fallout of everything he'd done, because by stopping Anastasia's condemnation and banishment, he crushed the very trigger that was meant to ignite the capital's destruction, rewriting the game's fate with a single move. He realized his future knowledge had given him that first killer move, but now the edge vanished, the road ahead turned into pure mystery, and he knew from here on out he'd have to think and act with brutal precision just to dodge the worst possible outcome. The politics were hanging by a thread by stopping the Civil War. He bought time and kept the Est Empire next door from marching in, and for now, peace was only holding because a fragile balance of power kept everyone in check. Now that the original scenario was obliterated, the question burned in everyone's mind, what on earth would the new reality look like? The fallout was already rolling, and Anastasia's engagement with the Crown Prince had shattered, and his grip on the throne started to wobble. The Ramslet Duchy, the kingdom's biggest granary, was the real engine of his power, controlling the nation's food and keeping him standing. After that duel, the balance between the Crown Prince's camp and the Second Prince's forces blew apart, and chaos took over so the southern nobles could even swarm behind Duke Ramslet. Even with his low rank, he still has the legal right to seize the throne, which means this duke just turned into a terrifying new threat. Alan stares at the kingdom's new shaky political mess, and it feels just as unstable as the disaster he swore he'd stop. The thought nags at him, was it a mistake not to just wipe out the Crown Prince? Before he can spiral any further, Anastasia shows up with a smug, knowing grin, like she's got a secret cooking. Alan presses her for what she's planning now, but deep down, he's still worried Amy hasn't given up on her precious harem-ending dream. He strides across the school grounds, unshakable after going this far. He's decided to claw out a happy ending, no matter what it costs, to save his mother and his seniors. And as his footsteps hit the path, a warm, cheerful voice calls his name. Isabella and Amy pop in to greet him with a bright, "Good morning," and Isabella grins, telling him they're in his Anastasia class for the new semester. Then leaning in to ask if he's seen the class list yet. Once he confirms, Isabella breaks into a wave and tells him she'll see him later, and Amy chips in that she can't wait to be in his care, while Cinnamon Allen echoes everything back. He grins to himself, proud of how it all turns out, because with those two nearby, he's sure Anastasia won't just be happier. She'll start making friends fast. His good mood lasts about as long as a spark, then snaps out. He lets out a heavy sigh when he catches students whispering about him. The commoner who actually dared to duel the prince, and didn't just disappear. Irritation claws at him, so he decides to check the class list himself. He spots a bullet on board, scans the names, and his stomach drops. Because even with the Crown Prince's grades spiraling, he stays locked in Class A as Student of the Year, while Leonardo, with the worst scores, gets kicked down to Class B. But the real shock, Claude's name wasn't on the list at all, gone like it never existed. So he figures Claude must have dropped out for some mystery reason. And just as he's still trying to make sense of it, a sharp voice suddenly yells his name. Anastasia's voice fills the air as she stands over him, all authority, so when Alan stumbles, startled, and blurts her name, she snaps at him to stop calling her that in public. After he rushes out an apology, she grumbles that her mother won't let up and keeps pushing to meet him again, before finally asking about his family. She says her brother would want to meet him too when he gets home. Then asks straight up if Alan's brother is at the school. Alan hesitates and tells her Claude is out of the country working right now, then quickly switches gears, asking Anastasia if she's seen the class list. He hung on every word as Anastasia laid out the duel's fallout and revealed that Westerdale's kingdom had apparently demanded Leonardo drop out of school. He leaned in and asked if all of this was really born from that duel, and she nodded, saying she'd heard Leonardo even got cut off by his own family. Then she dropped the kicker. Leonardo himself supposedly confirmed it. She explained that the Ramslet family had filed a formal protest against the Viscount Jukes family, and once Leonardo dug in, refused to admit fault. Anne swore he was right. The Jukes family had no choice but to stop defending him. She confirmed it, admitting those events had felt awful for her, but insisting the country still got the clear long-term win, and then she shoved the conversation aside, pointed at the opening ceremony, and practically pushed him toward the auditorium with her. With her, they sprinted to the auditorium, where a school official boomed that a formal apology would be held for the Ramslet family, the Crown Prince, and his companions. Then the official called Anastasia Kleinel von Ramslet to the podium, and she snapped her gaze to Alan, demanding he come with her. She snapped her gaze up at him, declaring that, since he'd fought for her, he deserved to see it right from behind her, and he just nodded in quiet agreement. He nodded and followed her up the steps to the stage, where Karl-Heinz Bartiel, von Centralen, and Marcus von Baines were already waiting, right there for him. As soon as they hit the stage, she turned to the group, locked eyes, and demanded, "So will you accept the duel's result now?" The prince and his crew faced them, eyes burning with resentment, hearts sunk with defeat, while Karl-Heinz clenched his jaw, admitting to himself that this humiliation was all Leonardo's fault. He clenched his fist and launched into a proper apology, yanking back every word he'd thrown at the Duke of Ramslet, while Isabella stood beside him, quietly offering her own apology too. He and his crew end up downed and defeated as Anastasia, straight-faced, accepts their apology, then lays down a harsh warning, begging them not to mock the Ramslet family so easily again. Even as she quietly doubts they're capable of a truly sincere apology at all. As they start to drift away, Isabella leans in and calls out softly, "Karl-sama." He turns to her and snaps back a curt, simple reply. The prince and his crew push through a wall of silent students, all eyes locked on them as they march forward. Nearby, Alan spots Isabella's rage simmering under the surface. She swears she's fine, but her clenched fist and blazing glare scream the truth. Meanwhile, Alan's totally lost, straight up admitting to himself he has no idea what they were even apologizing for. Anastasia yells his name, cutting through his thoughts. "Alan, wait!" He snaps his head around and he answers her with a quick, simple yes. A confident grin breaks across her face as she tells him, "Wait just a moment." Before he can even answer, she whips around and strides right back onto the stage, staring down the whole assembly while Alan, stuck in the crowd, is left totally dumbfounded. Her voice slices through the air with pure authority. "Alan," she calls, and right there she declares that as her representative, he defended the Ramslet family's honor. Then she drops the final blow to honor his achievements and loyalty. She's going to reward him. She leans in and drops a jaw-crushing announcement. Lord Duke of Ramslet has chosen to shelter Alan and his entire family under their official protection, while the students and crowd erupt into stunned whispers, like nobody can believe it. Alan takes the full hit of her words, and it knocks every thought clean out of his head, leaving him frozen and speechless. She's handed a pristine white handkerchief, stamped with an ornate crest, and Anastasia's voice turns soft as she asks right to his face if he'll take it. He takes the token. But his thoughts slam into uncertainty. What if this is some high-class aristocratic ritual? Some fancy etiquette game he has zero clue about. His acceptance hits, and then boom, the whole crowd erupts in a loud wave of applause. Right on the spot, Amy and Isabella are among them, clapping with real joy as their faces light up. Once the public ceremony wrapped up, he and Anastasia strolled side by side through a long, sun-drenched corridor, leaving the crowd fading behind them. As they push forward, he whips around to her and goes, "Why make a grand show of it when the king already knows everything that's going on?" She snaps back that her announcement isn't meant for royalty at all. It's a warning to every other student. After his duel, she admits she's been hearing nasty rumors, and she had to make one thing crystal clear. Anyone who dares to hurt him will instantly become the enemy of the Ramslet family. He thanks her for her consideration, and the second he starts to ask what that handkerchief means, Anastasia whips her gaze away, flustered. Before the story can continue, Amy and Isabella's voices come barreling in, and cut them off. Isabella barrels up to them, bragging that Anastasia crushed it, then whips around to Alan with a ridiculous grimace, spilling how totally stunned and chalk-pale the other students looked right after the declaration. Her gaze snaps to the handkerchief clutched in his hand. "So that's one you got from Anasima, huh?" she asks, eyes sparkling. Then she leans in. "Show me." Caught off guard by how badly it hooked them, he thrusts it forward, and Isabella and Amy immediately scoot in close. Boom. Their faces light up, and they shriek with pure, unfiltered delight. With a knowing grin, she watches Isabella start spilling the tradition behind that handkerchief, how a noble lady sews her family crest onto it, then hands it to her knight. It hits like a public announcement. When it finally clicks, Amy bursts out with an excited squeal, but Alan only manages a confused. Isabella beams with a victorious grin and declares, "It's my way of saying he's mine." The moment Alan gets it, it smacks him hard. But a flustered Anastasia blurts out, laughing too nervously, I was just thanking my benefactor." Amy only giggles at how fast her friend spirals. Her denial snapped Alan's mind back to a chat he once had with her father. The Duke made it brutally clear, since Anastasia was the daughter of a great house, she'd eventually be handed off to royalty or some other high noble through cold-blooded politics. Sensing his every thought, Anastasia's smile snaps into something sharp, serious, and steel cold. She thanks him again, then makes it crystal clear. One slip, and they're done. She flips her gesture into a promise, a pact, so they'll never end up hurting each other. With iron resolve, she swears that if anything goes wrong, she'll protect him, no questions, no hesitation. Inside a fancy room, Alan and Duke Ramsay crack open the mess in the Westerdale Kingdom. Alan can't stop wondering why Prince Claude got exiled, and the Duke snaps back that it was just a light punishment, basically an apology for the duel. Still, Alan's thrown off. Why would Claude so easily let go of Amy? That means his love has to be deep. The Duke only grimly shakes his head. Love's blind, and even then, Claude volunteered to be the representative. The prince's deeper motive is pretty clear. He's betting Amy will soon be shoved out of the country, right when their nation's devastation finally hits. Then it doubles down on this idea: if a bloody battle for succession sparks a civil uprising, it doesn't stop there, it steamrolls straight into war. He weighs in on the whole geopolitical mess, probing whether Westerdale, the friendly nation that lives off their food and supplies, will back them, or the Estonian Empire. Then lands on a chilling verdict: with the country torn up on the inside, Estonia will almost certainly strike. It spins a chilling twist. Forget saving Westerdale. Maybe the smarter move is to invade, then just split the territory with Estonia instead. Alan just heard that razor-sharp analysis when the Duke cut him off, and a brand new thought hit him like a punch. What if Prince Claude is already reaching out to Estonia? He sighs and admits it might actually be true. Then the Duke digs up the game's original scenario: Amy and her crew would run for their lives after Estonia storms in, get rescued by Westerdale, and then Westerdale would smash back with a counterattack. He shrugs it off as totally impossible now, because he's already wrecked that whole plan using Amy's saint awakening to win over the kingdom, so Westerdale has zero political reason left to save some baron's bastard daughter and that scandal-riddled crown prince. With the West finally figured out, he pivots to the south and fires off his next question because Conrad, the eldest son, has come back to the estate. Alan can't believe what he's hearing until the Duke drops the bombshell Ramslet sits in the southeast, right by the border with the Kingdom of Zouth, who's allied with Estonia. Then the Duke reveals they've yanked their heir home at the last second, and Alan realizes they're not just talking. Zouth is gearing up to make a move. Alan stares down the grim strategic map, while Duke Ramslet snaps that if the northern powers strike, their kingdom will get squeezed from every direction. Then Alan realizes this mess is way bigger than the one they survived after the destruction. The Duke calms him down, insisting the military can't strike out of nowhere. They'll wait until the winter wheat harvest is finished. Then he pivots fast, asking Alan how school's been, and Alan lights up, saying he's loving it. As the Duke's voice turns more personal, he leans in and asks Alan to help Anna. No strings, no rank, just a real friend's request, with a hand to his chest. Alan nods and promises he's glad to help both the Duke and Anastasia. Exactly like the Duke warned, the second year of academy life rolled by with zero drama thanks to the so-called villain getting kicked out. Inside the academy, life around Amy barely shifts until Claude's absence hits hard, and suddenly she and her crew aren't sitting at the top of the class anymore. He watches the new political climate with growing worry, and then it hits. The second prince's faction is openly snubbing the crown prince's group now, and Alan realizes the palace power war has spilled right into their school. Right in the middle of that tension, Anastasia closes in, asks if he's got a minute, and suggests they talk as they walk, and then she drops the bomb she's working on an independent research project for the summer vacations. And her whole theme is the role adventurers play in their country. Her whole spiel snaps straight into a bold request. She asks if you'll introduce her to the Adventurers Guild. And Alan hesitates like he's weighing every word, but Anastasia teases him, asking if he thinks she's not worthy then. With a tiny blush, she admits she was just kidding. As they keep going, Anastasia leans in and tells him that Isabella and Margaret are teaming up for literature research, and the other two girls grin, swearing they won't interrupt them. He catches himself staring at her, stunned by how much more she's smiling lately, probably thanks to her friendship with Isabella and Margaret. Then Anastasia snaps him out of it, calling him out for staring, and he whips his eyes away fast, insisting, "Nothing." She bursts with gratitude, tells Alan to go straight to the guild, and makes it clear she's busted her engagement to the Crown Prince with hard work and no shortcuts. Later, during summer vacation, Anastasia bumps into Alan, both of them tangled in a commoner disguise, and as she fixes her bonnet, she blurts out that this whole look might be overkill. Alan's told her it was Sebastian, the butler, who set it up for her. Then Alan clocks it instantly. She's slipping out again, same as always. He tells her everything's shifted since the duel, and the broken engagement. Now the Ramslet family hasn't picked sides for either the Crown Prince or the Second Prince, so she needs to lay low and stop drawing attention. She hates slipping around. But once he says the disguise actually fits her, it clicks. Their stroll gets yanked to a stop when they stumble into an alley scene, noble students huddled in a circle around a tiny, hooded kid, with Leonardo leading the charge. The second Leonardo locks eyes with Alan, he snaps his name out loud. Leonardo and his crew, Oscar, Marcus, Amy, and one more girl, step up to the hooded figure, and Leonardo snaps that, as the top students of their grade, they won't leave anyone stuck in trouble. Then he orders the figure to lead them to a village supposedly crawling with monsters, only for the hooded figure to shake their head and quietly insist there are no monsters at all. She swears she isn't lying, but Leonardo's temper flares. He snaps at her for daring to lie to the next king. His companions trade confused whispers, not sure they've even found the right person. And far off, Anastasia just watches the whole tense storm blow in. Just as the confrontation is about to explode, the elven Princess Sherry storms in out of nowhere, face blazing with rage as she barrels straight at the hooded girl, accusing her of sabotaging her chance to receive a blessing. She yanks the little girl up into the air by her cloak, and Alan's eyes widen in shock because what does she mean by a blessing? The other students burst into terrified cries. With a sharp cry, Sherry launches a devastating kick, and the hooded girl goes flying. Alan yells in shock, clocking the attacker's voice. Cheryl Oris. The hooded girl snaps that she's Cheryl as the blow lands. She touches down and snaps a trembling finger at Leonardo and his friends then, choked with tears. She charges them with threatening her and trying to steal her money, and the noble students are left utterly stunned. As the uproar from her accusation finally died down, Prince Karl-Heinz leaned in and told Leonardo. Everything turns out they weren't just dealing with trouble. They were chasing a prophecy Amy had received, one that warned of a monster attack and demanded help. The prince pointed straight at the hooded girl and said she was the prophecy's target. And from the shadows nearby, Alan realized one thing with absolute certainty: saving the elf village wasn't optional. It was the core event of this blessing. Elven Princess Sherry cut in like a blade, demanding to know if the girl was really getting attacked by a monster, then declared flat out that she absolutely wasn't. Her gaze locked on the hooded girl, eyes narrowing as she accused her of plotting a city robbery and pressed her for the real reason behind her act. Leonardo blinked in shock, trying to tell Sherry to lay off. But the hooded girl only flinched under that relentless scrutiny. Frustration hit the whole scene, and Prince Karl-Heinz snapped his tongue. He declared there was no point and stormed off, leaving Sherry and Leonardo stunned by his sudden exit. As the group walked off, the hooded girl flashed a defiant tongue at them, daring them to look back. Leonardo caught it instantly, snapped his glare in return, and silently swore he'd never forget that moment. The gust stirred up by Sherry's earlier show of power still hadn't died down, and Anastasia, baffled, whirled to Alan and demanded, "Who was that girl?" Before Alan could even answer, the hooded girl stepped right up and locked eyes with him. "That's my line," she said, daring him to tell her who he thought she was. The argument snapped back to life in an instant. Sherry took that little girl insult hard, especially from someone smaller than her. But the hooded girl shot back that Sherry was younger and begged her to stop. Sherry wouldn't budge, claiming she was bigger and demanding the hooded girl say her name, and while she brushed off the princess, the hooded girl grabbed Alan, swearing he was on her side and that whatever had to happen needed to happen right now to chase down the guilt. In a nearby building hallway, two men were posted up, waiting. Jared crouched by the door, while a bald, bearded adventurer kept watch like a guard dog. "Is Alan in there?" Jared blurted out, and the whole thing had him grinning at how ridiculous it was. He pressed his ear to the door and listened hard. Because Alan couldn't just be sitting there, he'd barged in while two women were clearly ripping into each other like it was a full-on lover's quarrel. "Women, then." His companion lunged in and caught him red-handed. The bald adventurer snapped that Jared had awful taste for eavesdropping, and then he shouted it out loud. "Explain this, Alan." He tells the elven princess she can finally toss her hood aside. And with a relieved breath, she does, pointed ears bared, grumbling that folding them up forever would be a ridiculous habit. Then Anastasia straightens up and formally introduces her to an unseen crowd as Cheryl Laura, the daughter of the Queen of Elves. Then Anastasia whips around to the princess, gives a small bow, and introduces herself, Anastasia, daughter of the Duke of Ramslet. Her face flushes as she shoots off a real apology for how rude she was before, while Cheryl just watches in silence, her expression impossible to read. As Anastasia blushes at her own slip of impoliteness toward royalty, Alan strides in and crushes the tension, telling her that in the elven village, commoners and nobles share the same manners, so those stuffy formalities simply aren't needed. His words hit hard. Cheryl snaps her focus right back to him, eyes blazing as she practically begs Alan to come with her to the summer festival. She even explains she wandered into the village because she's an adventurer and figured the guild was the right channel, and Alan can't believe it she'd gamble all that just for an invitation. Cheryl scoots in close, a mischievous spark in her eyes, and drops the real reason she wants a ride on his flying ship on the way back. And Alan is left totally stunned, eyes bulging with shock. Right when Alan can't even catch his breath, Anastasia barrels forward with a wicked grin and snaps that Alan's got a mountain of explaining to do, starting with the elven village and his gliders. Little do they notice, though, the two adventurers who've been eavesdropping are already sprawled out in the hallway, knocked out fast and clean. Inside the room, Anastasia squares up to Alan and demands, point blank. How he knows an elf, Alan stammers words won't come, and right beside them, elven Princess Cheryl Laura sprawls on the sofa like she has all the time in the world. Cheryl Laura steps in for him, saying Alan is the benefactor of her village, but Anastasia is not buying it. And she pushes harder, demanding to know why he claims that title. She lights up, gushing about how Alan fought off evil spirits to save the village, and then she drops the bomb. Alan is the wind god's divine child, sent down from the sky. Anastasia freezes, stunned into dead silence, while Cheryl Laura lets out a chuckle, shocked she didn't know this already. Flustered, Anastasia snaps at Cheryl Laura that the teasing has gone way too far, even wondering if the elf is using some power to make Alan listen, so Cheryl Laura waves it off and shifts gears, then formally invites Alan to her village's summer festival. Alan agrees he can't make it to the festival, but worry flashes across his face as one practical problem hits. How did Cheryl Laura pull it off and get into town in the first place? She shrugs it off with total blunt honesty, saying she just strolled in through the main gate like it's the most obvious thing on earth. Everyone blurts out that her relaxed move is pure danger, because if they snatch her, he says the hidden elven village wouldn't stay hidden for even a second, and the world would find them. The princess looks genuinely baffled and blurts out, "Wait, do humans really want to capture elves that badly?" Anastasia cuts in fast, explaining that sure, some might, but that's not the real issue. Alan tells her they got lucky this time, the town isn't on high alert. So if she acts even slightly suspicious, people will zero in on where she's really from. Cheryl Laura lets out a relieved breath, and the moment that tension eases, Alan snaps his focus back, wondering out loud if it's even safe for Anastasia to come with them. He snaps together a plan in seconds. If they slip out through a noble's gate with Anastasia in tow, he's sure no one will even blink. He insisted his plan was the safest escape out of town, but Anastasia snapped back with fierce fury. No way was she letting any other human step foot in the elven village. Hearing that, the elven princess, Cheryl Laura, froze for a heartbeat, then lit up with a new plan. What if they acted like Anastasia was Alan's fiancée? The moment she heard it, Anastasia was totally, completely speechless. Anastasia's cheeks flared the moment someone said, fiancé. Alan broke it down fast. If she really was his kin, maybe they'd let her into the village. Then asked if she was actually okay with the plan. Before she could even find the words, Cheryl burst in like the party had started early, saying the problem was solved and they should get ready for the festival. Anastasia grabbed the opening to snoop for info on the elves, reassuring Alan to stop worrying about her. She spun to go, blurted that she was in a rush and had to get ready, and said she'd need permission just to stay the night. Alan could only stare as she vanished, thinking, what a wild, strange girl. An hour later, the crew lined up in front of a huge, shiny glider, and Anastasia stared at it like it was magic. Straight up asking if it was Alan's ship, Alan then busied himself adjusting Cheryl's gear, telling her to hold still while the princess glowed with pride. She asked if the craft flew like a bird, and Cheryl, now rocking a pilot's cap and goggles, smirked and promised it would, insisting she'd be blown away any moment by the power of the wind god's divine child. Then the princess turned to Alan and demanded, "So where am I supposed to sit?" Alan just pointed and told Anastasia exactly where her seat was while Cheryl fidgeted with her goggles, staring like she couldn't believe what she was seeing. Moments later, her question got answered. She suddenly found herself strapped tight to the very top of the glider's fuselage, and she screamed at Alan, furious that she was the only one up there. Sure, the others would have been sitting in the front. He leaned in close and whispered to Anastasia, telling her this was a special seat with a view so insane it felt unreal. Then begged her to keep it quiet because if Anasama found out, she'd blow a gasket. From her perch, Cheryl erupted into laughter and said Alan was smart, exactly what she expected, and Anastasia, still lost, demanded to know what she'd said, but Alan waved it off and told her not to worry. As Cheryl gets strapped in, Anastasia grabs Alan and asks where she's supposed to sit. He tells her this is the only setup to spread the weight, the same trick he already confirmed while hauling horror around. Then he orders her to hold on tight. Anastasia slides in behind him, locks her arms around his waist, and asks if she's doing it right. Worrying they're going to be too heavy together, Alan just reassures her, telling her it's completely fine. With everyone locked in position, Alan declares it's time and they're out of there. He fires up the glider and it rockets forward, ripping off the ground and climbing hard as it streaks into the sky. As they climb higher, Anastasia's eyes go huge with pure wonder. She blurts that it's incredible, insanely fast, and that they're really flying. Then she whips around to Alan and declares that his invention is straight up awesome. She gazes down at the regrowing lands, pointing out the royal capital and its castle, amazed at how tiny everything looks from that height. Alan tells her the elven village is a 4-hour flight away and promises they'll reach by sunset. Then he winces and apologizes for the tight quarters, begging her to hang in there with him. Even while she's buzzing with excitement, the sheer closeness makes her cheeks flare with a shy blush, and she quietly admits to herself just how cramped everything feels. Her face softens the moment she watches the boy steer them with pure talent, and she blurts out his name, telling him he's incredible, while the glider glides over a huge mountain range. Meanwhile, in the elven village, the queen and the elves stare at the sky as an aircraft comes barreling in until a guard spots Alan and swears Cheryl Laura is inside and safe. But then another elf's eyes go wide. There's a third passenger on board, a human. The glider touches down like a whisper, and the villagers crowd in, stunned to see yet another human. Anastasia hops off, and a guard quickly thanks her. Then Cheryl, still perched on the wing, snaps at Alan to let her down first, grumbling that Anastasia is blocking her. The other elves practically swarm around, buzzing with questions about the flight. Later, the whole group halts in front of the elven queen, and she turns to Alan with a heavy apology. If her daughter gave him trouble, Alan laughs and tells her it was actually a blast. Then the queen's eyes lock onto Anastasia, and she demands, "Who is she?" Alan steps in and confirms straight to Anastasia that this is the queen of the elves. He snaps his focus back to the queen, wearing a calm mask as he kicks off his introduction. "This is her," he says, eyes softening, "a woman so precious to me." Anastasia's declaration hits like a thunderclap. Her eyes go wide, and she's stunned for a split second. The elven queen watches it happen, snaps her hand over her mouth like she's trying not to laugh, and amusement flashes across her face. Then she murmurs, "Precious," under her breath, her smile fading into a calm, razor-sharp assessment. As the queen weighs them in her mind, the male elf guard beside her shrugs and says, "So this must be Alan's companion." The queen only gives a vague little reply like, "Is that so?" Anastasia steps forward fast and puts a hand over her heart, and just like that, she introduces herself. Anastasia, daughter of Duke Ramslet, and says it's an honor to meet. Her Majesty Alan jumps in right away to call her a true lady from a great family. The queen's eyes lock onto the young woman as she questions Anastasia straight to her face. Does she know why the elven village is cut off and shut away from humans? Anastasia's shoulders stiffen, then she quietly admits it. She leans in and presses harder, her eyes sharpening as she goes, "So, tell me, what was Anastasia thinking when she planned to drag Alan to our village?" Before Anastasia can even get a word out, Alan slams in with an urgent explanation to the queen, telling her they ran into trouble and had to flee the town. The queen snaps up a hand to shut him up, then orders Alan and her guard to step out so she can talk to Anastasia alone, right as a bead of sweat crawls down Anastasia's cheek while she looks down. He grits his teeth and follows along, stepping onto the veranda beneath a full moon, and can't help wondering what the two of them are really talking about. Because now this feels like it lands squarely on his shoulders. A wild possibility flashes through his head before he even says a word, and he snaps it shut instantly with a hard, solid no in his own mind. He replayed the moment in his head the wind screamed past as he and Anastasia soared, her arms locked tight around him the whole way. That memory hit him the second he stood alone under the moon, every thought snapping back to Anna because he didn't come here for nothing. He'd sworn to help his mother and protect his whole town. No excuses, no backing down. But then, right in his head, another, far more personal Anastasia memory tore through, and it clashed hard with the vow he'd been clinging to. Before he could sink into his thoughts, a squeaky little voice snapped him back. Lo Shan, the spirit of light, popped into view, cheeks puffed, firing off the same insult, "Pervert!" Then she demanded he stop, swearing she already knew exactly what he was like. Blasted by the accusation, elven kid Lula marched forward and demanded to know if this creep had done something to her, while Alan, shocked by her sudden arrival, sputtered that her words were just plain rude. But Lula didn't look worried at all. She lit up with eager curiosity, and with a blush she whispered that she'd heard Alan showed up with his wife. So now she couldn't wait to meet this gorgeous girl she already wanted to call a comrade. A burst of light shot straight in front of Alan's face, and it basically whispered, "Don't be shy, I know you." Alan tried to set things straight, insisting Lula was wrong. Anna wasn't just some little kid, and she sure wasn't his comrade. Just as he was about to finish, Lula burst in, grabbed him tight, and yelled at him to hug her back. So when Alan was thrown off by her sudden weight, she was grinning like this was fate, calling him her comrade, while Lochan nearby spiraled into dread, thinking that if Alan really was a spirit of light, then the world was finished for sure. Meanwhile, behind closed doors in the Elven Queen's private chamber, the interrogation kept roaring on. She stared straight at Anastasia and pressed her for the truth about why the elves keep humans at arm's length. And Anastasia calmly confirmed that she understood. The queen leaned in and pressed hard, her voice dead serious, demanding to know what Anastasia thought would happen the moment humans uncovered Alan's ties to the elven village. Anastasia locked eyes with her, a heavy sadness in her face as she answered. She flat out admitted she understood the cost. Humans snatch elves for their beauty, then chain them up and use them like slaves. She leaned in as the elven queen warned her in a trembling voice if those vile people ever heard about Alan's link to the village, they'd hunt him down no matter what it cost. The warning didn't stop. She leaned in and warned that this threat could spill right onto Anastasia and her family, the exact nightmare she'd been dreading. Then Anastasia's sweat started to drip, and the queen dropped the truth. Sherry told her Anastasia could have helped them slip out and get back to town, but she chose to stand aside. Her interrogation snapped shut on one sharp, knowing question. Why? She knew everything, so why did Anastasia still show up? The demand hit like a punch, freezing her in silence, because in that moment her mind flooded with Alan and she realized she couldn't tell the truth, not when her feelings for him were forbidden. Kneeling before the Elven Queen, Anastasia can't think of anything except Alan. His smile flashes in her mind, and fresh turmoil burns across her face. Elven Queen steps up to her, straight up calling out the gap between them, Alan, the commoner, and Anastasia. The noble then explains how the human world traps people in roles, and offers Anastasia a way out, move into the elven village and live with him. Continues, revealing that the elves too want Alan, their benefactor, to finally live in peace. And then the queen drops the harsh truth: if Anastasia's love can't bloom in her own world, maybe she should burn the past and leave her old life behind for good. Anastasia refuses without hesitation. She's a noble her people have kept alive, and she swears she'll never walk away from her duty to them. Hearing that verdict, the queen pivots. She demands to know why Anastasia won't choose a path that gives her both happiness and duty, insisting she can live for her people too, and then she offers Alan as her partner. The thought hits anesthesia like a perfect escape plan, then doubt slams in right after. If they even allowed something like that, would Alan actually want it? Or would he reject the idea before it could begin? Queen watches her with a warm, gentle smile, then clocked that Anastasia is the kind of person who always puts herself last. Then she gently pushes her to slow down. Maybe Anastasia should relax and finally face herself, honestly, and those words land hard, leaving Anastasia to quietly chew on everything. But just a moment later, when she steps onto the veranda, a voice she knows Alan's cuts through the air. He's got Lula riding on his shoulders, Lou hovering nearby, and he blurts out that question about whether she's done talking to the queen, leaving her totally startled. Notices her weird reaction and shoots, "What's wrong?" Flustered to the bone, Anastasia looks away and waves it off, mumbling that she thought he'd already slipped into his room. She drops to one knee with perfect formality as Alan introduces her to the Elven Queen's youngest daughter, Meryl Laura, and the shining spirit of light, Lo Anastasia, returns the courtesy with a graceful hello, truly honored to meet them. But the moment Alan watches her, he realizes she can't see the spirit hovering right beside her. He tries to brush it off, saying the spirit's just drifting around casually, but Lo, Anastasia can't sense a thing, so all she can do is stare in disbelief at what she thinks is a painfully awkward first meeting. Even though she can't see a thing, Anastasia still steps up and formally introduces herself as Anastasia Kleinel von Ramslet, grinning as she says she's thrilled to meet the spirit of light. Then Lo and the other tiny spirits flutter around her, sending a chilling vibe straight into Alan's bones, and he knows he has to shut it down. His eyes snap wide with sudden realization, and he whips around to her, asking her point blank if she might be Duke Gerhard and Elizabeth's daughter. Just as Anastasia opens her mouth, a spirit of light bursts in with a bright chime, confirming she recognizes Anastasia, because she taught magic to Anastasia's mother when she was still a little girl. Lo's face softens as he remembers Elizabeth as an angel back then, even while he blurts out that Alan is a pervert. But Anastasia can't hear the spirit at all, so that sudden eerie silence slams into her and startles her. The moment snaps into chaos when young elf Meryl Laura throws her arms out, begging Alan for a hug. Then Alan's flustered Anastasia spins to her, confused, and blurts, "What's going on?" He snaps the child's wrong idea into place and tells Anastasia the truth. Meryl wants her to hold her then. Before she can even catch up, Alan scoops the young princess right into her arms. Meryl's latched on to Anastasia in a hurry, and Anastasia awkwardly clutches her like it's suddenly too real. Lo can't help but point out that Anastasia doesn't seem like a bad person, even if her tense face gives it away. Then the spirit slips in with a tease about forbidden love between a commoner and a noble, and Alan snaps right back with a fierce rebuke. Lo keeps teasing her straight up, reminding her that, since they're hiding in the elf village, nobody from the human world will ever uncover what they're doing here, while Anastasia clenches the child tighter and tighter, her arm finally starting to burn with exhaustion. The spirit lets out a mischievous giggle and murmurs that somehow Alan seems to love playing with fire too, a sharp little jab at his supposed perversions. Lying awake in the elven village, Alan keeps tossing and turning in bed, one thought slamming his mind over and over no matter what happens. He's trapped here. While he frets, Anastasia sits all alone on the veranda under the full moon, wrestling with her burdens and wondering if honesty is finally due, while Alan, back in his room, stews and mutters that it's a pervert move. Still furious, the spirit of lights keeps toying with him. The very next day, the village explodes with festival fever. Elves in their traditional outfits flutter through the streets, and one crowned in a crown of flowers beams and waves everyone over to join the celebration. An elven man steps up to Alan, grinning and asking if he's coming to the festival with Anastasia. Then another elf rushes over and sets a matching flower crown on her head, calling her breathtaking. As Anastasia freezes in shock, Alan's just standing there, speechless and beet red. He whips around to the guard, still stunned, and fires off the same question about what the festival really involves. Then the guard calmly repeats the custom like it's the most normal thing in the world. The man then shields the woman, and they sprint away. And just as Alan's brain catches up, an elven woman barges in and guides them straight to the building, saying they both need to change clothes. Alan's left totally stunned. Protect her from what? When the man he loves just bolts off with her. The elves break it down if he keeps her tiara safe all the way to the end. The spirits will bless them. Then they slap on their blessings and vanish, and Alan's stuck reeling because the promise hits way harder than he expected. Moments later, Anastasia bursts out into the scene in a traditional elven kimono, the flower crown still perched in her hair, and tells Alan she just caught every juicy detail of the festival, how the elves are either ridiculously tough or oddly laid back, and then she explains it's all about a pair doing it together, before asking, so would you rather bow out? Even though he was still rattled from earlier confusion, Alan locks eyes with her and makes up his mind. Since they're here already, he pushes them to jump in Anastasia's cheeks, heat up, and she nods like she's been waiting for the chance. They agreed, then pushed into the roaring festival crowd, Alan admitting he joined for one reason: he wanted to dive into elven culture. The elven guard grinned, thanked him, and guided them to a waiting spot all lined up and ready. In the waiting area, elven couples are all over each other, openly embracing and kissing like it's nothing, and the whole place is one huge wall of PDA. Anastasia leans in toward Alan and whispers that they should skip this thing. After all, Alan snaps into agreement fast, and the two of them look totally flustered. Alan blinked and found himself smack in the middle of a roaring festival, elves blasting flutes and drums all around them, when the male elf guard hustled forward and pushed Alan and the others into a circle to dance. Anastasia, sporting a flower tiara and still totally lost, demanded, "What is happening?" Alan had no clue, but he decided to trust the moment and follow them for now. As they hustled along, the guards laid out the rules right now. All they had to do was flee and keep that tiara spotless. Alan pressed them on what would happen if they said no, but the guards only grinned like it was no big deal. He let out a tired breath, resigned himself, and agreed to jump in. The guard flashed them a good luck, and in the blink of an eye, he and the other elves got wrapped in a glowing magical aura while Alan and Anastasia gaped in disbelief, because their pursuers were blasting forward with acceleration magic. The moment their speed kicked up, the elves surged after them, clutching soft, tossable fruits like weapons, because the mission was simple: now sprint. And don't let the tiara get taken. Alan yanked Anastasia's hand and shouted for her to run. A projectile slammed into his face the second it was launched, leaving a wet smack across his cheek. Anastasia gasped his name in panic, and he wiped the pulp away, insisting it was soft and harmless. But even then, his eyes stayed locked on her tiara. They kept sprinting, and Anastasia sobbed that her leg was giving out. Then the pursuers closed in fast. Alan clenched his jaw, apologized for what he was about to do, and burst a thick smoke screen to blind them and buy their escape. Through the thick smoke, he snatched a shocked Anastasia into his arms, snapped that they had to keep going, and hauled her away from the chaos until he finally found a quiet corner to catch his breath. Shocked by how close he got, she blurted that he should please put her down. Then he shot back with an instant apology for being too forward. Anastasia finally got back on her feet, checked her flower crown, and practically sighed in relief when it was still safe. Then she pivoted to Alan and asked, under her breath, if she had ever felt too heavy. Alan assured her, dead serious, that it was totally fine and he could carry her for hours. Her shock melted into laughter as she pushed the teasing question, so he really planned to do that. She asks Alan if she's heavy, and a hot blush floods her cheeks right as those fairy spirits swarm in, gushing, "Wonderful angel," and showering her with nonstop affection. Drowning out her words, Alan soaked in sweat from pushing through. And then it hits him. The spirits didn't just find them, so did the elven pursuers. He yanks her hand, shouting at her to run, as a guard suddenly points them out. He yanks her forward, and with zero pause, he fires a blast of wind behind them to snag the chase air spheres, screaming at the elves. Yet Alan knows it won't cut it, because they're outnumbered, and the only move is to find a new hiding spot. Their pursuers don't back off. The lead guard smirks, gloating about the power they just witnessed, praising Alan's skills while swearing they'll never slip past him. Then mud pelts them in a wild volley, and Alan yanks Anastasia closer, clamping her to his chest, his expression set in stone with grim resolve. Anastasia tilts her head up, worry trembling in her whisper as she calls his name. Elven eyes watch from every angle as Alan clutches Anastasia to his chest, and a male guard creeps in with a sinister grin orb in hand, dark and ominous. He chuckles that it's a shame, then announces it's time to end this. Anastasia, cheeks mashed against Alan's chest, blurts his name in pure terror. Guard lunged, and Alan snapped into action. He yanked Anastasia behind him, barked an apology, and threw himself in front of her like a human shield. Alan grits his teeth and knows he has to shield her before time runs out. Then he cranks his power into action, forces his mana into razor-sharp ice, and with a savage shout, launches an ice spear that streaks true and punches straight through the attacking elf's chest. Anastasia yanks his arm, eyes blazing with shock and worry, and demands to know what he meant by holding out, saying it's pointless if he's going to get hurt doing it. Alan whips his gaze to her, and pure distress tightens his face. Suddenly, a crystal-clear bell rings out, and the whole area goes still. Then the Elven Queen steps into view, calm as can be, smiling at them as she declares the bell means it's over, and she congratulates Alan and Anastasia for a job brilliantly done. Alan, blood streaking down his face, whips around to talk to Anastasia. Then the Queen steps in and silences him. Right then, Sherry the Elven Princess came charging in, begging her mother to stop, and her Queen just said, calm as ever, it's over. Sherry choked out an apology, admitting she thought there was still a way and went for it anyway, leaving the other elves staring in shock. She whips around to the two humans and praises Alan and the little girl for an amazing job, and Alan, all flustered, can only squeak out a quiet, shaky thanks. Later, the whole crew gathers in the courtyard, tension finally melts away, and now they stand in a calm, formal hush as they face the Elven Queen. The Elven Queen shrugs off their confusion, saying time just moves differently for a long-lived species like it always has. Then the male elf guard, healed to the bone, cracks a joke. They'll try again in 10 years because this whole mess was a test. Right then, the Queen summons the two pairs who guarded the tiara, orders Alan and the others to step up, and sends them on their way. He watches the elves around them, fired up by the festival drum, start chanting and push Alan and Anastasia forward until both of them freeze in flustered shock as the crowd roars for a kiss, and even the Elven Queen leans in, screaming for them to hurry up and do it. He stares at Anastasia, and the moment he tries to say her name, it catches in his throat pure disbelief. She blushes hard, can't look him in the eye, and insists it's not something she can stop, so they should just play along. Alan tells her she doesn't have to, but Anastasia swears they're only pretending. And with a reluctant sigh, he finally gives in. With their hesitant agreement sealed, he yanks her into a tight embrace right under the staring eyes of the entire elven crowd. When he leans in, Anastasia's face erupts into a deep crimson, and her eyes go wide shock and pure anticipation tangled together. His expression is pure nervous resolve as her face draws closer, and a strange energy ripples through the air like something is about to snap. The world around them warps, and there, lit up like a dream, stands a naked elven woman. A voice declares she's Anastasia, the daughter of Elizabeth and Gerhard, and Alan, along with the real Anastasia, can only freeze, staring in stunned silence at the apparition. Anastasia fumbles her words and points at the spirit, demanding to know how it's tied to a guy named Lorengus. Then the calm being straightens up and says, "I'm Lo, the spirit of light," before revealing she's connected to the selfless, legendary sage Lorengus. Her calm gaze locks onto the anesthesia, and Lo steps in announcing she's seen that girl's grit and heart. Then she smirks and vows to grant her a holy blessing for it. A soft, glowing light spills from the spirit and kisses the flowers in Anastasia's hair, and Lo's steady words promise this. If Anastasia guards that love, she and Lorengus's spirit will always stand watch over her. Anastasia is choked up and crying as she blurts out her gratitude, and the Elven Queen only smiles, leaning in to tell her she's got to stand by Alan. Around them, the elves explode into shock, yelling that a human has truly received the Spirit of Light's blessing, and they can't stop congratulating her. With the festival set to blaze long into the night, someone told them to grab the chance to wash up first. He followed the advice and plunged into a calm, stone-lined hot spring, exhaling in pure relief as the warm water melted the tension off his shoulders. He kicked back, then remembered, oh no, he'd totally forgotten about the hot spring right here, and his mind snapped back to the festival. It wasn't some wedding thing at all. Elves didn't even have that idea. This was a matchmaking ceremony, meant to pick a partner so they could have kids. And he couldn't help thinking, if Anastasia had known that going in, she probably never would have joined. His quiet thoughts got ripped apart the second Anastasia stepped into the same spring he froze, stared at her in stunned shock, and blurted her name before he realized it was a mixed bath panic hit hard. He stammered out an apology and tried to bolt. He started to stammer out her name, but she snapped, "Hold up!" and waved off his worry like it was nothing. Then a sharp, blushing glare hit him as she ordered him not to look her way, and he instantly nodded along. An awkward silence crashed down between them as they soaked in steaming water, sitting miles apart and refusing to meet each other's eyes. She snapped the silence, saying the elves totally botched the whole bathing situation, and Alan could only blurt out a painfully flustered agreement. Gazing up at the night sky, she confessed with a warm smile that she actually liked this village. She nodded, watching elves and spirits beam with pure joy, and Anastasia's mind sprinted straight to their world where everyone stood as equals, with no royals or nobles draining taxes just to bankroll needless luxury. Then she couldn't help wondering why humans couldn't do the same, and what kind of point there even was to a king or a noble. Alan spoke to her with perfect formality, but she spun toward him with rosy cheeks and demanded he drop the titles and call her just Anna. Her cheeks burned red as she demanded to know, does her noble blood from the human world actually mean anything in this elven village? She keeps pushing, demanding to know if she's only anesthesia, so Alan starts to cave, but she snaps, if I'm just anesthesia, then you're just Alan. She locks eyes with him and asks straight up, will he agree to stay Alan, not that commoner? In the thick, steamy spring air, they finally close the gap and lock into a deep, burning kiss. Up on a nearby rooftop beneath a sky full of stars, Lou the Spirit of Light leans in and watches everything unfold with a calm, knowing smile. Later, tangled together in the quiet, Anastasia blurts his name. Then her eyes lock onto a childhood memory of a strange bird soaring through the sky. Was that you? She whispers. And the truth hits her all at once. They'd crossed paths long before this. He doesn't joke or deny, he just nods, letting her certainty settle in. The very next morning, Alan sleeps like the world can't touch him, deep under the gentle dawn glow pouring through his window. Lying right beside him, Anastasia was already awake, her eyes locked on his sleeping face like she'd been waiting all night. His eyes snap open and he jolts, because she's right there, grinning. She calls him a sleepyhead, laughing like it's a joke, and admits she just woke up too. He blurts out a shaky, good morning, cheeks burning. As Anastasia swings her legs out of bed, Alan snaps his eyes away, mortified by what happened the night before. She tells him it's his fault, then orders him to get ready to go home. When she stumbles, he blurts her full formal name, sharp, panicked, and full of alarm. She whips around and softly reminds him, call me Anna. He snaps back, fixes his mistake, and she grins there's somewhere she wants him to see before they head back to the royal capital. She guided him to a calm lake on the edge of the village, pointing it out like it mattered. And Alan just nodded, eyes locked on the shimmering surface where countless tiny lights flickered and danced. She lit up and pointed them out, gasping at how packed the spirits were, like they were everywhere. And when he noticed something else was weighing on her, he asked softly what was wrong. He started stammering out an apology for yesterday, but she snapped him shut fast, her cheeks burning as she demanded he stop. Stunned by her reaction, he blurted, what are you talking about? His face tightened with determination. He swore that even though he couldn't predict when, one day he'd force the Duke to finally recognize him. He clung to that vow, promising something huge so he could finally come for her, and swear he'd protect her forever when Anastasia heard it. Her eyes softened right away. He told her that, no matter the order, he couldn't afford to wait. He had to move now. Then he slid a plain ring into her hands, and her eyes went wide with shock. He stood there at the shimmering lake's edge, raised the ring high, and asked straight to her face for her hand in marriage. Joy flooded her eyes, and the second she said yes to his proposal, her face lit up with a dazzling, breathless smile. On that moonlit shore, they pulled each other into a tight embrace as the lake's spirits danced around them, celebrating like it was the happiest night of their lives, and the ring was finally on her finger, glowing with the promise they'd just made. Later that day, right before they set off, Anastasia bowed and poured out her heartfelt thanks to the Elven Queen, who only smiled like she already knew, and told her to always stay brutally honest with herself. She hates the idea of leaving, but they have to head back to the royal capital because their status won't just be ignored, it's demanded. Their trip back to the capital drives them straight into Duke Gerhard Ramslet's presence. His fist is clenched, rage bottled tight, and he snaps at the boy, asking if Alan understands why he was summoned. Alan's face turns tense. Then he confirms it. Winged, bat-like monsters dive down on them, and Alan yells a warning to Anastasia. She snaps right into action and blasts one clean out of existence with magic, then just turns to Alan and says, "It's done." Towering over the fallen creatures, he praises her work and tells them to take a quick break. Then Anastasia snaps back that she's not tired at all. He insists, snapping that the boss is next and they should rest up, then offers her water. She takes it quietly and murmurs thanks. She cracks the water skin, takes a sip, and a soft blush floods her cheeks as she exhales. Right then, that plain ring on her left ring finger flashes clear while Alan watches, frozen. 4 days back, Alan sits across from Duke Gerhard Ramslet, glares at him with pure, furious hate. The Duke cuts straight to the point, demanding to know what the ring is and why his daughter is wearing it on her left ring finger. Alan admits, straight-faced, that he handed the ring to Anastasia, and the Duke explodes in rage, roaring that Alan is a fool. He drags up the favor he did after the duel, when he shielded Alan from the royal family, then snarls for him to stay away from his daughter. Alan expected every bit of it, though, and he's already decided his debt to the Duke is finally paid. He slams his fist on the table and roars at Alan to shut up, then hits him with the question, did Alan really want Anastasia to get humiliated and lose face for the family? He rips into it like it's unforgivable for the Duke. Ramslet's noble daughter to wear a ring handed down by a commoner is utterly unacceptable. Right through the Duke's fury, Alan snaps that this ring isn't just any old trinket, it's something far more dangerous. The Duke freezes mid-rant, stunned by the kid's bold claim. Turns out, the item is a substitution ring, an insanely powerful magical artifact made for one job if the wearer is about to die. The ring rips itself into the hit and swaps places, saving their life. Now in the present, Anastasia stares at the ring on her finger, and it finally clicks. She whispers about how wild this gift is, calling it a legendary magic tool that royals and nobles would kill to own because it can protect them from assassination. And if she brought it to the king, it'd be enough to win her a title. Alan just grins and nods like, yep. Inside the dungeon, Anastasia stared at the ring on her finger, biting back the urge to take it off for safekeeping until Alan leaned in and told her, softly but firmly, that removing it would ruin everything it was meant to do. And she finally nodded, letting his logic lock in. The scene snaps back to a past chat with Duke Ramslet. He grilled Alan, demanding to know if Alan really nabbed his offering from the treacherous Wind Mountain dungeon, a win nobody had ever officially reported. Alan didn't back down. He showed the proof. He knew the Duke would demand the magic stone, the wing feathers, and the tail feathers of a blizzard phoenix. And just like that, the Duke's doubts crumbled. He went dead silent, stunned. With his composure back, the Duke grills Alan, so what do you want in return? Alan, standing there in full formal uniform, stays cool as he declares his dreams stack up enough military honors to earn himself a noble title. He locks eyes with her, then declares no more games, that his ultimate goal is to win the right to stand beside Anastasia and guard her for the rest of his life. The Duke's face twists with raw frustration after that tense standoff. He clenches his teeth and hammers down his ultimatum: 3 years. He whips around to leave, firing a warning at Alan. Brace yourself, this battlefield is so brutal, you'll beg for death. Then he slams the door on any chance Alan and his daughter move forward. Alan just swallows the terms, and right as the flashback snaps shut, a monster gets brutally obliterated in the present. Back in the present, Alan grips a sleek modern firearm and, with a quiet "good," confirms the kill. He whips around to Anastasia, and the bedsheets instantly turn into swords. As he marvels at the sheer brutality of his magic, she grimly admits she has zero talent for the blade. But this is how she'll help, and she'll always step in to shield him the moment a strike is needed. He shoots her a grateful nod. Then, when she asks if it bothers him to be protected by her, he cuts that idea off fast. Because the real truth hits hard, he came to this dungeon for one reason above all: to get her leveled up. And with her tied to an influential duchy in a country that's barely holding together, she can't afford to be weak. He tells her straight up he wants her armed with the power to protect herself, because he can already see her personality dragging her toward the front lines. Right there in front of the boss room door, he checks that she's ready, then fires off the plan she'll lock in her Blizzard Phoenix shield for defense, and he'll cast magic to pin their enemy down by blasting its wings. He blurts out his second reason for showing up, so Anastasia can finally see his first real fight. Then he swears he'll take down the beast by himself. Anastasia, face set like stone, nods and fires back a promise. This time, she'll watch every single moment, and he'll have her luck on his side. Once their mission locks in, they stride into that giant chamber way up high, their silhouettes cutting through the cavern's glow because the Blizzard Phoenix is just waiting. The creature shoots downward, its dark body turning into a blur, and Anastasia jerks back, shocked, while Alan stays cool, telling her to lock in behind her shield and promising this fight won't last long. He lifts his firearm and rips off one sharp shot. Then the projectile smashes straight into the diving phoenix's head with a violent, explosive impact. With its momentum dead, that massive bird plummets out of the sky and slams onto the cavern floor right behind Anastasia. Alan calmly declares it's over, but the shock still won't leave Anastasia's face. She blurts out, "Is it really done?" He nods, stunned but sure, saying the final blow landed right where it mattered. They close in on the fallen beast, and up close, that sheer size hits like a punch to the gut. He snaps out their next mission: grab the tail and wing feathers, and make sure they bring back the magic stone too. He lifts the huge, ornate magic stone toward Anastasia and orders her to take it. then slides over the meat too, saying he doesn't care about the bones, so he tosses them aside every time. Her face clicks into understanding as she grips the stone, and he tells her straight up the treasure is hers, because they pulled off the job together. Staring at that massive magic stone, it finally clicks. This whole trip's third reason wasn't just theirs, it was the Duke's plan too. And now she's convinced it was all meant to crown her the official conqueror of the labyrinth. She hovered by the treasure chest while Alan pushed them to take a quick breather, then go back to the dungeon entrance for round 2 this time, with her beside him, because claiming they'd sponsored the very first adventurer to step into this dungeon meant her family's honor was finally locked in. Her eyes snapped to his chest as she demanded, "Is it full?" Alan nodded and said the contents were already sealed and collected. They dropped onto the stone steps to catch their breath, and after a beat, she leaned in and asked what was inside. Alan froze, told her to hold up, and said he'd be right back. Then he plunged his hand into a plain little pouch, and with her jaw dropping in pure shock, he drew a breathtaking, massive long sword. He raised the weapon high and claimed it was the dungeon's real treasure. And Anastasia, totally clueless about this kind of thing, realized it came from a magic badge. She ripped the blade from his grasp, and shock hit her face like lightning. Alan even told her it was the Sky Knight's sword. The legendary blade, and that word kept pounding through her head. Even calmly, he told her he was giving it to her, and boom, her face went blank. She demanded to know if he was serious, then blurted that it was a national treasure. Alan just shrugged it off. It was a gift for her next birthday, his apology for missing the chance to celebrate with her the year before. He said this was his very first birthday gift for the girl who said yes to his proposal, and he refused to settle for anything less than perfect. Anastasia's cheeks flared as she managed a soft, shaky thank you, even though he already had a promise waiting another gift for her next birthday. Her flustered act melted away into sharp, quiet focus as she scanned the chamber and demanded proof they were really alone. No monsters lurking now that the boss was gone. Alan swore they were. Hearing that, she muttered that it was just the two of them, then snapped with sudden courage, surged forward, and slammed the space shut, startling the boy. Breathless, she blurts, "Is anyone there?" And Alan, shocked by how close she is, stumbles over his words until he manages to confirm the truth they're totally alone. That intense moment finally breaks Alan. All flustered, blurts out that they should roam the area a bit more before heading back, and Anastasia gives a quiet, knowing nod. After their expedition, and after blazing through several Wind Mountain dungeon laps to get Anastasia's level-up training done, Alan marched to the Duke and reported exactly how far they'd come. He even laid the battle spoils at the feet of the ducal family, calmly standing there beside him like nothing could shake his focus. Duke Ramslet takes the items, making it crystal clear that the family will register the official quest, then leans in with a cold, stern warning Alan better not lay a finger on his daughter. Alan nods and agrees, but guilt hits him hard, because that line has already been crossed with. With just 2 days of summer vacation left, he and Anastasia cram into a tiny plane and launch into the sky, racing toward the Valley of the Flying Dragons, where this is about to get wild his. He's determined to make sure Melissa and Jerome are safe, then finally swoop in and introduce them to Anastasia. Up in the plane, Anastasia clutches him like her life depends on it. And when he feels her grip trembling, he asks what's wrong. She just fumbles with her flight goggles, clearly nervous. She asks if they're really headed to the Valley of the Flying Dragons, and he snaps that he can feel something off in her voice because everyone knows that place is a nightmare full of wyverns. Then he wonders if she's scared for his safety, and she reassures him it's all good because she knows someone there. She grills him about her tone, and he tells her the truth. Her way of speaking isn't like the other noble ladies at all. Anxiety hits hard, and she blurts out if it comes off arrogant or downright unpleasant. He shakes his head, saying it's not exactly that, but yeah, it's still unmistakably different. She scoots in close, switches into this stiff, almost respectful voice, and asks him like every other man whether he likes women who speak politely. Her sudden jerk makes the little aircraft snap hard to the side, and before he can even breathe, she blurts out an apology, then demands to know why he's swerving. He makes it crystal clear, it's not about her tone at all, he just wants something easy and chill between them. No matter if she speaks formally or in her usual way, he's totally good with whatever feels less stressful for her. She stared at him for a beat, then asked if he hated her formal speech like it had bothered him. He admitted he'd only been a little shocked, nothing more. Then Anastasia grinned and decided she'd keep that exact tone locked away for the moment. It actually counts. Her mind tumbles back to the days in the palace, an apprentice first. Then training as a knight right beside the prince. An odd road, she admits, but the blade work got insanely better because of it. She picks up her tale again, remembering how she started acting for the lazy prince, ordering knights and maids. Like it was second nature day by day, she got used to barking orders and commanding everyone beneath her. But now it hits her. She doesn't have to keep that up anymore. Maybe she can finally talk the way she really wants to. Alan cuts through her days, bluntly dropping that everything will shift a bit at a time. If she marries him and becomes a mother. Anastasia gets flustered and tries to gather her thoughts, but the moment is smashed when a hulking, dark-winged wyvern rips into their flight path, its shadow swallowing the sky. As they soar through the sky, Alan and Anastasia's plane get suddenly boxed in by a blazing white wyvern. Anastasia screams Alan's name in panic, but Alan stays ice calm and tells her everything's okay. He tries to snap the creature's attention, yelling his name, begging it to recognize him, insisting it must have just rolled into the valley. Then panic hits, and Anastasia yanks him back and screams at them to get out right now. As they try to bolt away from a massive, dark-scaled wyvern crashing out of the sky and slamming their escape route shut, Alan and Anastasia snap their heads up, stunned at the brutal figure looming over them. A strange creature drifts alongside them and calls Alan out by name, asking if he's okay, and when Alan and Anastasia spot the sky dragon, Jerome, pure relief, hits them like a wave. Alan lands safely on the ground, grabs Jerome's hands and thanks for saving them, and the sky dragon, shy as ever, quietly takes the gratitude. Then Alan introduces him to Anastasia, telling her how everything that happened led him to befriend the wyvern, and how that same buddy has since transformed into a sky dragon. Jerome greets Alan like old times are back, says it's been way too long, then leans right in toward Anastasia and demands right in her face, "So who are you?" Just as the tension spikes, the white wyvern, Melissa, swoops back into view, and Alan stammers because, yep, one more of his friends has finally shown up. He keeps the conversation rolling, hits Alan with the hard questions: what happened, do you need us like we promised, and makes it clear he's there to check everything and make sure they've got him. The group finally settles in and Jerome immediately asks, "Any humans attacked the wyvern since our last meeting?" As he fires the question, Alan's face tightens like he's just about to remember something that matters. Rome lays it all out after listening to what the other wyverns taught him in that valley. Then a weird pink-haired woman and her crew roll up out of nowhere and start attacking, chanting nonsense like they've got a plan. He calmly explains the attackers were pathetic and got wiped out in seconds, so nobody needs to step in right now. Then his voice drops, and he asks Alan a favor if Anastasia ever gets dragged into danger again. He wants Alan to lend his strength. The sky dragon weighed the request, then spun toward Anastasia and demanded right to her face if she really was Alan's chosen mate. Anastasia's answer came with a confident nod from Alan, and he added that her parents hadn't given their blessing yet, but he would force them to see him as the one. A snap that the parents' disapproval was the real problem. Then Jerome didn't waste a second. He flat out said that if Anastasia's parents wouldn't even acknowledge Alan, he should just kill them, and the boys were left staring, stunned and completely speechless. Anastasia didn't let that violent suggestion fly. She slapped him and snapped, "You idiot!" The dragon instantly cringed, apologizing over and over, while Alan, still rattled, told Jerome he had to fix that extreme way of thinking, but Anastasia just smoothed it all over, calling it nothing more than a wild, over-the-top dragon joke. With the pressure finally slipping, Melissa marched up to Anastasia and dropped her request so she could help later. She begged to be allowed to remember the princess's sin. As soon as the order hit, both dragons leaned in and sniffed Anastasia, and she immediately turned bright red with embarrassment. Alan shot her a reassuring smile and told her it was totally fine. Then Melissa backed up her promise. Since this was Alan's request, she'd step in and help protect the person he cared about most. Alan, glowing with gratitude, shoved a gift into his hands, pulling a massive slab of orc meat from a magic bag, and Anastasia's jaw dropped in shock. Melissa and Jerome practically bounced with hunger, and Anastasia laughed, saying she never gets bored when she's with Alan. After Alan and Anastasia shared that hard-earned meat with the dragons, their wild run together finally hit its end, and they tore away from the Valley of the Dragons. It burst into the sky, tearing out of the valley in their tiny personal aircraft. After that endless but still too brief summer vacation finally slammed shut, their adventure was over now. It was time to head back to Royal High School. Back in the classroom, Alan and Anastasia faced their classmates and kicked off their independent research project about adventurers in their country. Then Anastasia laid out their big thesis. They needed to fight for a brand new relationship to break the deadlock and end the conflict of interest between the two groups. While Alan and the others hammered away at their project, he couldn't stop thinking about the real heart of the fight between the country and its adventurers. The nobles in the state craved the riches and the fancy stuff for their treasury, but they refused to put their own knights on the line, and they wouldn't own the mess that came with hiring adventurers. Bottom line, this was nothing but a brutal scrap over profits. That's when it hit him hard and bitter. The nobles weren't just being kind. They were hunting for any excuse to grab the money adventurers bled for, gambling their lives just to earn it. As he dropped that harsh verdict to the group, Anastasia snapped her pen down in pure frustration and said she'd never dare write that in their report. So Alan caught her drift and urged them to craft something softer, more diplomatic. Isabella, always practical, nodded and shot back with a real-life example, her hometown, Altmund, where the knights and adventurers got along like they were teammates. She told them they usually team up to hunt orcs, and that shared work keeps the town's meat coming steady, and as soon as Anastasia heard it, she jumped on the idea and pushed to add it to their report, while Isabella teased that just saying food was enough to make Amy start drooling. Once they locked in on that idea, Isabella swung the conversation toward the Adventurers Guild. Like, okay, but what do they think? Then her attention snapped again as she faced Anastasia with wide curiosity, asking about the totally new thing that had just caught her eye. The question hung there like a spark, and the whole crew snapped their eyes to the ring on Anastasia's finger. Was it really a gift from Alan? Seeing her wear both the ring and the hair ornament ever since they left the elven village hit Alan hard and made him blush like crazy, especially since a gift giver was sitting right in front of her. Isabella kept teasing with that sweet, good-natured grin, and it drove Anastasia and Yi into pure embarrassment because no matter what rumors were flying around the school, Anastasia never once publicly spilled who had given her that precious fairy hair ornament. The gift might have started as a rumor, but it was about to explode into the open because when Alan and Anastasia slipped through a school archway, a sharp voice snapped from behind them and ordered, "Stop!" They spun around and froze. There stood the Baroness von Breezes and her crew, staring daggers at Anastasia's hair. Fury burned on the Baroness's face as she snapped, "That hair ornament mine, give it back!" Anastasia didn't budge. Her eyes sharpened as she coolly fired back that it wasn't the Baroness's at all, it was a gift from some noble. And as she said it, the name Amy hit her like a punch. She doesn't budge as the Baroness yells for the hair ornament, claiming it was meant for her. But Anastasia stays stone calm and shuts it down, refusing to hand it over to anyone who tries to take it. Nearby, the prince swings to the Baroness's side and barks at Anastasia to hand the hair ornament over to its true owner. Alan glares in disgust, knowing the prince is just swallowing Amy's story and calling it proof, like he's completely given up. And as he watches this mess unfold, Alan can't help wondering, does the royal heir still have any hope at all? Leonardo tries to reason with him, reminding the prince how vital that ornament is for Anastasia, but the prince barrels past every word, slams Alan down with a cutting insult, and lunges forward to rip the accessory straight from Anastasia's hair. Alan screams her name, warning her just in time. Right before his hand even touches, a totally invisible force blasts him back, hurling him through the air like a cannon shot, and the other students just freeze, staring in shock at the brutal twist. That repulsive blast slams Anastasia onto the floor, hard, and when Alan rushes to check if she's okay, the other students erupt in panic. Then, out of nowhere, a cold voice with no body echoes through the hall, swearing it'll punish anyone who tries to steal the proof from the person the spirits have chosen. The voice keeps pounding the same question, who would dare hurt the spirit's beloved child? Panic rolls over everyone, and a brutal emptiness grips the air like frost. Von Breezes' face turns stone white with terror as that unseen presence hangs over her, looming closer. She snaps onto Anastasia, and her fear curdles into blame. She rants that Anastasia has ruined it all. She was meant to become a saint. And now the country's finished. Alan cuts between them, locks eyes with the Baroness, and swears that no matter what Amy says, that hair ornament is Anastasia's. He leans in hard, shaking the Baroness out of her dream and forcing her to face the truth. These people are standing right there. Then he jabs his finger at the prince, Oscar, Marcus, Leonardo, and Anastasia, making it crystal clear they're not characters in some tale, they're real, living, breathing people. He fires back that Amy is a real living person too, just like all those others packed into the royal capital, and Anastasia, stunned by the truth, can only blurt his name in shock. He locks eyes with her and breaks it down. This isn't a script where people just play their parts. Then he drops the final truth, sharp and heavy in this world. There's no such thing as a heroine, not even a shadow of one. As he and Amy strode down the corridor, the prince was left staring at his own misstep because right before this, he'd been so sure his move would shut Amy down and make the others regret what they'd done. Now he watched her slip away in front of him, and all his confidence crashed hard into reality. He could only blurt her name and choke on disbelief. As Alan strolls the school grounds, he slides up to Anastasia and asks if she wants lunch, but she's so distracted he can't help asking what's wrong. She waves it off, acting like nothing's bothering her, even as her mind spirals back to that new habit of hunting for somewhere they can be alone. And yeah, she's even considering another run to the lab. Right as the conversation is heating up, Amy barges in, greets Anastasia like an old friend, and practically pulls both of them in. "Come on, join me for lunch." Amy takes her offer, and the three of them slide into seats together at an outdoor table. And Amy grins, saying it's great to finally eat outside since they're always stuck in the dining hall. Then she lifts her meal and shows off her usual sandwich. Amy then slides in a compliment to Anastasia like, "You must wake up early every day to make your own lunch." Anastasia just quietly shakes her head, saying there's no way she could pull that off. A quiet meal gets shattered the moment the prince storms in. Anastasia snaps her head up in pure shock and blurts, "Your Highness," but he barely cares about what they're eating, saying he's only here to hand her something. Hands her a sealed letter and tells her it came from his father. Then he promises he'll wait right there for her reply before he leaves. As Anastasia takes in the prince's words, Alan stares at the royal like he's bracing for betrayal, his face set in cold, unshakable distrust. Anastasia steadies herself, then shoots off her answer. Yes, she understands, and she tells the prince, "Let your majesty know I'll be visiting soon." He accepts her answer, promises a carriage will come for her the very next day, then spins on his heel and heads straight to the park. Once the prince disappears, Amy's worry explodes, and she demands answers from Anastasia, who breaks it down. The summons is from his majesty, and tomorrow she has to report to him. The details are foggy, but Anastasia swears one thing: she's about to spend time inside the royal castle. She tried to shrug it off, saying the orders would only strand her for about a week. But Alan refused to buy it, since that real imperial seal meant this summon had to be serious, and he couldn't stand the thought of missing her. While Amy sipped her drink, the prince laid it on the thick, declaring he couldn't survive a single day without Anastasia. He flashed a grin and promised he'd get her caught up the moment she came back. But a warning thought flickered in his mind, because back then, he never had a clue what was about to hit them. It hit him hard this lunch was going to be the last one he'd share with this crew for a while. From the next window over, another student hair and pigtails, eyes sharp, watched the whole scene play out with a quiet, knowing smirk. Elsewhere in a dim, shadowy corridor, a different young woman stalked forward alone, her thoughts sprinting in panic, yet she smiled to herself, certain everything was going perfectly, and ready to make her target suffer a fate worthy of a villainess. With a smug smirk, her thoughts spilled the truth: Alan, a fellow reincarnator just like her, and now she was dead set on revenge for how he cheated and wrecked everything. Soon, while Anastasia was getting it all ready, she leaned in and asked Alan if he was really sure the others wouldn't want to see her off. Then Alan told her the carriage was about to arrive, and that they had classes waiting. And with a bright smile, Anastasia handed them over to his care. He watched her walk away, shouting, "See you in a week." And the school tried to cover it with a neat little lie: Anastasia would be gone on the king's business. But that smooth excuse didn't sit right, and doubt took root. But that week dragged like a nightmare, 10 days in, and still not a whisper of Anastasia's return. And Alan's worry kept climbing. He sank into his desk chair, chewing on the same thought should he ask the Duke about her on the way home. His worry finally shoved him into action. He went looking for an audience with Duke Ram, and the Duke's let stood there, face set like stone. "So you didn't notice until now?" the Duke snapped. Alan could only mumble a shaky yes, and the weight of what was happening finally started to sink in. He leaned in and listened as Duke Ramslet laid out just how bad things were, confirming he'd gotten the full story from his butler, Seabass, the night before, and then talked straight with His Majesty earlier that same day. The Duke shoved a letter into his hands and practically demanded he read it. Alan's eyes snapped wide with shock as he snatched the document. It was a royal decree, sealed with the king's mark, ordering Anastasia to marry Gunther Werner, the magician commander of the enemy empire. While Alan sorted the order, the Duke tore the truth into the open. Those seals on the decree were real, but His Majesty swore he'd never called for Anastasia, and he definitely never gave that command. The first finger of suspicion snapped right onto the Crown Prince Duke Ramsley, even confirmed the prince refused to testify, insisting he'd never harmed the kingdom. But the moment Alan heard it, the truth hit him like a brick to the gut. The prince had sold Anastasia to an enemy nation, and pure rage warped the boy's face. His fury crashed into even worse news. The Duke announced the Est Empire had officially declared war, and they'd cooked up their excuse with a fake incident. They claimed a peace convoy was attacked inside the kingdom, and that the bride and every member of her escort were killed. That revelation slammed into him like a wrecking ball. He sagged into the chair, head drooping, mind reeling, as he realized the whole fabrication was being used as the official excuse for the war that's about to erupt. With a sliver of hope in his eyes, he demanded, "Did the Duke really believe Anastasia was dead?" The answer came fast and fierce. "No," the Duke said bluntly. There wasn't a shred of proof any carriage had been attacked, so it had to be the Empire that snatched an imprisoned woman instead. He froze at the window, eyes locked on the glass, piecing the enemy's whole game plan together like it was right in front of him. The Duke ripped open the whole conspiracy. The Crown Prince shoved a forged decree into the spotlight to sell Anastasia. And the Empire cooked up a fake tale of her death, just to snatch a reason for war with no body or carriage left to mask the lie. They'd soon blast the fabricated incident to make their invasion sound legit. Alan's breath caught the moment he saw the Duke's iron composure, even with everything on the line. Then the Duke snapped his head toward him and ordered, "Go to the Empire and find my daughter." He laid it out plainly as an adventurer. Alan could move without official ties using the post-student mobilization, because a soldier's strike would be war, but an adventurer could be brushed off and denied, cutting off the enemy's excuse to wipe out civilians in retaliation. With his back turned, Duke Ram's plea hits him like a punch. He listens without blinking. Then Alan swings around and formally calls for his help, demanding a B-ranked venture to drag his daughter back. And Alan just grins like, of course this goes without saying. Then the Duke lays out the deal, and Alan's told he'll join the army as an adventurer on the Ramslet family's behalf. Right away, Alan raises a red flag. Getting plugged into the military chain of command means he won't be able to move freely anymore. Seeing the truth in it, the Duke fires back, saying he's got a plan and will have his butler, Seabass, come by tomorrow. Then he leans in, puts his faith on Alan, and says he's counting on him. Alan swallows hard, agrees, and slips out of the grand mansion into the pouring rain. Storm water drenches him as he strides on, and the Crown Prince's brutal act floods his mind. Yeah, the Duke's right, trading his ex-fiancée to the Est Empire, a place infamous for massacring civilians, is unforgivable. And even from different corners, Alan and the Duke lock into the same cold, silent rage. Next day at school, Isabella storms up to him and tells him that she and another student got summoned to the royal castle that morning to testify about the letter the Crown Prince handed Anastasia because they're still convinced she's inside. Then she leans in and asks if Alan has heard anything new. His classmate adds that more students were invited too, mostly from families who openly clash with the Crown Prince. And with a worried stare, she straight up asks Alan if anything's happened to Anastasia. He plays dumb, insists he knows nothing, and even as Isabella wonders if this is tied to the coming war, he stays silent while Alan digs in harder, convinced of Anastasia with zero doubts. Later, he slams his back to the wall with a stubborn, determined glare, deciding to hold on a little longer because he's absolutely sure she'll come back. A little later, Alan slid into a seat across from Seabass, the Ramslet butler, who handed over a report with shaking certainty the day Anastasia vanished from the royal castle. A gatekeeper swore he saw her carriage roll out of town. Through the east gate, Alan grabbed his pen and pressed for proof, and Seabass confirmed it to the last detail. The butler presses on, saying the carriage driver bolted the moment they slipped through the gate, and a week later, they finally found the wreckage of that very carriage. The one that had come straight from the royal capital. Alan's eyes sharpen as he realizes it was a decoy, set to throw anyone off the trail, and Seabass backs up the same conclusion, just like the Duke. He leaned in as Seabass laid out the findings. Witnesses swore the carriage tore down the road at breakneck speed, and all it held was a load of luggage and one driver. The butler kept sizing her up and realized the young lady wasn't just tough, she was strong, and he was dead certain that one or two men wouldn't stand a chance of kidnapping her. He took it in, then fired back, so Duke Ramslet suspects it too, that she was hauled off in a different carriage, taking another route. Seabass nodded hard, saying his lord believed the exact same thing. Alan's worry kept climbing until he demanded, "Is Anastasia safe?" and Seabass shut it down with a confident, unshakable, "Yes, I believe she is." He flashed a small smile, thanked the butler, and told him to just call him Seabass. Meanwhile, the Crown Prince's mess just kept getting worse. Student testimony proved he'd sent Anastasia to the royal castle. But the forged royal decree was so tightly tangled that there wasn't much room to dig, because it dragged the king straight into the blame. The prince remembered Duke Ramslet's face. This wasn't just a protest. Ramslet demanded the Crown Prince step down, swore he'd cut all cooperation with the royal family, and even threatened to abandon the capital until Anastasia was returned. Then a pigtail-wearing female student slid up and asked, "Are you alone?" Before he could answer, she started needling him, claiming his precious Anastasia had supposedly married into the empire. Then her carriage got hit by bandits right after, and she flashed a fake look of pity like she'd just staged it. His eyes went ice cold as he accused her of rigging the whole scheme, and she just played dumb, spitting that Anastasia was a villain who got abandoned by her fiancé, then got attacked and sold, and insisting it was all nothing but fate. With a smug grin, she spilled the whole plan. Anastasia would come back for revenge. Then they'd slam her down and get their happy ending, and she leaned in to ask the prince if he got it too. She keeps grinning, practically telling the prince, "Nice try," then snaps that he's messed with her plans way too many times. With a cocky victory in her eyes, she announces, "You've lost," and waves him off like he's not worth a second thought, telling him to get out. Just as she turns to leave, she tosses a savage comment about how sweet the howl of a loser is, so the prince clenches his teeth and snarls that she's scum. Her words hit the air, and then she erupts into a triumphant, almost unhinged laugh as she strides away, leaving him frozen in total shock. Left alone with his thoughts, the prince stared into what he'd done, carefully snagging every crucial piece early, kicking off events before their time, and crushing Amy's dream of becoming a saintess. And the wild part, he told himself it was all going fine, brazenly shutting his eyes to the dangerous mess he'd just built. He finally clocks that his overconfidence was born from rewriting fate, and, worst of all, from winning Anastasia's heart. Then the truth slams into him. This mess is on him. A fierce resolve hardens in his chest. He'll save Anna. But as he strides down that empty corridor, dread hits like a hammer, and he can't hide it anymore. He has zero idea what comes next. A school uniform girl steps outside, eyes narrowed as she tilts her gaze to the sky, then turns to the unseen audience and tells them, "Yeah, some of you might already know what's going on." In the Grand Assembly Hall, the principal glasses sharp, voice heavy steps up to the podium and slams the truth into the room. The kingdom is at war with the Est Empire, and it's because the Empire attacked first, without any warning. She turns to the students and tells them to remember one brutal thing when war erupts. The weak and innocent get crushed first, and in the crowd, the prince hears every word. Then panic hits, because the invasion is starting way earlier than it was ever supposed to. He remembers the nightmare of villain, cast out of the kingdom, would claw her way back with the Imperial Army, spark a civil war, and drag her own relatives into darkness. Yet that war hasn't even started, so the Duke's family is still safe. Still, Amy and another student beside him are wrecked with dread, and Amy chokes out, "This is too much. Why can't we just all get along?" Amy hears the grim news and slams to her feet, begging for dialogue. She's sure they can understand each other. The prince, shaken by her compassion, roars his agreement and vows they'll back her all the way. He insists they can do more than just fight. The principal watches, stunned, as their voices erupt. Amy's words light up the whole crowd. Students snap into chants, shouting her name and rallying behind her, call for words over sorts, while Amy stands tall with her arms wide, a shining beacon for her classmates across the way. The mysterious reincarnator watches with a deadpan, unimpressed face. Later, the principal and a military commander step up and face the reincarnator head-on. The principal says, "Talking matters, but it only works if the other side actually listens." Then snaps at the girl that she won't tolerate random remarks, demanding, straight up, if she understands. The girl answers quietly, "Yes." She's slumped by herself, all her confidence crushed, staring at the mess and thinking, this already feels broken. The war kicked off way too early, and the student reacts nothing like she planned, so she can't stop wondering if the world is still glitching thanks to that mob character. The principal snaps everyone's focus back, then drops the bombshell since the country is sliding into war. The school is shutting down and won't reopen until next spring, leaving the students reeling and demanding answers, while she just tells them, straight up, to pack their lives and get ready to go back home. The military commander strides up and thanks the principal for her hard work. But the reincarnator explodes with fury. She storms right in. grabs the principal's attention, and demands answers: why shut down the school, what happens to the festival, and everything else, and how the principal could just ignore her while the whole situation spirals into chaos. Commander Otto von Jukes whips around to face the students, his voice booming like thunder, then introduces himself and declares loud and clear that the kingdom needs their help. He roared his command at the packed students, his voice blazing with patriotic fire because the Est Empire was smashing in, and someone had to stop it. So he demanded brave young men and women raise their hands, prove their courage, and step up to the fight. At the commander's fiery plea, one hand snapped up from the crowd. Then a young guy blurted that he'd volunteer, calling himself Alan and saying he was a second-year student, and the whole silent room erupted into stunned shock. The commander clocked him instantly. The scholarship kid, Alan, and the moment he yelled for backup, the noble students started whispering like wildfire. They pointed out Alan was a commoner, yet he'd still fought with pure nerve, and suddenly guilt hit them hard. If a commoner could show up and prove himself, then what excuse did they have? Spurred on by what he did, another student shot up his hand and yelled that he'd volunteer too, and right next to him, a young woman jumped in, declaring she was in as well. Commander Otto wore a satisfied grin and welcomed the brave young men and women, then declared that every applicant would march straight with him to the royal palace. As the volunteers finally gathered, a few noble students who stayed behind sneered, like it was all a joke. They pointed out that not even the princes or Leonardo had signed up, and they mocked the whole idea of nobility. Anastasia turned her cold smile on the commoner volunteers and spat that they should go die in the war. On the palace grounds, Alan and the other volunteers snapped into their military uniforms, and Commander Otto wasted no time. He told them their first mission was rear support, warned them to keep respectful composure, and made it clear they were moments away from meeting His Majesty the King. As they stepped into the throne room, Alan's stomach dropped because the Crown Prince's father sat up on that grand throne waiting for them. And the King of the realm didn't waste time. He welcomed the brave students with a clean, powerful nod that said, "You're here for a reason." Then he stepped up and spoke with full authority to the kneeling volunteers, and the king announced that, starting that very day, they were officially soldiers, and he sent them off with a heartfelt wish for good luck. The students lowered their heads to acknowledge the command. Right as an aide blurted out their dismissal, Alan didn't budge. He stayed standing, knowing it'd be brutal to hunt Anna from the rear lines, so he stepped forward, demanded to speak, and slammed his identity down. An adventurer sent to Duke Rams led them, while Commander Otto erupted in fury over the protocol break. And the king only raised a hand and ordered everyone to wait. Standing shoulder to shoulder with the other student volunteers, Commander Otto snaps his fingers and sends them away, barking for them to head back to their barracks and sit tight for the next orders. Then they salute and obey. Then they shove him right in front of the king for a private audience, and the monarch starts speaking to him straight away, making it clear he's already heard about Alan. The commoner Duke Ramslet has been protecting. The king's face tightens as he presses on. He knows Alan wiped out his son and his friends in that duel, and he even wonders if Duke Ramslet's silence was just a power play against the royal family. Alan doesn't argue, he quietly confirms it. He snaps back, saying he has no clue what the Duke is really planning, then lays it out. He's here to back the royal family and stand by His Majesty. After swearing his loyalty, he drops a shocker of a demand. He wants protection for Anastasia, the Duke of Ramslet's daughter. And he wants it right now, and the king and Commander Otto both look utterly stunned. He barrels forward without stopping, tossing out a second, even bolder demand: ruthless punishment for anyone caught abusing the royal seal, and a forged royal decree to boot. The king's face turns ice cold as he snarls for Alan to repeat every word he just said. Commander Otto explodes into the scene, roaring Alan's name and snapping that this kind of disrespect will not fly. The king glares hard, demanding to know if Alan even understands what he just said. Before the tension can crack, Alan drops into a deep bow, tears into an apology for his rudeness, and begs forgiveness for stepping way past his place. The king scoffs like it's all just Duke Ramslet's usual jab, then snaps his order for Alan to be hauled to the back for support. Only Alan digs in, refuses, and begs to be sent straight to the front, so he can answer for his disrespect. The king's thrown off guard, and he finally tells him to wait. His Majesty leans in and drives the point home, reminding Alan that the Duke swore he'd never cooperate with the royal family, and then he asks, point blank, if Alan plans to follow suit. Alan snaps his hand to his heart and shuts it down fast, declaring with steel in his voice that he's devoted to the king and his country. A smug smile snaps onto the king's face. He declares he'll grant Alan's wish, ordering him straight to the front lines to smash those imperial soldiers into the dirt. He snapped orders at his aide. Alan was to sprint for Kalditsia, crush the Brazini region, and smash the imperial army. Then the king leaned in, asking what prize Alan wanted. Alan just stared ahead, thinking, once we win, I'll ask for something that fits, while Commander Otto seethed nearby in silence. He kept talking, throwing promises of gold, a title, and even a woman at Alan's feet. Anything Alan wanted would be his, like he'd already won for the kingdom. But there was one catch: Alan wasn't allowed to march back to the royal capital until he delivered. Alan bowed and accepted the order on the spot. Commander Otto pressed the king, asking if His Majesty really meant it, and the king waved it off, then told Alan he could go. Then the monarch leaned into the silence and mused out loud, laughing at Duke Ramslet because the guy couldn't even control his own dog, the one that bit his hand and bolted the moment it got the chance. As Alan marched down that long, shadow-soaked corridor, he mulled over the king's cold math. What mattered was one thing: he was just a solid commoner, with no real weight on the world. So if he got cut down on the battlefield, it wouldn't bother the crown, but if he came back alive, the king would snap the leash around him and make him his new master. Later, in a locked private room, Alan leaned in and grilled the Ramslet butler about whether the plan would actually work. Seabass reassured him fast, saying Duke Gerhard was certain it'd succeed, because of the king's unstoppable character. The butler laid out the duke's logic. Yes, the king was a fool, but not stupid enough to kill a student just for being rude. Alan's eyes finally opened, and he realized his plan had worked. Now he figured he'd be blamed as a traitor. So first he'd inform the duke about everything, and then he'd have to run it by his mother. His uniform, freshly ready for departure, hung there, screaming for war, and yes, it was. At home, he sat beside his mother and told her he'd volunteered as a student. Then he rushed to calm her fears, insisting students usually get put on safe, non-combat jobs like publicity, supply runs, or handing out aid. When that tension eased, he pivoted fast, starting to talk about anesthesia. She studied him like she already knew the ending, then broke into a little smile and said, "Alan, you like Anastasia, don't you?" Right after, she teased that maybe the princess felt the same way about him too, and Alan just froze, completely speechless. He stammered, heat flooding his cheeks as he asked, "Was it that obvious?" His mom took a calm sip from her cup. "No," she said. But his mother keeps talking, wearing that knowing look. She brings up the meal invitation, the letter that named Anastasia, and how she gets it. She truly understands what he's been feeling, clear as day. She admits she doesn't want him to leave, but she can't stop it. So she steals him with one brutal truth: if the girl he likes is the duke's daughter, then he has to make it happen. No excuses. She softly pats his head, tells him to stop worrying about her, and to put everything he's got into saving Anastasia. Then she leans in and warns him there's one crucial thing he can't afford to forget. Her eyes harden as she slips him one last warning: if he wants to get it right, he can't let his priorities slip when it matters most. Her words haunt his thoughts as he sinks into the silence of his dim room. Alan sprawls on his bed, wrestling with what really matters most. His resolve hardens and his face locks into determination. Saving you is the one priority that overrides everything else. But the moment he makes that call, fury explodes. Melissa shrieks in rage, swearing his plan is unforgivable. She darts around in panic, yelling that this is a terrible idea, and Lou, the Spirit of Light, demands, "Are you really trying to kill the Crown Prince?" Jerome slams the brakes with a brutal truth. If they do, they'll wipe out everyone in the royal capital. Alan won't back down. He just wants to find Anna. Then Jerome eyes him and fires back, calling Alan a good person, but insisting he's still weird for jumping into a war against stupid humans. Right in the middle of the chaos, the wife or her mother steps forward and drops a bold promise she'll hunt down the girl he loves herself, and she'll find her immediately. For decisive action, leave Jerome watching with worry. He blurts out Alan's name, then pleads under his breath for the kid not to die as Alan storms off to the rescue. He stood like a wall, eyes locked on the road ahead, then the Wyvern mother gone. He declared his own departure and that he had to march out too, straight for the front lines overhead. Melissa rocketed into the sky, and she and Lou shot through the air together, vanishing into a storm of dust. As Anastasia steps into the shower, one thought takes over her mind: an order, sharp as a command. She remembered this order wasn't meant for the duchy at all. It was aimed straight at her. And to make it worse, even the Crown Prince himself was coming to deliver it in person. She couldn't tell if it was really that urgent, but one thing was clear: she'd never defy the king's orders. And just like that, she knew she had to cram her bag and get out fast. She zipped into her uniform, then heard a knock Alan at her door, calling for Anna. Her cheeks went hot. She told him to wait, and he instantly guessed she was still getting dressed. Moments later, she popped back up with her bag in hand and told Alan she was headed straight for the royal castle. He wondered if she wanted him to see her off, but she waved that off softly, reminding him he still had class, then urging him to hold the fort until the carriage showed up. Her tough voice cracked into a warm, gentle smile the moment she said yes, and Alan, standing in the doorway, told her to ping him the second she got back, then waved her off and ended the conversation for the week. Moments later, Anastasia stood outside the school's towering iron gates, gripping her luggage, and then a horse-drawn carriage rattled up the stone path, her smile fading into stone-cold seriousness. The carriage door swung open, and the prince stepped out, flashing a confident grin, calling her out with full formality, Anastasia Kleinel von Ramslet, and saying she had to take up her noble duties, leaving her so stunned all she could blurt was his title. She pressed him for what responsibilities really meant for a noble, and he snapped back by handing her a sealed letter, saying a brand new royal decree had been issued just that day. He thrust the royal decree forward, reading it in a rock-steady voice. Anastasia von Ram's fate was set. She had to marry Gunther Werner, the commander of the Est Empire's magic division. Her eyes snapped wide with pure disbelief. Then the prince hit her with the ultimatum. Smiling like he owned the room, this wasn't a request. It was a royal decree. If she or the duke said no, they'd be branded as traitors. Without a word of protest, he pointed to the carriage sitting there, telling everyone they could argue once they were on the road. His men waited by the gate, bowed formally to Anastasia, and demanded she come with them. Anastasia's mind sprinted in circles, royal or not. This was pure outrage, and she knew that paper was real, no question about it. If someone forged it, that would be the kind of crime that gets you hunted for life. So she swallowed the fury, decided not to blow everything up right here, and told herself she'd handle it at the palace. She'd corner His Majesty and then report straight back to her father. Calm at last, she stepped forward and demanded that her luggage be taken care of. The moment she climbed into the carriage, a cold doubt hit her. Were they really headed to the palace? Before she could even blink, someone lunged from behind and shoved a cloth over her mouth, and her vision snapped shut as everything went black. Miles away, Alan spotted the spirit of light, then Lou abruptly froze in place. Alan spun toward her, demanding what happened, but she just stared off into the distance, concern flickering across her face. She waved it off in a heartbeat, insisting it was nothing, then flipped the whole mood hide and seek. And before he could even react, she bolted off to find a hiding spot. She dove into a hiding spot, and Lou instantly got it right then. The blessing she'd laid on Anastasia flickered to life, flashing her a nasty little vision of the abduction. She blurted out, half panicked, "What if something happened?" And her mind immediately cooked up a ridiculous, totally unlikely image of Alan. Then she snapped back, shoved the thought aside, and started counting for their game. Meanwhile, Anastasia clawed her way back to consciousness, and the roar of rushing water smashed into her ears as she blinked, confused, trying to figure out what just happened and where on earth she'd ended up. The fog lifted, and a dark stone tunnel yawned ahead while two men carried her, like she weighed nothing. Panic crashed over her the second she tried to move, but her body wouldn't obey, and as darkness swallowed everything, the only thing she could think to say was Alan. Her captors darted through the woods, and their leader barked, "Hurry, keep moving." They hauled her unconscious body into the back of a covered wagon, locking in for a brutal long haul. The wagon rattled forward toward a far-off fortified stronghold, and as the miles stretched, a voice out in the distance kept calling her name, only she couldn't wake, drugged deep in sleep. In that dim little room, she finally started to move just barely. An older man with long, pale hair leaned in, asking if she was awake, and he admitted with a faint smile that he'd hit her with a heavy sedative, and now he was scared she might be in trouble. The second her mind cleared, one name slammed into her head, Alan. Fully aware now, she jerked her head and realized she was strapped tight to a chair, staring at the same man from the duel day, her captor. When she demanded answers, he calmly told her they'd vanished into the mountains, miles away from the royal capital. Then he dropped the bomb they'd slipped out through a hidden sewer passage beneath the castle, one flaw that would make the city walls useless if the Empire ever found out. He stared at her with a nasty, condescending smirk, then snapped that, even after betrayal, she still cared about the kingdom's future, praising her as truly noble. But his cruel truth sank like a weight in her chest. The royal family had betrayed her, then left her behind. She scoffed and demanded who in their right mind would ever want to be the wife of the Empire's Magic Corps commander. Then he confirmed her fate. The Crown Prince had already sold her off, and the next punch crushed her completely. Her father, Duke of Ramslet, was being executed for treason. Then he cleared everything up. Gunther, the commander of the Magic Division, never meant to make her his wife. His voice dropped into something frightening as he laid out the real deal. If she stayed physically unharmed, he and his crew could do whatever they wanted. Then he snapped his gaze to his men, demanding they understood what that freedom actually meant. The other men snickered with cold dread, but even chained up, Anastasia would not break. She clenched her resolve and reached for the power that birthed everything. "Omana," she chanted, her voice blazing with defiance. "Become a spear of ice and smash my enemy. Ice spear." A mana surge tried to build inside her, but it went nowhere. Shock and pure confusion slammed into her like a wave. "Why isn't my magic working?" she thought, and then the ropes around her arms and torso suddenly cinched, so tight they felt like they'd been welded in place. Her defiance cracked into disbelief, and the lead captor leaned in, letting out a low, mocking chuckle as his eyes sparkled with nasty amusement. Tied up and hanging, Anastasia thrashes against her restraints, snarling at the sky, "Why can't I use my magic?" The lead captor leans in and tells her the rope isn't just rope. It's a magical trap that crushes all magic on contact, a special item from Gunther Dono, the commander of the Magic Division. Sane grins like a threat, then declares that he and his crew will ride alongside her all the way to the Imperial capital. Mockery keeps pouring in as he claims it's an honor to control a girl with a noble soul like hers, one who could run wild whenever she wanted. While the other captors stare, Anastasia clenches her teeth and fights the ropes with everything she's got. Defiance sparks their move. They lunge for her head and shoulders, shoving her down hard as she screams in protest. Right then, a brutal invisible force detonates from her, hurling the captors flying and sending them crashing, tumbling across the whole room. Are left staring in shock as everything flips. One grabs his wrist, yelling that she can't possibly cast magic, while another's dread spikes because they're not ready to deal with her at all. Anastasia staggers and pants, and it's clear she's the one fueling that furious outburst as one capture shouts at the other to try again, Anastasia's eyes flood with tears, then a soft, ethereal girl appears right in front of her. And through the crushing despair, she realizes it's happening the blessing of Rosama. The blessing's power drops him like a lifeless puppet on the floor, and his shocked companion lunges over only to stumble back when he realizes the man is already dead. Anastasia's face tightens, and cold certainty kicks in. He was a traitor anyway, and they had to bury him before this got any riskier. The story snaps into her past, a young Anastasia in her memory, where a robed figure she calls Rolinga's sensei steps in and hands her sweets. The young Anastasia asked her teacher just tries to remember, and asks if the scones he made are delicious. He grins and says they're amazing, especially with jam. But they're great, even all by themselves. He used magic like it was nothing, slicing a tiny cake into two flawless halves in the blink of an eye, and the young Anastasia, watching with wide eyes, suggested they split it. Right after, she fussed in total innocence, worrying that if she ate hers, there'd be nothing left for Anastasia. Her teacher just nodded and granted the plan, doing the impossible so smoothly that Anastasia barely even realized it was happening. That sheer power stunned her. She swore it had to be magic, bragged her sensei was awesome, and practically begged, "Can I learn it too?" He promised her that with real dedication she could. But right now, Lu, the spirit of light, suddenly felt that familiar surge. The blessing had kicked in again. And it could only mean one thing. Anastasia was in trouble. Lu panicked, but her contract with Millie locked her down and kept her from going far. Her worry practically buzzed in the air as she blurted to Alan, "What's going on?" Down below, Jerome the Wyvern ripped through the sky and told Melissa the scent they'd been tracking was getting stronger by the second. Then he turned to his partner and dropped a grim idea. Maybe it'd be smarter to just kill all the humans. That cold, cynical question hung there, clashing hard with the urgency of what they were supposed to do. The Wyvern mother didn't waste a breath. She had one crystal-clear goal. Her voice rang out firm as she laid out the plan. Find Anna, tell Alan exactly where she is, and let Alan handle the rescue from there. Meanwhile, at the very spot they'd hunted down, the prince sat there with bound Anastasia right beside him. Then he leaned in and told the truth. Anyone tied to Rolingas is covered by his blessing. And that's why he still dared to hope they'd be rescued. He finally clocked where that hope really came from. His faith that Alan was a good man, and he confirmed it with a soft, steady yes. His hope didn't betray him right on cue. A voice called out for Alan. With Amy watching from afar, he stood by that tiny aircraft, met the sound, and shouted, "I'm here!" Then he yanked his flight goggles into place, eyes locked in, ready to launch into the sky for Anna. On the battlefield, pure chaos detonates. An abrupt, violent blast tears through a makeshift camp, hurling men and debris everywhere. And in the middle of the wreckage, a goateed man stares back with the other captors' look, wide-eyed and frozen, unable to even process what hit them. The chaos finally makes sense when glowing orbs start raining from the sky, and the captor's leader, now shirtless and swinging a sword, snatches a captive woman and roars for answers, insisting this is an enemy attack after what happened to his lookouts. He lifts his eyes from the wreckage, and right there spots a strange winged craft vanishing across the distance, his mind frozen like, what is that? And from the nearby castle battlements, the guards stare right along with him as the whole thing unfolds. The very same wall trembles with tension as a guard blurts out that the craft is coming back nervous hands, and all while a female commander in full-plate armor stands perfectly still, her eyes locked on the return, backed by a young assistant at her side. Two of them watch a strange twin-engine machine bank hard in the sky, locking in on the castle like it's hunting it. Touchdown hits with a thunderous roar, landing smooth as silk in the castle courtyard. The female commander snaps into action at once, ordering the guards to march back to their posts, then yanks her assistant along with her. The machine finally steadies, and right in the cockpit, as Alan comes into view watching as the commander and her assistant stride straight toward his aircraft. He launches right into his report to the commander, saying he tracked down an enemy camp and smashed it. Since they'd heard the fighting, the commander praises him and demands the enemy's numbers, and where they're hiding, Alan answers, around 100, and then asks for a map. He lays it all out. This camp is stuck in a village the Empire already seized, and the civilians either vanished or got wiped out. The commander nods, then demands proof there's no friendly backup in that area, and Alan confirms it without hesitation. Once the report was wrapped up, the commander slammed down fresh orders. Alan was to fly recon north and south, sweep the area, and hunt down any NES soldiers. And if she spotted them, she was to wipe them out on the spot. Alan looked worn out, but all she could manage was a gruff request for water. He gulps a long drink from his canteen while the female commander demands what he's planning with the water they hauled in. Then he lays out his move. He freezes it solid and lets it rain down from above. With a calm, thoughtful look, he admits that next time he'll pull water straight out of the air, and the commander falls silent, weighing the wild idea. A soldier snaps in and says the aircraft's water tanks are completely full, so Alan thanks him and declares his departure. Then the commander pulls him aside. After the battle, you're taking the back seat of the plane. Alan nods and commits, confirming he's ready. Then his twin-engine aircraft erupts into life with a thunderous roar, shooting up into the sky while from the fortress walls, the commander and her soldiers stare in awe and scramble to climb. As he rockets away, her assistant blurts out his worry, "Is it really smart to let someone this reckless go?" The commander snaps back that with things this desperate, they've got no choice but to bet on him. Then adds that she's relieved the Ramslet family is fighting shoulder to shoulder with them. Up in the air, Alan checks his instruments and confirms it. Neither Anastasia nor Jerome is in the target zone, so he gets the green light and goes in with everything he's got. From above, he spots them hundreds of soldiers, a full battalion on foot marching straight down the road, locked on the fortress. They're gearing up for a siege, and that's when he snaps into action. He swings the aircraft in from behind, kills the magic engine for a stealthy drop, flips into bombing mode, checks his route and height one last time, then yanks the bomb bay open and launches the attack. Inside the aircraft, he kicks off his spell, then blasts a stream of water and snaps a magic circle around it in the same breath. And a second spell slams the water shut into shimmering, gleaming spheres of solid ice. He orders the first batch to drop, and the second those ice spheres shatter away, he barks, "Load the next," again and again. He even points out the truth: the magic circles trapped inside the ice are his old trick, adapted from how he wiped out the bandits. The spheres slam down toward the clueless battalion, and on the ground one soldier catches a weird whistling roar, only for his buddy to shrug it off as probably a landslide. They have no idea that the moment those spheres start falling, the magic circles inside them are sucking in and squeezing massive amounts of air, turning each one into a tiny, deadly jet engine. With a brutal blast, the trapped air detonates on impact. An enormous explosion tears through the enemy line, smashes their massive battering ram to pieces, and hurls soldiers and wreckage everywhere. Their ranks shattered, enemy soldiers scattered and ran for their lives under the brutal aerial blow. In his cockpit, Alan stared at the wreckage and felt sick, realizing he'd built something terrifying. He'd meant it to be controllable and safe for his friends and the environment. Either it would explode or just vent harmless air, but no matter how he packaged it, the damage it could cause was undeniable. Now that the payload was gone, he chose to fall back for the moment. He figured the enemy soldiers had scattered and bolted, so he locked on to his next move, wiped their supplies clean before chasing the next target. As long as his mana held out, he'd keep the pressure on using the wind magic engine to pull water straight from the sky. He swore he'd keep crushing them until Jerome and the others could track Anna down, silently begging she'd stay safe. Meanwhile, in a pitch-black mystery hideout, Anastasia crumpled on the cold floor, gasping hard for air as her body lay helpless and still. Bruises marred her face, a thin trickle of blood slid from her lip, and with barely any strength left, she rasped his name. A dazzling chandelier hangs above, and every crystal and metal edge catches the light, blasting a cavernous space into pure brilliance. A chandelier blazes overhead in the massive, gilded throne room, and there, right beneath it, Anastasia and two of her captors stand like exhibits, their shadows stretching across the shiny floor, while exhaustion and tension twist across her face. Her arms are yanked and cinched tight behind her back, yet she keeps her chin up like she owns the room, eyes locked forward with pure, unshakable defiance. Before her sat a man with long, pale hair and a smug, condescending smirk. Emperor Adol of the Est Empire. He greeted Anastasia with a formal bow, then called out Kleinel von Ramslet's name as if it were an invitation to his mercy. His voice dripped with fake kindness as he pressed her about her journey. A bald man standing at the Emperor's side drops his head and pours out the deepest apologies, then swears straight-faced that he'll finally discipline his wife the right way. Anastasia's composure shatters. She whirls on her captor and screams that he kidnapped her and has zero right to talk, then vows through blazing fury that she'll never be the wife of a man like him. That loud outburst yanks the attention of Prince Igor, a young man with light hair, who smirks at the bald Gunther and basically says she's got zero interest in you, then offers to help discipline the wife Gunther's been claiming something the Emperor is clearly weighing. Gunther creeps up on Anastasia and leans in to sneer that she stinks like a sewer after that brutal journey then. When Gunther swears he'll get her cleaned up, Igor snorts and dares him to prove it, grinning that her miserable condition is his fault, all right. The Emperor's icy stare locks onto them, and he watches her refuse to crack no matter how she looks. Then he turns to his men and orders them to break her, again and again, until she's finally shattered. One of the captors snarls that Anastasia fights back with a bizarre power that blasted them all away, even with that magic rope tied to the ceiling. And the second Prince Igor hears it, his smirk stretches into something colder. He fires off a fresh order. Calm as ice, violate her, right here, right now. Then he drives the point home with one brutal question: do you want to die? His cruel order got stuck for a beat, because when the captors lunged for Anastasia, one of them stammered that he understood. And then, bam, Anastasia unleashed a blinding burst of light. The blast slammed the men backward, sending them skidding and crashing onto the throne room floor as the Emperor and Crown Prince stared, frozen in shock. That sudden burst of power threw the throne room into chaos, but Crown Prince Igor just burst out laughing, because now, with that kind of power, they couldn't simply lift a finger against her. Emperor Adolf turned to Gunther, the bald man at his side, and handed him the job. Then Gunther answered with a calm smirk that there were plenty of ways to shatter someone's spirit. Adolf leaned in to warn his son, Igor, not to go too far, and Igor instantly nodded like he understood. The prince fumed with impatience, shoved Gunther to hurry up and fix that stench so they could finally enjoy the spectacle. Then Gunther just gave the order, a quiet nod. Later on, Anastasia stumbled into a lavish bath only to realize the ropes were gone. Then a cold metal collar snapped around her neck, sealing her magic like she'd feared. Even the warm water couldn't keep the calm for long. She still sat behind bars, and that truth crushed her every thought. Fresh out of her bath, a servant dropped a set of brutally revealing undergarments in her lap. So scandalous, it might as well have been a personal insult. When Anastasia demanded if there was anything else to wear, the servant didn't hesitate. Gunther himself ordered it. The message hit her like a slap. This wasn't just humiliation, it was a trap, meant to make any escape attempt that much harder. Gunther and two armor guards hauled her into a fancy windowless room. Then the heavy door slammed shut and locked from the outside, confirming what she feared. This wasn't some dingy cell or torture rack she'd braced for. It was a gilded cage, dressed up so others could come and violate her still. She forced herself to endure, clinging to the one hope that she'd get Rose protection. Just as the door was about to shut, Gunther sneered and asked if Anastasia was comfortable, eyes still turned away, her mind clinging to one thing: Alan was coming to rescue her. His next words hit like a curveball. He said he'd see her again in a year, then he spun and started to walk away. The heavy door began to lock, and Anastasia whirled around in pure shock, snapping, "What did you mean by that cryptic goodbye?" She stood there alone as the door slammed shut and swallowed the room in near total darkness, and his last chilling words still haunted the other side. "Stay strong, my dear wife, or you won't be able to tolerate it at all." The lock clicked, final and merciless, and a cold shiver ripped through her. 1 year. A whole year in here, in this suffocating dark where not even the tiniest bit of light could get through. The thought didn't just scare her, it felt impossible. With her fate slamming down like a wrecking ball, her eyes bulged wide with pure terror, trapped in this pitch-dark prison. There was nothing left to do but face it and spare only the smallest mercy. In a tense war council, Alan snapped out the results of his attacks from the past week, hitting S-Force at points 86, 87, and 88 with brutal precision. The female commander leaned in, admitting they hadn't fully erased the enemy, but even so, any survivors could just get tossed into other units. An older, bearded general demands whether he's talking about skyborne attacks, bombings. Then the female commander nods hard and says she's sure those strikes shattered the enemy's morale, leaving most survivors too broken to fight back effectively. She keeps going, and she's sure of one thing: the enemy still hasn't figured out aerial assaults yet, so even if they scramble up countermeasures, they'll still be forced to guard the sky and the ground at the same time, and that puts them in a brutal tactical bind. With a sharp, decisive gesture, the female commander snaps out their next target, Cardesia. She tells everyone the troops are already shoving the Imperial Army back on multiple fronts, and they're going to hammer that opening until the city is theirs again. Inside a warped city dimension, a mustached officer jumps in shock, while the bearded general lets out a grim, satisfied murmur. "Cardacia," he finally says. Cardacia's fortress city, sitting in the Bracini region, used to be the biggest military powerhouse on Central Ind's eastern side until the Est Empire stormed in half a century ago and locked it under their grip ever since. Back in the war room, the female commander slams her plans on the table and lays out the first phase of the attack: 3 smaller fortresses on the west side. Then she locks eyes with Alan and orders him to hit the northernmost one first. He shoots back with rock-solid confidence, saying that if it's only one fortress, he can take the loan easy, and adds that it's even better since Allied forces won't be in his way. Confidence gets read as arrogance, and the mustached officer goes wide-eyed, sputtering that Alan is calling them useless, until the bearded general snaps, raging that he's not allowed to get cocky, and drills Alan with the fact that he's still just a student. The female commander lunges in fast. She shuts down the mustached officer on the spot, snapping him for disrespecting the general. Then she faces the general and reminds him, "Alan's an adventurer from Ramslet, sent by royal decree, so he's not under our thumb. And as for his work, she says the results will speak loud enough." She demanded they wrap the operation immediately, saying Alan had already been launched with every troop toward Cardacia, but she needed it finished before any nasty troublemakers from the capital could roll in and wreck everything. Her words hit like a slap, and the mustached officer snapped whether it meant the king was sending reinforcements from the capital, while the general nodded, confirming a noble was marching troops straight toward their position. That news set the officer off. He fumed that the capital had shut down every single request for help, only to swing in now like it owned the place. And the bearded general cut in next, shifting his focus to Alan and asking if the kid was really okay, now that he wasn't the capital's main problem anymore. Alan kept it short. He told them he was fine and pushed them to stick to the plan, eyes locked on the fortress ahead. Inside that fortress, a young woman sat locked in a cell, shaking so hard her whole body trembled as she clenched her fist. A loud clang from the heavy metal door snapped her attention. She shot upright in the Spartan cell and spotted a tray of plain food sliding through the slot at the bottom. She didn't even reach for the meal. She just stayed perched on the edge of the cot, staring at nothing with pure, exhausted despair. After what felt like forever, she finally pushed herself up, drifted toward the door, and pressed her hand against the cold, unshakable surface. From the other side, a voice slammed down one brutal sentence and told her straight out her father was dead. The word hit her like a punch to the gut. Her eyes snapped wide with pure shock and terror, and that brutal news rang out through the dead silence of her cell. She hunched in the dim shadows of her cell while a faceless voice kept spitting out its cruel report, saying her father had fought back against the royal family's decision to sell her. And for that one act of defiance, her entire family was executed. With a sharp metallic clack, the hatch slammed shut behind her, trapping her in the dark and sealing a nightmare of news in the same breath. The sound landed like a final verdict, yet the words still didn't feel real. She crumpled onto her cot, mind spinning, begging herself it was all lies. But the voice kept hammering, twisting deeper and deeper. A war had erupted because she refused to marry and failed her duty as a noble. And Brazzini was now in the Empire's grip, while countless civilians and soldiers were already dead, all because of her. Her denial cracked wide open the moment that voice landed its most personal, gut-punching truth. The man she loved was dead too. She clutched her face, sobbing as the voice savored her ruin, calling death like it was a trophy he'd been run through by a spear in battle. And then it twisted the knife, mocking her fate, before finishing with the cruel verdict: none of this would have happened if she'd never existed. Cruel words hung in the air like fresh cuts, each sentence carving deeper. Then her voice came back with the final, deadly accusation: he died because of her. That accusation landed like a brick. Crushing her from the inside out, she gasped for air, her whole body shaking as the full nightmare finally hit. Her ragged breaths finally turned into a desperate, whispered plea, tears and gasps tearing the words apart until she could barely force out one name: Alan. Miles away, like the perfect answer to her call, the boy she'd named was suddenly ready to fight. Alan cinched his flight goggles tight, his face hardening with pure determination. And once he got the final green light, his advanced aircraft roared into the sky. A sleek twin-boom aircraft sits ready to blow the sky apart as soon as it takes off. Up on a towering perch, the figure lifts binoculars to their eyes and locks in on that distant northern fortress. The assault on a Cardassian stronghold is already roaring to life, one of 3 brutal fortresses guarding the border, and the command call was clear: hit the northernmost wall first. Through the lenses, the observer squints and declares the fortress defenses are brutal archers on the battlements, rain volleys of arrows, and slam the siege weapons back before they ever reach the walls. Then his eyes snap to the central fortress. Something's moving. Reinforcements come charging out, and he can't stop himself from thinking, are they setting up a south-side ambush against my forces? When he spots the enemy's move, his decision hits like a trigger: this is the opening, and now the bombing starts. On the battlefield below, a mustached officer snaps a report to the female commander. Their southern vanguard is falling back before the 5 o'clock Eastern Standard Time troops from the central fortress can even move. She stays cool and orders her archers to seize the high ground, bait the enemy forward. Meanwhile, out on horseback, a general stares at the horizon and spots a fresh force, and he knows the leader, Alan, has arrived. Right as the general finally clocks the threat, round bombs start dropping from the sky and smashing into the cavalry, detonating with brutal impact. Yet the female commander doesn't flinch and rattles off a storm of commands. The front line at the fortress is to fall back. The main force will split to hit back, and the siege tower will roll forward the moment the bombardment dies down. The bearded general barks the orders, screaming for the siege towers to smash ahead and rip open the front wall. Then he slams down the plan. The main force seals this fortress before they charge the central one, while another unit wipes out the enemy to the south right as he's talking. A brutal explosion erupts through one of the towers. From high in the skies, Alan watches the carnage bloom once the assault on the northern fortress kicked off. A single bombing run tore through its defenses. He can't miss the brutal tech gap, and he's already thinking the other 2 forts will crumble just as fast. Then he turns it over in his mind. Should he launch his own strike too, wiping out the S-Trups as they scramble toward Cardassia? The aircraft keeps tearing through the sky, and that drone of its engine slices through the clouds like a warning. In a cramped, pitch-black room, Anastasia curls up on the bed like she's trying to vanish, staring into the suffocating dark and wondering how long she's been forgotten in it. Her eyes flutter shut, and sorrow and exhaustion crash across her face like a wave. A memory snaps into place. She sees young Alan in a spotless suit, gazing down at her with a soft, reassuring smile. That calm image shatters like glass. Then she gasps his name into the dark next. A brutal memory slams her Alan, shirtless and exposed, impaled by a savage weapon, and she lunges forward in total panic, begging him not to leave. Please echo in her mind she demanded an answer from his memory, wondering why he never showed up and grilling him about the protection promise he made. Alan flashes back smiling, dressed up to the nines, and that cruel glimpse drags you straight into the pain he had before the trauma hit. A brutal scrape rips her out of her thoughts, and when the cell door slides open, she watches from her bed as a towering, ornate greatsword gets hauled right inside. A blade is shoved right in front of her dark steel, drinking up the little light that flickers around it. So when Anastasia reaches her breaking point, all she can do is stare back with tired, half-lit eyes. Helena's jaw tightens with grim resolve as she gears up for the next brutal assault, and beside her a massive ornate greatsword lies ready. Its true purpose still a mystery. She stumbled into a dark, unfamiliar room and found the weapon waiting there, bare feet on the coal, heart thudding as she reached for the hilt, swearing she couldn't understand why anyone would leave a sword in a place like that. Blade clenched in her grip, fierce resolve set like stone in her eyes as she darted through the corridors. Her steps carried her straight to a nightmare. An ugly gallows where 3 people hung, lifeless and tied tight. A raw scream of pure agony burst from her the moment she recognized them. Father, mother. Then her gaze snapped to her little brother, Friedrich, and her blood went cold when she saw a second body below, torn apart by a hail of bullets. Her eyes locked onto the fallen man's still face, then she gasped. Alan, the name choking her as disbelief battled the brutal truth, staring back at her. Alan, Alan. Realization slammed into her, and a raw, desperate scream ripped out of her because the weight of what she lost finally crushed her. She crumpled to the ground, and her greatsword clattered beside her. Meanwhile, deep inside the stone walls of a far-off fortress, a war council was in full session. The prince towered over the huge map while the mustached officer's voice cracked with frustration, and he demanded to know why they weren't striking while they had the advantage after all. Taking back Cardacia was their long-cherished dream. So why on earth were they hesitating? He answers the bearded general's demand for the weapon's name and just calls it straight up a fireball. It breaks on impact, throws fuel everywhere, and erupts into flames so it wipes out targets packed inside buildings, and the mustached officer leans in, practically vibrating with excitement, asking if it isn't the perfect weapon for exactly what they need. The officer keeps pushing, demanding they torch the entire city the Est Empire rebuilt, claiming the common folks were twisted by the enemy and deserve zero mercy while the prince stays calm and counters that many Cardassian civilians are still there. And the female commander just sits with the argument, her face giving away nothing. Rage never let up. Then the officer spun on the prince and screamed that he must have built the weapon, saying he planned to use it from the very start. Before the argument spirals out of control, the female commander steps in with ice-calm courage. She urges them to send Cardacia a warning first, giving civilians time to flee and proving the kingdom's justice to the whole world. Even the mustached officer goes quiet, as if he's finally heard her. After slipping away from the council, she pulls the prince aside and admits she was careless to bring up the firebomb. He drops onto the stone steps and answers the question she won't say, confirming it. Yeah, he really did build them for exactly that. He keeps talking, and it clicks. These things are built to wipe out cities. The fuel flames won't quit. They're a nightmare to put out. They can chew through even fireproof buildings, and they slam civilians into a corner with nowhere left to run. She ponders it for a beat, then snaps back to the warning, admitting he'll wait 5 days, but knowing full well some people will choose to stay, no matter how grim it is. She explains that the fire is just a fast, ruthless trick to terrify the rest and force a quick surrender while the prince listens, shoulders heavy with the brutal weight of the choice. As she turns to leave, she tosses them one final warning: don't go wild, overdoing it. We'll just slow the recovery after the war. Meanwhile, miles away from the prince's war council, Alan braced himself on a castle battlement, lantern light flickering over the gathering darkness, like it couldn't stop the creeping danger. His mind raced back to everyone he'd met and hit him hard, just like the people here. Those same folks were living in the enemy cities, too. He stared grimly, wondering just how many of them would really bolt after the warning hit. His thoughts got snapped in half when a giant white shape dropped onto the battlement. With a silent thud, Wyvern Mother Melissa landed and shushed him, then hauled him onto her back. With Jerome, they shot into the sky, and Alan muttered that hunting for Anna would take longer and asked if they could talk somewhere else. As soon as they took off, she shot him a worried question: was everything going okay? He nodded, but said they were still stuck because a nasty spell was twisting Anastasia's scent so they couldn't track her trail. After he landed in that lonely rocky hideout, he caught her worried face, promised to go hunt her something, and asked straight up if she was hungry. She shut that idea down fast, then told him, if hunting is your quickest move, then go do it. She snapped at him to hurry up so they could jump back into the hunt for Anastasia, reminding him that was the whole reason he came. Then Jerome cut in and straight up asked Alan whether a deer would be acceptable. He hesitated, wondering if he should just put it down, while Jerome handed Melissa a choice between deer and rabbits. She stared at Alan, eyes curious, and blurted that he was a truly strange guy. After a tense pause, he finally broke the silence and mumbled what he wanted Orca, then shot a quick thought, was there a river nearby? He stands there, staring into a huge sunlit mountain range, as the morning light stretches long, sharp shadows across every rugged peak. A resolute look hardens his face as a voice from behind demands, "You ready?" And he nods back, confirming it without hesitation. A battle ready. Female commander strides up in full armor, and Alan whips around to ask if every civilian escaped. She nods and says, "The last evacuees." Just a few families slipped out through the east gate that very morning. Her voice turns ice cold as she breaks down what's going on. If you shrug off the warning and stay behind to fight, you're not staying, you're becoming the enemy. Alan hears her, and his expression hardens with grim, unshakable resolve. As she and her assistant settle on horseback, an engine's roar crashes from above, and they both snap their heads up right into the sky, where a bizarre winged machine rips through the clouds. The aircraft banks over a towering, fortified city. An entire army waits outside the walls, staring as the moment plays out, while in Alan's mind, one desperate plea screams for them to just run. Sitting tall in full armor, the female commander rides up to the S4 station in Cardacia and fires off the order just like she warned. The attack is about to start. Archer clung to his post along the fortress walls, and every time his position shifted, it threw their arrows off course, leaving them scrambling as the assault finally came. She barks a sharp order to signal Alan, and the moment it's given, her soldiers snap up a huge two-tone flag. Alan spots the signal from his plane and realizes it's the go-ahead to start the bombing runs, so he swings open the bomb bay doors, and the enemy on the ground locks eyes on him, peppering the air with crossbow bolts. He stays perfectly cool, judging their 300-meter range like it's nothing at his altitude. He sweeps the battlefield with his eyes, making sure only enemies are down there. Then the female commander tilts her gaze upward, clearly thrown off. Right then, Alan's smile drops into pure alarm as a dark, winged shadow tears across the sky and rockets straight at him. The shape twists into Jerome the Wyvern Lord himself, then he slams onto the roof with a bone-rattling thud, his massive presence towering over the terrified soldiers below. A deafening roar explodes through the air, and terror rips straight into the enemy soldiers' hearts. They gasp in shock as they recognize the beast as a sky drag. Panic detonates in their ranks when a second monster crashes in the White Wyvern Mother. Melissa and the soldiers shriek, then scramble and scatter to escape. Seeing those two dragons rip through the sky shatters the S Battalion's nerve soldiers, drop their weapons, and bolt for the city gates, screaming for help and begging to surrender, while the female commander stares in stunned disbelief as they vanish from view. Alan glares from his cockpit as the chaos rages around him, concern flooding his face while he whispers Jerome the name of his wyvern ally. From his cockpit, he stares down as the female commander rides up on her warhorse, leans back and screams at him, demanding answers about what's going on and why that dragon looks the way it does. Her assistant fires back with Alan's message. He spotted the dragon. So he shut down the whole operation, and then he asked for the latest on Cardacia. The commander shouts that when the dragon's roars hit, the enemy starts panicking on the spot. So many soldiers throw down their weapons and surrender right there. She adds that the castle still holds a few stubborn holdouts, but with this terror already unleashed, their defeat is only a countdown. Her assistant watches with grim satisfaction and declares, "We did it." Then the commander chimes in, "Cardacia is down," and he lets out a breath of relief that they pulled it off without needing to go that far. Alan's ship touches down, and he's already thanking the two wyverns. Then he shoots Jerome a confused look like, "Why are you here?" Jerome, all dark scales and swagger, bumps him with a playful prod, then acts like he's badly hurt, groaning that you can't go around injuring a dragon with a tap that barely even lands. Melissa White Wyvern and all slides in close, telling Alan they can't just abandon him like that, and then drops the real bomb. They've found Anastasia's location. Alan freezes in shock and blurts out where she is, and Melissa points straight to the imperial capital of Estonia. The news hits him like a jolt. He screams that he has to jump on the back no matter what, until Melissa quietly catches him and forces him to slow down, insisting she won't let him go alone, reminding him how he's helped them, and promising they'll stay by his side all the way to the end. Jerome's eyes flash as he visibly shifts, and he murmurs a quiet thank you to her. Then Jerome can't wait. He's ready to smash the imperial capital right away, but Melissa reins him in, saying, "Not now, next time." And Alan nods along, pushing them to slip out under the cover of darkness. As night drops, the three of them launch into the sky, flying tight in formation beneath the full moon, and Alan finally isn't alone in his fight anymore. Ripping through the night sky in a glider, Alan rockets alongside his wyvern allies, then yells at Jerome, panicked over that arrow that hit him only for the dark wyvern to snap his head around and grin, telling Alan he's okay because his scales are so tough they can't be pierced. Melissa, the white wyvern, takes his gratitude. Then she tells him the arrow just snagged between her scales, but it still hurt like crazy. And yeah, she was only pretending to be tough. Alan snaps in fast, saying it's way too early to thank anyone, because their main job, rescuing Anastasia, isn't finished yet. Then the other wyverns cut in, claiming Alan owes them for introducing them to Jerome and for helping that pink-haired girl, but Alan brushes it off, insisting their gratitude isn't needed. As the wyverns streak off into the night, they leave one clear thought thanks and a plea to let them help. But right under the mighty castle gates, two guards jump when a weird sound hits the air before they can even figure it out. A colossal explosion slams into the outer wall. That sudden blast detonates into chaos. Guards jerk into full panic. One screams to smother the flames right now, and another yells for anyone who can use water magic to be dragged awake at once. The real source of the chaos finally slips into view. Alan, now sprawled on the ground in plain clothes, grins and says it worked like a charm. He'd used alchemy to cook up the perfect distraction, dumping Melissa in the most obvious spot possible to pull everyone's eyes straight to her. Diversion pulled off perfect. He snaps his attention to the nearby building and catches Anastasia's scent drifting out, faint but unmistakable. She's being kept somewhere safe, he realizes, maybe underground in a windowless room with thick soundproof walls. He whispers his gratitude, swears he'll come back, and then flips on his stealth ability. As soon as he steps inside, he clocks the guards sprinting around in panic, and he knows that his distraction with that torch must have set the fire off. The sheer weight of all these guards tells him someone huge is being kept here, and if they can't just slap it out with water, then he's not wasting time. He's hunting the basement entrance first. He powers through the palace corridors, catching the gleam of magic stones in every wall and eye-opening flecks of the Empire's wealth, but it also gives him a huge edge, because that bright light turns his hunt for Anastasia into something far easier. His hunt gets yanked to a stop when he spots a sleek, well-dressed noble marching down the hall, flanked by two guards, and he's forced to freeze, hiding in the shadows, watching every move. Elsewhere in the palace, a top official with short, light hair stood shoulder to shoulder with a gaunt, hooded figure, and he fired off a message to Gunther, the head mage, demanding a progress update. And Gunther only said one thing: their project was nearly finished. Gunther simply nodded at the update. Turns out he'd handed the captive the demon sword of ice extinction the night before. And now it was only a countdown to what came next. With a sharp official grin, he muttered that she was stubborn, exactly what you'd expect from a Ramslet daughter. Until a sudden metallic click nearby snapped his focus. Gunther kept moving down the corridor and demanded, "Can we make her obey yet?" The official answered coldly, "Not until we use the demon sword to smash her mind and the controller holding her." The head mage's eyes snapped wide as he said, "Ice magic plus a knight's blessings makes her the perfect vessel for the sword." And then he warned, "But we have to move with extreme care." Then Crown Prince Igor barged into the conversation, mocked the captive's beauty, and demanded she submit to him right away, while the official, realizing he was dealing with the Crown Prince of the Empire, bowed and swore he'd do his best. As they started down a spiral staircase, the official brushed the topic aside and announced that the forces at Central Inn had folded just as predicted. Then he promised the whole Brazilian region would be snatched next. Gunther watched, and everything looked like it was going perfectly. He pushed on with their wild grand plan. Zaz would crash into the Ramslet duchy, cut the family off, shove a puppet onto the throne, and watch the whole place rot from the inside before they split the loot. And he even bragged that he'd already talked with Westerdale, then sneered that their own crown prince was a complete idiot, because that fool really had stolen the imperial seal for them. After they stumbled down to the bottom of the stairs, they peered into a pitch-black chamber there. An elven woman lay sprawled and unconscious on the cold stone, her clothes ripped to shreds, with a huge ornate sword sitting right beside her. The official stared at the wreck, while Gunther muttered that she must have fought back and started a fire. Prince Igor stared at the chaos, and worry flashed across his face. Then he demanded to know if she could be made normal again. The official answered with ice in his voice. She'd have to be reconditioned first before she could be brought back into proper use. She listened as the commander broke down the captive elf's condition. Sure, she could eventually take her sword back and get her magic working again. But her mind would never fully heal, shattered for good. Then the commander warned her state was filthy and could ruin the final results, and a nasty thought logic click bewitched into place. Igor nodded and confirmed it meant she wouldn't be able to resist him. His eyes flared with a predator's gleam as the commander egged him on, daring him not to hold back and to grab even a tiny taste, while the captive elf lay nearby, eyes wide open, staring straight through nothing. The commander's smirk spread wide as he shoved the prince into action, warning him to move fast before the elf got completely broken. Right as the prince lunged to seize the opening, a shadowy hooded figure stepped in. Then Gunther, the head mage, roared as he drove Igor into the wall, his grip locked tight on the prince's arm. A hooded killer with a skull mask bursts forward, and underneath him, a young man locks his feet in place, eyes blazing with resolve as he raises a pistol straight ahead, primed to fire, while he stands guard over that massive reinforced door. The confrontation snaps shut in an instant. This young man drops to his knees over the blonde woman on the floor, shouting, "Anna!" Beside them, the attacker's spiked club sits tossed aside, and a trembling hand dives for her hair. He gently brushes her cheek, and worry floods his face because her eyes hang half open and dull. Like she can't even place who he is, rage snaps into his gaze, and determination hardens there. The weapon snaps toward a new target, a pale, bald man draped in dark robes, and the young guy demands answers. "What did you do to Anna?" The pale man smirks, calling him the girl's lover, then admits he got careless because his own subordinate was using magic to mask things. He bears the truth without remorse. They shattered her mind so she could wield a demon sword, and the rescuer, he's already too late. He keeps firing off taunts, screaming that Anna is his, like she's already stripped of her will. Then he sneers that she's good for nothing but breeding. Right after that, his body gives out and crumples lifeless on the floor next to his fallen comrades. Meanwhile, the young man drops to his knees among the defeated cultists, eyes locked forward, grim as stone. He snaps his full focus onto Anna, sprawled unresponsive on the cold floor, and starts dressing her with careful hands, tugging the drawstrings on a simple garment, while her eyes stay lifeless and her mouth hangs slightly open. With a calm, reassuring smile, he leans in, meets her eyes, and tells her in a gentle voice that it's time to go home. Right after he talks, he flips on stealth, then hoists her onto his back, her arms hanging loose over his shoulders, and gets ready to bolt. He tiptoes through a massive, pitch-black hall, weaving through enemy territory with silent precision as towering arched windows loom overhead. Right as they move, a sharp-eyed woman with long, light hair slips out of the shadows and spots them instantly. Her eyes go wide, panic blasts out of her mouth, and she screams, "Intruder!" and an officer screams that His Highness and Gunther Sama have been attacked, pointing out the Ramslet woman and the fugitives, then roars for his men to hunt them down and capture her while below. The young man clamps onto Anastasia, jaw tight with cold resolve as enemy soldiers close in fast. The soldiers fanned out across the grounds, tightening their grip on every inch of the perimeter. And you could tell they were certain the targets were still close, so they kicked off a ruthless, full-on search. As the net cinches down, the young man suddenly gets it. Anesthesia is the one weapon their enemies can't do without. The next second, they're boxed in, surrounded. He doesn't even think he slams his palm to the ground and unleashes alchemy. Boom, two massive stone walls explode up from the earth, slamming into the oncoming guards and shaking them to their core. Inside a brand new enclosure, a tiny winged aircraft sits waiting. And this young man rushes to Anastasia, who still won't respond, saying his stealth is failing because the craft's wind magic engine is running. So they have to take off now, or the walls will get smashed. Meanwhile, outside, confused soldiers swarm the commotion, and when their commander barks for a ladder, they finally demand answers for what just happened. A strange craft drops from the sky and slices right over the stone wall, and the soldiers below gape in total shock. One yells to fire. An arrow rockets in and nails the wing, and the pilot screams as the blast jolts his whole ride. Right before the archers fire off another volley, a savage roar crashes out of the sky. Then a dark-scaled wyvern plunges down and wrecks their formation, blasting the soldiers into total panic. In the cockpit, the young man stares in disbelief as he looks right at the chaos and realizes it's his ally, Jerome. The dark wyvern isn't alone out of the sky a second. Bigger white wyvern slams down, radiating pure threat, and the soldiers lose it, screaming in panic because they swear they're looking at a real dragon. With the sky sealed tight and the fearsome beasts holding the line, the aircraft keeps soaring, surrounded by its two draconic escorts. The white wyvern Melissa lets out a proud, relieved burst, then snaps her focus to the pilot, demanding to know if Alan and Anna are safe. They finally spot a safe patch of clearing in the woods and set up camp, Anastasia stretching out on a bedroll while the two wyverns keep watch like living sentries. When Melissa stares at the princesses, her calm snaps into rage, and she snarls that what their enemies did is unforgivable. She even wishes she'd cut down more of them. Rage spreads like wildfire, and Jerome, the smaller, dark wyvern, can't wait to jump in and ask if he gets to help with the killing. Still seething with anger, Melissa only nods and grants him permission for this one occasion. With Anastasia locked down, Alan snaps his plan into place. He wants a doctor who actually understands curses. But the royal capital is a no-go, so they'll escape to Vic Hen, the Ramslet Duchy's capital. Anastasia lies nearby, barely moving, eyes barely cracked open. Then she weakly offers, "I can show you the way," and tells him to lead the route on the map. Up on her perch, Melissa the wyvern mother eavesdrops on the plan and instantly throws her full weight behind it. Then everything snaps into focus. Melissa, in her humanoid form, jabs her finger and screams that Alan's been hit by an arrow. But Alan waves her off, claiming the cut is shallow and pushing them to move fast. He tells them they'll ditch the usual ride and use the glider they buried outside Cardacia so they can move at lightning speed. Then Melissa jumps in right away, swearing her sharp eyes and razor sense of smell will lead the way. Jerome says Alan drops a heartfelt apology, admitting he dragged the wyverns straight into a human war. Jerome's eyes flare with fury as he snaps at Alan to drop it, then growls who in the world dared lay a hand on Anastasia, swearing he'll only put down the ones who did it, while Melissa shakes with murderous rage, begging for the go-ahead to wipe them all out. And Jerome gives permission without a second thought. He hears every word of their back and forth, and his expression tightens with steel. His eyes lock onto Anastasia's still body, and lightning memories slam through his mind. Then a vow hardens in his chest he'll cherish her, and he'll steal her smile back. From a siege tower, an Est Empire commander snarls down at his spearmen as their massive line charges across the battlefield, and under him, 3 tiny aircraft slice through the sky. He watches the battle from his own aircraft, peering through binoculars as humans tear each other apart, pure madness. Yet he spots the real truth. One side is steered by Anastasia's father, flying the Ram's left flag, and like the Crown Prince warned, the Tsar's army is already creeping up to the outer walls, even if they're still outnumbered. Alan studied the Tsar's troops lined up at the northern wall, sizing up whether they'd try to rip through and surge into the countryside and invade. Jerome buzzed beside him and swore he'd smash them. Then Alan snapped an order. "Jerome and Melissa, stay put." He warned they could accidentally blast his own allies. Melissa nodded, ready to jump in and help. Alan banks his aircraft and drops a scatter of spherical explosives that rocket down toward the Zazarm's rear. Salting explosions slam across the battlefield, jolting a knight in full plate as he snaps. "Who's behind that noise?" Right beside him, a soldier rushes to Duke Ramslet, calling him Albrecht, and reports that there's zero smoke on the north wall, while warning that Zaz is coming for him. Albrecht spots explosions on the southern front, realizes the enemy's rear and main force are getting slammed, and when he sees some of them scrambling across the river, he wastes no time. He orders the cavalry to charge through the opening, hit the enemy from both sides, then swing back, cutting right through as he leaves the fleeing soldiers behind. On the castle ramparts, Duke Gerhard Ramslet watches Zaz's army slip into retreat. His soldiers scream in disbelief when 2 dragons swoop in, followed by this weird vehicle. While panic rips through the ranks, the Duke stays ice calm, ordering, "Don't strike, get ready to welcome them." And then he smirks, knowing it has to be Alan. On the ground, the Rams let the soldiers gawk in awe. One guy blurts that it's the first time he's ever seen dragons. And now it's not 1 but 2 right in front of him, while another can't stop staring at that strange vehicle and demands to know if it was them who attacked Zaz's army. Jerome climbs onto his mount, shoots Melissa a worried look, and asks if they should wipe out the humans staring them down while Melissa stays cool, shakes her head and says those people are all allies of Alice. As Alan's aircraft thunders to a halt, Duke Ramslet steps up in front of it, all business and no mercy. Then a soldier hails him as Lord, and the Duke leans in toward Alan's cockpit, demanding to know what the hell is happening. Alan blurted that he'd brought Anastasia and demanded a doctor right now, so suddenly the Duke could only stare, dumbfounded, and get out a shaky, "What?" Then he swung back the cloak and showed Anastasia, still out cold. The Duke's face snapped into grave worry, and he demanded to know what happened, but Alan cut him off, begging them to rush, to find a doctor now, because questions could wait. The Duke barked an order for a carriage and told Alan to escort Anastasia to the mansion. Then, when Alan asked where it was, the Duke pointed at the biggest building in the middle of town, impossible to overlook. But Alan didn't wait around. He declared he'd carry her himself to cut the time. With orders snapped into the air, armored knight Albrecht turned and called out to his father, while above them the Duke stared, caught off guard by a strange aircraft gliding overhead, flanked by two draconic escorts circling like hunters. He stormed right up, barking demands to find out why dragons were even here. Then the Duke said it was Alan's doing, pointing him out as the same man he'd told his son about. Then he dropped the biggest bombshell of all. Alan was the one who'd found Anastasia, and the truth hit Albrecht so hard he went totally speechless for a moment. At Ramslet Mansion, two maids kept working through the laundry in the courtyard. One grumbled that the chores never quit, even in wartime, until her partner suddenly squinted at the sky and demanded what that strange thing up there was. The moment the question was answered, the aircraft and its two wyverns rocketed low over the mansion, and the maids shrieked in panic, sending their baskets clattering to the ground as the strange trio tore past overhead. Moments later, Alan came sprinting in on foot, clutching Anastasia like it was life itself, and blurted to the stun maids that he'd pulled her out of the Empire, then demanded a bed be set up right now. One maid finally recognized him, and Alan snapped that they should get Anastasia straight to the treatment room, promising a doctor was already on the way. Jerome crash-landed into the courtyard outside, his colossal body making the butler, Seabass, and another staff member jerk back in shock. Then they realized what it was: a sky dragon, the king of the skies, with a legend that its roar was so brutal it could knock a human out cold. Melissa, smaller but vicious, ripped open the sky with a deafening roar of her own, summoning the White Wyvern's power all at once. Roar's roar sent a nearby staff member crumpling to the ground. Knocked out cold, Alan jolts in shock and blurts out if she killed him, and she just smiles, saying she only teased the guy a little. Inside, Alan keeps his eyes on the Anastasia still passed out, while the head butler orders a maid to grab fresh clothes and get set to clean up the young lady. Then Alan nods and silently backs him up. He leans over her, and his face flickers with worry and sudden relief. Later, Alan finally collapses in the room they set up for him, and the staff tells him to hand it all over to them while they patch up his injuries. Then, as he sinks back and his mind starts spiraling toward Anastasia, a gentle knock hits the door. He jerked himself upright and shouted at the visitor to come in. The door swings open, and there's a young guy with long, pale hair. He steps in and tells everyone his name is Albrecht von Ramslet. And yep, he's Stasia's brother, leaving Alan absolutely stunned. The young noble stands right in front of him, sincere-eyed, and formally pours out his heartfelt gratitude for saving Anastasia. Still flustered, he waves off the thanks and shoots out an apology for how rough he looks. Albrecht asks about his injuries, promises he'll see Anastasia as soon as she can move, and then strides away. Strolling through the mansion corridor, Albrecht murmurs that his father filled him in on Alan, then shoots a question: "Was it you who brought the dragons?" Alan just nods, and that's when Albrecht's jaw drops in pure amazement. He ushers Alan into a grand formal room, and there, right on cue, Duke Gerhard and Duchess Elizabeth Ramslet are waiting. He announces Alan's arrival, and before he can even breathe, his mother snaps into action, asking how Anastasia is holding up. Albrecht confirms she's stable, but his voice carries a heavy, grim weight. Then the Duke turns to Alan, tells him it's been far too long, and waves them inside. In Anastasia's room, Duke Gerhard sits stone still beside his daughter's bedside, staring grimly as she lies unconscious, then whips his fierce eyes to Alan and demands he lay out every single thing that happened. Alan freezes for a beat. Then an elderly man with glasses leans over his notes nearby. When Friedrich clocks Alan's unease, he cuts in. "That's the family doctor. Don't stress, you're fine." Then he kicks off his report, flat out claiming Anastasia was snatched by the Prince of the Est Kingdom, pointing the finger at Crown Prince Igor, the court mage, and Gunther, the head mage, while the Duke's face instantly hardens as he listens. Alan keeps going, saying they locked up Anastasia, beat her down, and then swung that cursed sword at her, because their real plan was to shatter her mind completely and use her like a puppet. The Duke snaps the same cursed words again, and the horror crawls into the room. Then Alan nods, saying he'd trapped that blade in stone and dragged it back. With their heads, Albrecht and Friedrich freeze, stunned silent, because they can't even process what he means by heads. His composure shatters. Then the Duke thrusts up a hand, sweat pouring down his face, demanding Alan stop so he can verify what he just heard. With disbelief in his eyes, He questions whether Alan really killed Crown Prince Igor inside the imperial capital and returned his head. Alan stays steady and admits it. He killed the Crown Prince and the magician while carrying out the rescue. The Duke goes totally speechless, crushed by the political fallout, while Albrecht still spinning pivots to a new question: how did Alan even know Anastasia was in the capital in the first place? Alan just nods and says, "I did," and then he clears it up. His answer is finally loud and simple. It was the dragons, and it was them who tracked her down. Meanwhile, on top of the Ramslet mansion, that dragon's weight crushing the air, a young dragonkin with glasses blurts out, wondering if Anna's even okay. Melissa cuts in, cold and blunt. No, she isn't. And she's convinced a normal human could never fix a curse this tangled. Then Jerome laughs it off, sneering that humans are weak and outright stupid. She snapped her gaze tighter, the reptilian eye narrowing as the answer formed in her mind. Then her gaze snapped to a maid who hurried up to the doorway, delivering Alan's message. He wanted them to rest up for the day and pressing along his heartfelt thanks for everything they did. Even Melissa, the little dragon, shyly chimed in like she couldn't help herself. The maid clasped her hands, bowed low in pure gratitude, and thanked them again and again for saving young Miss Anastasia. Jerome just nudged Melissa like, "All right, we're out of here." And with a thunderous flap of his wings, he launched into the sky, leaving the mansion to disappear behind them. As they shot through the sky, Melissa looked down and said that the maid felt like a genuinely good person. Jerome nodded, then she asked, "Are you hungry?" Inside the Ramslet mansion, their rescue target still lay deathly still, and Doctor stood over Anastasia's bed, firing off his grim assessment to her family. He said the exam proved she was physically fine, but her mind wouldn't wake up at all. No reaction, no matter what they tried, and with a demon sword tangled in this, the doctor admitted there was nothing else he could do. That grim prognosis kept hitting them in the chest. Their only shot was to pray for a miracle, or track down someone who could match the great sage's skills, and even then, he sounded defeated, calling it an unlucky, impossible road. Hearing the great sage's name instantly snapped Alan to attention, and the words lit up his mind with the spirit, Lu and the evil lich, Lorenga, so he knew exactly what he had to do. He snapped around to the Duke and shouted to grab his attention. And when the whole family turned their eyes on him, Alan declared, "I've got an idea." His face screamed urgent resolve as he demanded they move right now, hurrying to get Anastasia to that exact location immediately. He hadn't even finished that desperate plea when his body gave out. He dropped like a stone and crumpled to the floor. The room erupted in shock. Alan and Elizabeth screamed, while Duke Ramslet bellowed his name in pure panic. Even the doctor, blindsided by the instant collapse, could only stammer in stunned confusion. Racing to Alan's side, the doctor snapped to work at once when he tugged back the tunic. His eyes shot wide at the brutal wound on Alan's abdomen, barely conscious on the floor. Alan's lips barely moved as he rasped one desperate plea, "Save honor." In his dream, Alan lifts his gaze off the floor and meets Anastasia's gentle eyes. She's perched on the edge of the bed, smiling down at him with pure calm, and it's her, the one he loves. The dream keeps going, and there he is, sprawled in bed with Anastasia right beside him. She leans in and tells him, "Good morning," wiping his fears away like they never happened. "Don't worry anymore. I'll worry for you," she says. Overwhelmed with relief, he snaps his arms around her, sobbing her name like it's the only word left in his world. He clutches her tight, sobbing with grateful joy, and swears that no one will ever get the chance to hurt her again until, the moment the words hit the air, a blade of cold steel suddenly bursts out of her chest, and his eyes go wide with pure shattered horror. The vision snaps straight into that awful memory. Anastasia gets impaled on the cursed sword, dangling above like a trophy while a pale cultist holds it up. And the man's voice pounds in his head. It's too late. The blade drives through her heart, and the one he loved is gone. The nightmare blasts her destiny in a ruthless montage villainhood, abandonment, and ruin while he sobs her name, screaming, because his mind can't bear what he's seeing. That nightmare slams into pieces as Alan snaps awake. Shooting upright in a dim bedroom, he pants hard, totally lost, scrambling to figure out what just happened, real or dream. Cold sweat drenched him, and that nightmare still clung to his bones. Then the maid burst into his room, froze in shock, and when she spotted him awake, she shouted his name and sprinted to fetch the doctor at once. Before long, the doctor leans in and reveals the truth. Alan didn't just survive a poisoned arrow, he beat it. Because it wasn't that magic dampening kind of poison that would have killed him on the spot. Alan shoots back for answers about Anastasia. And the doctor says she's still out cold, but stable. Then the doctor and the maid both stare in disbelief. Alan's wounds have already vanished. completely healed like it never happened. As Alan murmurs his gratitude, the maid steps forward with a bowl of soup. For a heartbeat, Alan stares at the ring on his finger, and the truth hits him like a punch. This is a substitution ring, the one-time ticket to cheat death. He made it, but now his last safeguard is gone. Down the hall, Duke Ramslet finally exhales with relief that Alan returned, and the same joy spreads through Elizabeth and their son Friedrich. Elizabeth Rams slid into a chair by Alan's bedside, thanking him for saving Anastasia and smashing back the Tsar's army. While she relayed the doctor's word, Anna's condition wasn't life-threatening, so he shouldn't overdo it. But Alan's face stayed tight with worry, and he snapped that he hadn't really saved her yet, not until she opened her eyes. Then he said there was somewhere he had to be right now, leaving the Duke staring at him, baffled by what on earth could be more urgent than this. He spilled his whole plan, talking about a spirit of light and a village of elves, and Duke Ramslet nearly blew a gasket. Alan backed it up fast. A brand new elf, the first in 800 years, was just born in that village, and it might be the answer to curing Anastasia. The Duke was hooked, but he slammed the real issue. Anastasia is unconscious, so she can't be moved. Alan only smirked and said he'd take care of that. Duke and Duchess sank into a thoughtful silence, as Alan's confidence hung in the air. And then young Friedrich blurted out, eyes bright with hope, asking if his sister Anna would really recover. Alan went still, torn up inside, because he couldn't swear the elven village was even real. Yet the moment Anastasia's face flashed in his mind, his doubt snapped into resolve. This was his only shot. Steeling himself, Alan marched right up to the Duke and cut straight to it. He wanted a favor. The Duke's face turned stone cold as he barked for the details. Then Alan stood over Anastasia's still form and dropped his audacious demand. Your daughter, give her to me. Standing before the gathered Ramslet clan, Alan drops a jaw-dropping announcement, and the whole room freezes. Duke Gerhard, Duchess Elizabeth, their sons Friedrich, and another young man all stare in stunned silence. Then the Duke leans in, voice razor low and disbelief heavy, demanding to know what Alan just dared to say. Pete made his request, voice rock solid, let me into Mariana. The words hung there, and Anastasia, Friedrich, his brother, and Duke Gerhard just stared back in wide-eyed disbelief, while Duchess Elizabeth kept her cool, wearing only a carefully measured surprise. Family reels at his audacity, while Alan's mind is already elsewhere, locked on the clock, and the danger of his mission, a sleek twin-boom aircraft streaks over the grand estate. He has to move fast, even at full speed. It'll take a full day to reach the elven village, and he has no idea when Anna's condition might suddenly tip into something worse. An aircraft tears across the sky like a streak of steel, silently begging the one he's racing to rescue, wait for me. In the Duke's study, the truth behind Alan's wild request hits hard. There's a letter stamped with the king's official seal. Alan grips it, eyes burning, and swears, I'll save you, I swear it. With the evidence of Alan's crimes in his hands, Duke Gerhard demands, how did you do all this? Alan doesn't even flinch. He calmly tells him, I took Kardash like you ordered. Then the Duke blurts out the name. Stunned, Alan goes on, saying he recaptured Brazzini, slipped into the imperial capital, and cut down the crown prince and his whole retinue. Want proof? He asks, so the Duke snaps, ordering Friedrich to step back for a moment. The Duke waves him forward, and Duchess Elizabeth simply nods yes, go on, Alan. Then lays it out, he earned those wins as an adventurer shielded by the ducal house of Ramslet. The Duke leans in and studies the evidence, and once he sees the heads of Est Empire's Crown Prince Igor and the court archmage Gunther, doubt dies instantly. There's no denying Alan's story is the truth. Then he lays out his plan, no hesitation, saying that once he pulls off these feats, the king will reward him with a noble title. And that's why he's asking for Anna's hand right now. Duchess Elizabeth speaks softly, warning him that Anna might never wake, even with the spirit of light's power, and urging him to think about his own happiness. But Alan won't back down. He vows he'll be the one to wake her, because he can't picture living his life with anyone else. He begs them to understand. Duke Gerhard has heard enough. He whips around and shuts the young man out cold, then drops his final answer. He'll approve the marriage, but only after Anna is saved first. Far off in the elven lands, Princess Sherry suddenly freezes her pointed ear flicks, and her tail gives a faint, curious wag like she just caught the scent of something huge in the distance. She stands over the training grounds, letting the crisp thud of arrows into straw targets fill the quiet air. But her eyes drift cold and distant, because she feels that familiar presence closing in, and her heart swears it's Alan. Her instincts nail it. Alan storms into the elven village, straight to the queen, ready to spill what he needs to talk about. But before he can even start, little Meryl spots him and bolts over, screaming with joy that she wants to be carried. Right as he greets the kid, Lou, the spirit of light, materializes in front of him, looking shaken and worn out, and tells him she knew he'd arrive soon. The divine blessing she placed on Anastasia has been firing non-stop, siphoning her power until she can barely stand, and Alan instantly understands something is wrong with Anna. Inside a grand formal chamber, Alan sits face-to-face with the Elven Queen after laying out the whole disaster, clutching mirrorless sleep in his arms, and waiting while she weighs his words, telling him it must have been brutal, not just for him, but for Anastasia's family too. A glowing spirit of light hangs nearby, drifting in deep thought, wondering if all of this is happening because it was her first time using her power like this. Because even for someone as unstoppable as her, a demoniac sword was still a brutal, shocking complication. Right as Alan starts talking to the queen, Sherry blurts out, "Does the queen even know Alan used to be a perverted mage?" The queen freezes, shocked, and Alan stays cool, snaps that her wording is rude, and admits he never told her. So yeah, he figures the queen has no idea. He shoves the interruption aside and makes his formal plea, turning to the queen. He says the doctor who treated Anastasia claimed this pervert. Then he snaps to correct himself. He insists that the spirit of light, Lou, might be the only thing that can save her. The queen leans in as he keeps talking, and he lays it out with Anastasia's condition this serious. They can't risk bringing her to the Elven lands, so he asks Lou to go with them to the Ram's lettuce state. When Lou hears that, she grabs Alan's shirt and fires back, insisting she can't fix everything, and she begs him to finally see her limits. He snaps his focus back on the queen and reminds her that his contract ties him to Meryl. No one can separate them. Then he leans in and asks if Meryl can come with him too. His plea lands, and the Elven Queen calmly nods, approving it on the spot, and handing Millie over to his care. Before he can even speak, Sherry the Elven Princess bursts forward with arms stretched wide, blurts that she heard every word, and showers him with heartfelt thanks. She freezes for a second, not sure how to deal with the princess's explosive outburst, until the spirit of light, Lou, pops up from her shoulder and snaps that it's not fair for Millie to be the only one having fun in the human world. Then Lou jabs a fist toward the sky and declares she wants to go to The Elven Queen hears the chaos and leans in, asking when they plan to leave. With a soft smile, she tells them to head out with Aiden the very next morning because flying at night, she warns, isn't safe enough. The next morning, as his aircraft dives down through the sky, the elves on the ground wave them off and shout, "Good luck," yet Princess Sherry sits there on the ground, crushed with despair, sobbing that she overslept and blew her only chance to leave with them. On the plane, he keeps a close eye on Anastasia, still knocked out cold. He thinks back to how thrilled she was earlier, then turns toward the spirit of light. He thanks Lou for guarding Anna the whole time. As the plane keeps roaring through the sky, everyone suddenly realizes Princess Sherry is on board too fast to sleep, murmuring in her dreams that helping Alan is easy because he's a comrade, then snapping awake and yelling that she's not his comrade at all. Just when he finally hits the Ramslet mansion gates, he straightens at the entrance and calls out to a maid, demanding she tell the Duke he's back. She nods calmly and agrees. But before she can move, a woman's voice booms, welcoming him home, and when he jerks his head up, his eyes go huge with shock. Right there, standing in front of him, is his mother. "Mom," he blurts, stunned beyond words by seeing her here. Outside the grand mansion, Alan, clutching a tiny, cloaked mural in his arms, gets whiplashed. His mother is right there. He blurts out why she's here, and Katerina snaps the truth. Duke Ramslet dragged her all the way from the capital because it was too dangerous to leave her behind. Alan's stunned, she's shocked Duke didn't warn him, and he fires back that he wasn't told a thing. He asks if he saw her in the city during the war, then clears it up. He'd been stuck in a nearby village and only found out about her the day before. Katerina exhales in pure relief that he'd been hurt. Alan then admits he should have died, but his ring of life saved him right down to the point where it wiped out his life insurance. "Mom, he has to see the Duke first. I'll explain later," he starts, but she cuts in, demanding, "Is that child yours?" He shoots back, "No." Then inside, a woman waits beside an unconscious man under anesthesia. Alan slips in, calls her Lady Elizabeth, and asks where the Duke is, and she tells him the Duke is stuck in a war council meeting. Woman Elizabeth spots the sleeping child and softly wakes her. Meryl groans awake, rubs her eyes, and blinks until she realizes she's staring at an elf. Alan tells her the truth. Meryl is the Elven Queen's daughter, and Lo, the spirit of light, is right there with them. It's just invisible right now, right? With a sharp start, she cuts him off and fixes everything. then introduces herself the right way, Elizabeth of Ramslet, Anastasia's mother. And the moment she sees them, her whole face lights up. Light Spirit Lou pops up right beside Alan's head, then grumbles that the cute girl is pathetic. And whoosh, she turns into a dried-up old hag and lets slip that she brought mosquito repellent. Meryl jolts fully awake, locks eyes with the girl in the bed, and gasps, "Anna!" Elizabeth leans in and confirms it's her daughter, then beams with pure gratitude, thanking Meryl for coming. Elizabeth's gaze snaps to Alan. "So why are you here too?" Alan answers, steady but serious. The Spirit of Light, Lo is chained to a contract, and Lady Millie holds that leash. Clinging close to Anastasia, Meryl leans in and catches her tiny murmurs, then snaps the truth to the others. A spirit can't stray far from its contractor. Elizabeth fires off a heartfelt thank you, and Alan promptly passes along Lou's message. The spirit will examine Anna next. Elizabeth doesn't hesitate. She urges them to waste no time and get going. He leans over the bedridden Anastasia, face set in stone, while Lou, the Spirit of Light, perched on his head, gazes down and murmurs as she starts her exam. And behind them, his mother and Duchess Ronnie Ram still watching every move, nerves raw with anticipation. As Anastasia lies death still with shallow breaths, Lou turns to Alan and speaks straight to him from right beside her head. She pressed him for confirmation, remembering how he'd explained that Anastasia's condition came from a demon sword. Then he answered her without even a second of doubt. Right nearby, Meryl's face twists with pure fury. She clenches her fists and snaps that the person who forged a weapon that brutal must be out of their mind, and they should be locked up for good. Her explosive outburst slams the room to silence, and then she drops a bizarre request. She whips around to Alan and asks to borrow his body for just a moment, shocking everyone. As Alan demands what she's even talking about, she only nods and confirms it's exactly what she plans to do. He can react when suddenly a weird energy surges through the room. Meryl's body goes limp for a heartbeat. Her head drops, then snaps back up as her eyes shut, and her whole vibe flips instantly. She cracks her eyes open, and the calm on her face is unsettlingly grown up, like the young elf everyone knew just vanished, replaced by a quiet, watchful silence as she calmly scans the room. The voice crawling out of Meryl's mouth declares itself as Lo, the next successor to the legendary sage Lorengus, and when the name hits, Alan's mother gasps like she's been punched. Alan, though, smirks and throws a cynical jab at Lorengus's past, and that's when his mother snaps and screams the sage's name, stunned beyond belief. When her cry cuts through the air, Lo snaps his eyes to her, and the thing echoes the words Master Lorngas. Then right in front of her, he drops to his knees, shaking with emotion as he chokes out the title Master. And Katerina's tears spill too, grief and reverence slam between them like lightning, while Duchess Ramslet is left standing there, completely stunned by this sudden, tear-soaked reunion. In a dim candlelit chamber, Elizabeth Ramslet drops to her knees in front of Lo's tiny robed figure, and when the ancient presence commands her to lift her face, she obeys, looking up as she calls the entity Lady Lo. Ew. She tilts her chin up, tears pouring as she gives her heartfelt thanks only for Lo to gently brush her cheek and tell her that cutting the gas is the same as seeing just how much she's grown, and it truly makes him happy. While the others talk, Alan steps in and fires a question at Lady Lo. What's the truth about Anastasia? Lo answers coldly. Her soul isn't gone. It's buried and dormant deep in her heart, and the only sign is that Anastasia lies there, sleeping soundly in her bed. Mother, shaking with desperation, begs, "Tell me, will my daughter ever wake up?" Lo leans in and explains Anastasia locked herself away for survival, because if she hadn't, that demonic sword would have ripped her soul to pieces. Alan blurts out, "We've got to break the seal," and immediately asks if they'll need a key. Then Elizabeth leans in, echoing him, and that tiny spark of hope lights up her face. Lo gets the confirmation he feared. Every seal demands a key, and this one is the only thing that can break the mental lockdown Anastasia left behind. He guesses the key is something she managed to think up at the very last second before she sealed herself, but until they figure out what that key actually is, they're stuck and can't move forward. Kennedy keeps going, warning that trapping your own soul is a terrifyingly reckless move. Lo starts to put the pieces together. Anastasia must have been hurt so badly that she had no choice but to pull off this brutal last resort. Delivers a terrifying warning if they try to smash the seal with brute force and don't have the right key, Anastasia's soul will fracture and vanish forever, and she'll never wake up again. A tiny figure swivels its gaze straight onto Alan, and Lo shoots him a knowing look like, "Maybe you're the one who'll find the key." Alan freezes in shock. while Elizabeth gasps and claps a hand over her mouth, stunned that something like that could be possible. Lo lays it all out. What this key really is, it might be a person, a thing, a memory burned into Anastasia's heart, or even something wild like joy or hope. Then Lo shows how the power she gave Anastasia is still running right through her hair, ornament quietly shielding her as she sleeps. Lo finally locks eyes with Alan, and the thought hits a wall. If it's you, then Duchess Ramslet swears that the hair ornament is the sacred shield, and when they tried to yank it out, it popped right back into Anastasia's hair, like it had a mind of its own. So she makes it crystal clear. From now on, nobody touches it to remove it. Then she snaps her focus to Alan, warning him that Aesthesia's anti-magic collar can't come off until she wakes, otherwise her magic could go wild again, and Alan nods quietly in agreement. A rush of memory hits him, those unsettling hooded eyes of the shopkeeper who sold him the collar, and now he can't ignore the twisted irony. Something that looked so perverted ended up being exactly what he needed. Lo, using Meryl's voice, suddenly interrupts his thoughts. She asks to see the sword, and the shock hits hard. Then Alan just says, "It's in my room." When she hears that, Duchess Ram strides forward and declares she wants to see it too, because she has to know what truly happened to her daughter. Then they all head straight for Alan's quarters. In his room, Alan unveils this huge object sealed in solid stone, then tells them he used alchemy to forge a protective sheath around it. With a low voice and a stone-cold resolve, he declares, "If there's nothing else, then we're showing it now." They snap, "Step back," with a sharp downward chop, then their Lo unleashes a brutal wave of force that rips the stone casing apart, blasting shards flying all across the room. When the dust finally clears, that ornate, wicked-looking sword is exposed in full glory. Alan and the Duchess freeze in total shock, while Lo stares down at the blade, gripping the truth with absolute certainty. A dark, suffocating aura clings to the blade, and in its shadows flicker the pale, ghost-like arms of countless kids reaching out for help. Lo rips the truth into the air. This cursed sword was forged from the souls of children who died in despair, hungry for love they never got. The Duchess shudders back in pure terror. Lo bursts out the truth about the enemy's scheme to seize Anastasia's fate, with that cursed thing only to buy time by sealing its power for now, because that lock won't hold forever. Lo snaps that an abomination like this has no place in their world, then hands Alan the mission: take the sword straight to the elven village. Alan swallows hard and accepts. Alan leaned in, hanging on Lo's every word as she laid out 2 ways to cleanse that cursed blade. Her first option was letting her handle it herself, but it would take centuries, while the second demanded a holy maiden, blessed by the divine and guided by a holy instrument. And Lo pointed straight at the closest match, the Holy Maiden of Charity. When that name hit, it smashed into Alan like a punch, and recognition flashed across his face.